My God, what kind of black technology is this? It can make the wounded who suffered such severe burns return to their old appearance visible to the naked eye. This is more advanced than the syringe treatment technology one saw before. The reporter looked very surprised, talking about the facts that he saw in front of him with eloquence. For those wounded in the medical cabin, their entire skin has returned to its original appearance, and there is not even a trace of scars on their bodies. This suddenly aroused heated discussions among current affairs commentators in the international media, and some current affairs commentators also believe that this technology is not the technology currently possessed by human beings at all. It is simply a super technology from an alien galaxy. Then reporters and photographers were invited out of the scene. Even the photographer's camera was confiscated and turned off forcibly. The reporter and the photographer were directly put in black cloth bags, and then directly carried out of the battleship by several Tianyi mercenaries, and finally returned the camera to the photographer. Everyone in the audience is very sorry. Just now we were invited out by the Tianyi mercenary group, and the camera was confiscated by them. We were treated like this when we came in and went out. Then, we continue to report the current situation. All the militants in the colonial satellite have been wiped out one after another. Some of them have surrendered, and the rest are still struggling to resist. The Z Gundam killed 2 enemy mobile suits in an instant, and then used the 60mm machine gun on its head to frighten the ground troops. After the ground troops saw that the last 2 mobile suits were destroyed, they could only abandon their weapons and surrender. Momoka, who was sitting in the cockpit, received the colonel's instructions, and all the Gundams returned to the MS mothership. Tao Xiang walked out of the cockpit wearily. "Hey, I heard that your performance is good." Aviana, leaning on the railing, said to Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang was a little tired and didn't want to have any verbal disputes with the other party, so she just nodded with Aviana and left the scene. "Don't think that we agree with you because you performed well in the first appearance. You'd better not lose the chain in the next performance. Otherwise, we will collectively protest to the Commander-in-Chief and remove your trump card qualification." "Lieutenant Aviana, you have time to talk about why people don't take a good rest to recharge their batteries and prepare for the battle that may happen at any time." Aviana was a little upset when she heard someone say that to her, and looked along the voice. It turned out that it was Long Fei who said these words to him. Aviana was so scared that she immediately saluted. "Yes, boss." Long Fei has also been fighting for a long time these days, and he only sleeps in the cockpit, ready to deal with unexpected battles at any time. Long Fei was also a little tired at this time, and decided to go back to his room to rest for a while. When Long Fei was lying on the bed and was about to go to bed, Colonel Shrek sent a message. "What is it, Colonel?" "Boss, the President of Stunk and His Royal Highness want to talk to us about the medical cabin and the healing gel. Tell them that these 2 technologies are still in the experimental stage and are not yet stable, and they are only used in emergencies at this time. Tell them that if you want to talk, you can only talk about it after the technology has matured." "Yes, boss." "Sister, do you think the technology of the medical cabin was developed by Xiaofei?" "I don't know." Solanum Nigrum responded with a frown, and now his brain is also in a mess, trying to recall the things his brother drew when he was a child. Longwen said at this time, "Eldest sister, second sister." Although Xiaofei often drew some military things when he was a child, he occasionally drew some industrial machines and medical instruments. Solanum Nigrum said with a very worried expression, "I am very worried about Xiaofei now. If he develops all these things by himself, all forces will target Xiaofei, and Xiaofei's safety will be threatened. Sister, what should I do? I can only ask my aunt to pay more attention to Xiaofei, and let my aunt take care of Xiaofei as much as possible." At this time, the phone on the desk rang, and Solanum Nigrum answered, "What's the matter?" After hearing this, Solanum Nigrum nodded. "Okay, I understand. Invite him to my office." "Sister, are you a client? Then let's leave first." "It's okay. Stay here. The person who came is from Xiaofei's company." Longwen was a little puzzled and said, "Isn't Xiaofei doing arms and mercenary business? It stands to reason that he sent people here, so it's impossible for him to discuss business with us. Our business has nothing to do with them, right?" Long Xin patted Long Wen's head directly and scolded with a smile. "My silly third sister, you forgot. My aunt once said that many of their properties have been taken by Xiaofei. I guess he sent them. Now the people who come here should be able to cooperate with our company in related industries. Long Xian then turned to the elder sister and asked, "Then, elder sister, what company did Xiaofei send here?" Tianyi Chip Manufacturing Company. The companies under our company are engaged in software, and we can indeed cooperate. On the night of the second day after the terrorist attack on Stunk, local colonial satellite troops from various places have dispatched troops to assist the local government of Colonial Satellite Number 5 to maintain order and arrange for citizens of Colonial Satellite Number 5 to evacuate by transport ship, escorted by local army troops to settle down in various colonial satellites. Citizens gradually evacuated Colonial Satellite Number 5 by transport ship. Terrorist attacks still occur in Colonial Satellite Number 5 from time to time, and the battle is still going on. Some places have suffered serious damage, and even a big hole has been broken in some places. Although remedies have been carried out, it does not help, and it is only a delay. It's just time for Colony 5 to fall apart. Colonial Satellite Number 5 has a population of over 3 million. By the morning of the third day after the terrorist attack, in nearly 10 hours, 100 of the 200 spaceships that have arrived so far have been filled with citizens. A spaceship can carry no more than 2,000 citizens. Of course, there are also some citizens who own private airships or spaceships. The owners of these private airships or spaceships usually arrange for their family and relatives to board the ship first, then arrange for friends to board the ship, and finally consider letting strangers get on board together. These private airships or spaceships then follow the 100 spaceships that are now leaving Colony 5, escorted by local military units. Currently, nearly 200,000 citizens have left Colonial Satellite Number 5 and headed to other colonial satellites. At present, there are still more than 2.9 million people who can stay in the colonial satellite. Many citizens are learning that 100 of the 200 spaceships have already left with a full load of people, and the remaining 100 spaceships can only take away 200,000 people at most. Soon, the citizens who remained on Colonial Satellite Number 5 began to riot, spreading throughout the refuge area. All of a sudden, many relevant government personnel and local troops have aggravated their work, and more efforts must be made to appease the fear of the citizens. The president of the state of Stunk appeased the fears of the citizens, appeared in front of the citizens, and assured the citizens that the spaceships would come one after another. At present, only the first batch of spaceships came, and the next spaceships would bring them. With all the citizens leaving, the president, in order to reassure the citizens, even stated that he would stay here and would advance and retreat with all the citizens, which made many restless citizens feel relieved. At noon on the third day, another 50-ship space fleet arrived at Colony V. Relevant government officials arranged for citizens to evacuate one after another. Long Fei was in his room, lying on the bed and looking at the current reports. He lost 6 105 milliseconds daggers, 3 dueling daggers, and 2 storm daggers. The ground troops were killed in battle. A total of 17 people were seriously injured. 36 people and 112 people with minor injuries. 112 of the lightly injured have recovered, and 12 of the seriously injured have recovered from treatment and can rejoin the battle. The other 23 are being treated, and one has been successfully treated but has been paralyzed. Full body paralysis. Long Fei immediately sat up from the bed. Long Fei continued to read the information. The wounded person who was completely paralyzed was a 13-year-old boy. Nerve disconnection leads to paralysis, and surgery is necessary, but the success rate is extremely low, only about 10%. After looking at the information, Long Fei stroked his chin and said to himself, injecting nanometers in the Alea consciousness system in addition to forming the protruding interface on the spine. The machine will form the Alea consciousness system in the area from the back of the brain to the brainstem. But before that, it is necessary to perform the nanosurgical neurosurgery that I have mastered, and it may be possible to destroy his nerves. After repairing it, among the materials and technologies I have, if I want to transform this child, the success rate is only about 50%. A 13-year-old boy. According to the original work I know, the surgical transformation of the Alea consciousness system, the target must be a child in the growth period, and a 13-year-old boy must come up with an improved version of the Alea consciousness system surgery. For surgical transformation, According to the original book, I remember that the blonde-haired male Maurice performed Alea consciousness surgery as an adult. If this is the case, the success rate is about 50%. Long Fei got up and opened his desk drawer to check. Fortunately, I have brought nanomachines for injection. You can try it. After speaking, Long Fei left the room and went to the medical room. Boss, what's wrong with you? The medical soldier saw Long Fei walk into the medical room and immediately got up and asked. It's okay. I just came to see the paralyzed young soldier. Boss, he is now lying on the 4th hospital bed. When Long Fei came to the hospital bed number 4, he saw the paralyzed brown-haired young mercenary lying on the hospital bed with broken eyes. When the young mercenary saw the boss Long Fei coming in front of him, he didn't call the boss, but continued to look at the ceiling. I know that you are now a paralyzed person, and it will hit you very hard. I don't want to say anything to comfort you. I just came to discuss something with you. Boss, do you want to throw me away like trash? The young mercenary asked with a painful expression. At the moment, I don't want to throw you away like garbage. Then what is my use value? Maybe some of my organs are still useful. Are you trying to capture me and sell my organs to squeeze out my last value? The young mercenary spoke pessimistically as if resigned to his fate. I really can't do something like catching people and selling their organs. I'm just here to discuss something with you. That is, I have a kind of surgery that might make you stand up again. Hearing that he could still stand up, the young mercenary regained some spirit with his broken eyes, turned his head to look at Long Fei and asked in a slightly excited tone, Can I really stand up again? Then please do it for me right away. Operation. It is indeed possible, but I have to discuss with you first. This operation may not be successful. Of course, once it fails, you can perform the 2nd and 3rd times. However, the more operations you perform, the more pain you will endure. It's going to get bigger, and it's also possible that you're going to die with the surgery. It's better to let me die on the operating table than let me lie in the hospital and be a useless person. Okay, I understand. Give me some time. I'm going to get ready. After finishing speaking, Long Fei turned and left, walked a few steps, stopped, turned to the young mercenary, and said, By the way, I have seen from your information, I remember your name is Maris. Yes, boss. You were born on an asteroid, and the trafficking organization trafficked you to our Tianyi mercenary group. After receiving a series of training from us, you can become a member of the ground force. Yes, boss. Well, then I understand. If you take a good rest for the time being and maintain an optimistic attitude, it will help your surgery success rate to a certain extent. After finishing speaking, Long Fei walked out of the medical room. Long Fei thought in his heart, My Lizzie, this young man's mobile suit operation skills are very poor. As a member of the ground force, his overall ability evaluation is only moderate. If the surgical transformation of the Alea consciousness system is successful, will he be able to use it? It will be the same as the original work. The brain will simulate the formation of an organ that masters spatial cognition, and when connected to the body, the pilot's brain can directly process the information of the body. But anyway, it can be treated as inhumane in the original work. I don't know if this surgical operation is leaked out. I don't know if it will be called inhumane. Forget it. We have to prepare for the operation of Maris now. As time progressed, more and more spaceships arrived at Colonial Satellite Number 5, taking the citizens of Colonial Satellite Number 5 away one after another. At the mooring place on the artificial coast, Tianyi mercenaries helped the local government maintain order, allowing citizens to take spaceships. Wearing a Spartan uniform, Tao Xiang watched her colleagues maintaining order not far away and was directing some citizens to the spaceship. Most of the citizens are either sitting on the ground or setting up tents and waiting to board the spaceship. Of course, not every citizen is that cooperative. Some citizens simply don't follow the instructions, either forcing their way in or not cooperating, and even insulting the government officials who maintain order. At this time, a tall man forcibly stepped in, depriving a woman holding a child of the qualification to board the spaceship first. A female government official stepped forward to stop it immediately, and even asked the tall man to obey the rules. The tall man not only refused to obey, but also directly insulted the female government officials. Although some citizens took out their mobile suits to take pictures, the tall man didn't care at all, and even yelled, "Take Pat. Keep shooting. Take better pictures. I don't care." I want to leave now to save my life. This gentleman asks you to cooperate. First, let this woman and child board the spaceship first. Can you wait for the next batch? The female government personnel still earnestly persuaded. Why do I have to cooperate? I am also a taxpayer. I have to go on a spaceship now. You don't care. Sir, please cooperate. Get out. The tall man stretched out his hand and pushed the female government official to the ground. This person is too much. He is not the only one who suffers, so can't he be considerate of others? People's government personnel are only responsible for maintaining order, and they don't care about the life and death of our people. Many people pointed at this tall man. What are you doing? Speak louder if you want to say something. If you have the ability, speak louder to me. Let me listen. What do you want to say about me, The tall man shouted at the people around him even more provocatively. The arrogant appearance of the tall man made many people at the scene dare not speak out. At this time, 3 Tiani mercenaries came to this tall man. What are you doing? A group of mercenaries who use money to do things. You are doing things with money from our own country. I am a taxpayer, and I am also your boss. Please maintain order for me. What do you want to do when you come to me? Gauda the man's tone was very arrogant, and his voice became louder and louder. The Tiani mercenaries didn't take his words seriously, and one of them directly took the of his gun and greeted him in the face. The tall man screamed directly. His mouth spurted blood, several teeth flew out of his mouth, and he sat down on the ground directly. At this moment, everyone on the scene exclaimed. Even the people who took pictures with their mobile suits immediately caught up with the shooting of the scene just now. The tall man was slapped in the face, pointed at the few Tiani mercenaries in front of him, and cursed. How dare you hit me? I'm going to complain to you. Hey, what do you want to do? Stop, don't hit me. The 3 Tiani mercenary regiments beat and kicked the tall man directly, and the tall man could only put his head in his hands and beg for mercy. When the female government personnel who were pushed down before saw it, they immediately wanted to pull the 3 Tiani mercenaries away. If one of the mercenaries directly pulled the female government personnel away, they would point at her and tell her not to meddle in her own business. You can't hit people like this. Seeing that the dissuasion was ineffective, the female government personnel could only quickly call their colleagues to help. But the colleagues who rushed over were pointed at by other Tiani mercenaries holding military sticks, warning them not to take another step, or they would be beaten. Soon, this scene was not only filmed by the public. Even the live broadcast media reporters also filmed the atrocities of the Tiani mercenaries, which quickly spread throughout the world. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Where are the police? Where are the government personnel? Hurry up and save me. When you're okay, you still provoke the government officials, and when you have something, you still ask for help. Who do you think you are? The mercenary cursed while beating. After the tall man was beaten until his head was bleeding, one of the mercenaries lifted him up with one hand, pinching his throat, and asked, Now, do you want to obey the rules and cooperate well? The tall man who was beaten into a pig's face immediately nodded and said, I am willing to cooperate and obey the rules. The mercenary directly kicked Gao Danon away and kicked his ass. Go back. The tall man ran back to his original position by rolling and crawling. Another mercenary pointed to the woman holding the child and said, You, take your child on the spaceship. Hurry up, don't waste time. Yes. Thank you, we will be right away. After the woman thanked, she hurriedly took the child to the spaceship. Before, the mercenary who held the female government personnel said to the female government personnel, See, if you deal with this kind of person, if you don't listen to it, just beat him up, and then reason with him. And if you don't listen again, just beat him again until he is obedient. However, you can't treat people with violence like this. The female government personnel couldn't agree with what the Tiani mercenaries did just now. It's about this time, and you still have to talk about civilized methods. You have a good brain. The mercenary rolled his eyes directly. At this time, a mercenary said with a loudspeaker, You have all seen what happened just now. If you don't cooperate well and still want to provoke, the man just now is your best example. Next, I would be happy to take you to the little black room and teach you the principles of life. Now, immediately, obediently return to your original positions and wait for arrangements. Some of the people obediently returned to their original positions, while the rest remained on the sidelines. I'm so violent. The mercenary with a loudspeaker pulled out his pistol from his belt holster and shot directly at the feet of the people in the front. A bang gunshot directly frightened the people into riots. If you don't want to eat bullets, get out of here immediately. I'll count down to 3 times. Otherwise, the bullets will have no eyes. The other mercenaries pulled out their rifles and loaded them. 3. The mercenary with the loudspeaker just started to count down to 3, and the people watching the scene and the people holding the mobile suit filming were all scared and ran back to their original positions. Even the reporters and photographers who broadcast the live broadcast tried their best to stay away from the scene for fear of being shot. The mercenary holding the loudspeaker said, "There are really a group of scumbags. They are really disobedient if they don't receive a beating or a warning." After speaking, the Tianyi mercenaries returned to their positions and continued order. Tao Xiang, who was watching from a distance, shook her head when she saw this admiration and said, "There are really some people in this world who are mean, and they are really disobedient if they don't get beaten." They left the scene. The scene just now has spread throughout the entire international network, and many netizens feel that some people in the world are really cheap, and they are really disobedient if they don't get slashed. It's at this time, if you don't cooperate well, the workload of government personnel will increase, which will affect the evacuation at that time. You can't blame the government for negligence. There are really some people who have to be beaten up to cooperate with the government's work. Some people are just cheap. There are also some people on the internet who disapprove of Tianyi mercenaries using such extreme means to maintain order, accusing them of using civilized means to teach the masses. However, there are also many netizens who feel that it is acceptable for the Tianyi mercenaries to use such means at this time. It is an extraordinary time and an extraordinary means. On the internet, there are polarized views on the methods of the Tianyi mercenary group, with some agreeing and some opposing. The Tianyi mercenary group used this method to maintain order, and it also spread to all the people in the 5th colonial satellite who were still waiting for rescue. Soon, the local government found that once there were Tianyi mercenaries to maintain order, the local people would be more willing to cooperate obediently and would not dare to make trouble. In order to get the people to evacuate the number 5 colonial satellite as soon as possible, the local government asked the Tianyi mercenary group to send some mercenary squads to go through the motions in some places to scare the disobedient masses. Sure enough, when a few Tianyi mercenaries walked to a certain place with rifles on their backs and army sticks in their hands, as long as someone challenged the government officials and refused to cooperate, when they saw Tianyi mercenaries coming to the scene, they immediately ran back to their original positions, obediently arrangement of personnel waiting for the government. "Whoever you are, get out of here immediately." A Tianyi mercenary greeted the people who were being inserted with a military stick. The people who were beaten in the back were crying for their fathers and mothers and ran back quickly. Do you want to step in?" A mercenary pointed at a civilian who had left his position with a military stick. No, I just want to go to the bathroom." "Go." The Tianyi mercenaries dealt with those who were unwilling to cooperate, regardless of men or women. They directly greeted them with military sticks. As long as the Tianyi mercenaries don't fight too hard, the local government personnel will basically pretend not to see it. This made the responsible government personnel a lot easier. Why did Colonel Shrek arrange some mercenaries to go elsewhere to help maintain order? The main reason is that the local government is willing to pay them, so Colonel Shrek is willing to send some mercenaries to other places to help maintain order. For days after the terrorist attack, the bad news came. The spaceships that were sent to other colonial satellites carried people mixed with militants and launched terrorist attacks on the local colonial satellites, causing panic in the local colonial satellites. There was an explosion attack on the spaceship halfway, causing the death of the entire spaceship. This has also attracted the attention of international countries. Although the leaders of various countries condemned the terrorist attack, they also accused the country of Dunk for its negligence. The president of the country of Dunki issued an edict of guilt in the live news, acknowledging his negligence, and believed that it was his negligence that caused the casualties of the people, for which he had an inescapable responsibility. He even said that after this matter is over, whether he stays or leaves will be decided by members of Congress for voting. "I'm sorry, sir. Please open the luggage. We have to check it." A staff member is checking the luggage. "No problem, sir. You can go aboard the spaceship." Everyone at the scene lined up in an orderly manner, handing over their ID cards for verification and luggage inspection. The reason why the people cooperated so much was because the actions of the Tianyi mercenaries had deterred the people in the past few days. The people cooperated very obediently and did not want to suffer pain. Suddenly, a commotion broke out before the hatch of a spaceship closed. Stop! Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots sounded. It was the militants who mixed in with the crowd. The moment they handed over their luggage, they pulled out a pistol from their waist and shot at the staff, killing them one after another. Panic was caused in an instant, and the crowd at the scene ran away in fright. The armed men immediately took out a rifle from their luggage and were about to shoot at the fleeing crowd, but a bullet hit him in the head and killed him on the spot. After checking the corpse, a Tianyi mercenary wearing a combat uniform checked the suitcase for other items. After checking it, he immediately gestured. The other colleagues immediately evacuated the nearby crowd. There used to be a bomb in the suitcase, and it was a time bomb. The countdown of the time bomb is still 24 hours away. It is estimated that after the spacecraft flies away, it will explode and cause damage to the spacecraft. Immediately arrange bomb disposal experts to dismantle the bomb. At this time, riots broke out in another place, and militants who mixed into the crowd suddenly drew their guns and fired at the crowd, causing countless casualties in an instant. Although the nearby military police shot and killed them immediately, there were already many innocent people who were shot to death at the scene. Immediately afterwards, in different areas, militants who mingled with the people suddenly launched an attack. Although they were killed quickly, many people were killed or injured. Even in the artificial coastal area where Saintess Aina's space fleet and the Tianyi Mercenary Corps' fleet were located, militants who mixed into the crowd also attacked. Many corpses fell in a pool of blood, and some children or adults hugged the corpses of their dead relatives and cried miserably. Many wounded were lying on the ground crying. Saintess Aina immediately asked her subordinates to treat the injured quickly. The medical personnel who rushed to the scene saw the subordinates of the Tianyi mercenaries and Saintess Aina trying their best to rescue the seriously injured. Even Tianyi mercenaries took stretchers and immediately sent those seriously injured people who were in a dying state to their battleships, preparing to use the medical cabin for treatment, trying to pull these seriously injured people back from the gate of hell. But the scene was also very chaotic. Many people wanted to run into the battleship of the Tianyi mercenaries or the spaceship of Saint Aina. But worried that militants would mix in with the crowd, they could only keep out. The Tianyi mercenaries who wanted to send those dying and seriously injured into the battleship were also blocked outside. Can you open a way for us to go in? A Tianyi mercenary contacted his colleagues in the battleship. No, we are now very reluctant to block the rush of the masses, and we really can't open a way for you. Then can drones be used to transport seriously injured people? Give us 10 seconds for this, and we will arrange it immediately. Soon, many floating drones flew out of the battleship and flew over the stretchers, connecting the stretchers to send the seriously injured into the battleship, and then the mercenaries in the battleship sent them to the medical cabin. Tao Xiang and some colleagues tried their best to treat the wounded outside, but unfortunately, they only had some emergency medical supplies on them, so they had to ask the mothership for medical supplies. There are also countless international media broadcasting the current chaotic situation live. Mom, a girl was shaking her seriously injured mother. This scene was also filmed by reporters, and there were only other people around watching, and no one offered a helping hand. Tao Xiang pushed away the crowd, knelt down to check the wounds of the seriously injured mother, and found that as a mother, she was shot in the chest and heart, and the bullet was in the heart. Tao Xiang could only inject the last dose of healing gel on her body next to the mother's wound. The bullet quickly came out of the mother's wound, and the wound healed quickly. Tao Xiang checked the mother's condition and found that the mother was not in any danger at this time, but her body was very weak and needed some care. The whole process was also photographed by reporters. Even Tao Xiang's appearance was also photographed. Who of you can help me and take care of this mother? Tao Xiang asked the people around her. The people around didn't respond. They just continued to watch. Help me. Just take care of it for a while. Tao Xiang continued to ask the people around her. The people around the scene either left the scene or continued to stay where they were with indifferent expressions. One young man even said, "What does this matter have to do with us? Why should we help?" The expressions of the people next to him agreed. Slap. A slap sounded. Tao Xiang slapped the man directly. You selfish villain. When can you still say such indifferent words now? This is not your enemy. But he has the same ID card as you, my compatriots. It's okay if you don't help, and you still say such stupid words. Don't even think about it. If things happen to you, when others treat you like this, how would you feel? If you can't do it by watching and helping each other, please don't fall into trouble. It hurts. You woman dared to hit me. Reporter, did you see it? Take a picture of this woman and see how violent this mercenary group is. Pa! Was another slap, and Tao Xiang scolded. There's no need to be a rogue. You should be beaten, a coward. Tao Xiang then cursed at the people around her. If you people don't want to help, just leave, don't stand by, and watch the fire from the other side. When something happens to you, I want to see if you want someone to save you, or someone else just stand by and watch indifferently like you, and then speak selfishly like that coward just now. Tao Xiang's scolding made many people at the scene bow their heads in shame, and then someone took care of the mother. Tao Xiang shook her head and left the scene. In this scene, many netizens watched the whole incident. This beauty beats well. This beauty is really right. Stunk people are really selfish. In the Tianyi mercenary fleet, many drones flew out from the hatches of many battleships. The drones delivered many healing items and sent them to the Tianyi mercenaries outside. The Tianyi mercenaries who received the healing items continued to treat the injured people. Immediately afterwards, explosions occurred one after another in various areas, causing more serious casualties in an instant. The scene turned into hell, and the people panicked even more. Many people dropped their luggage and crossed the checkpoint, just to rush into the spacecraft and leave the scene quickly. The military and police officers in charge of maintaining order have increased the pressure. In addition to catching those people who crossed the checkpoint, they also have to appease the people. It's just that the fear of the people at this time has reached a critical point. Only because the explosion marks left at the scene, there are also stumped limbs and broken feet, and corpses scattered all over the field. Like being in hell. Bang! Tao Xiang shot and killed a militant who was trying to detonate the bomb. Looking at the militant she killed, Tao Xiang felt a nausea. Tao Xiang covered her mouth with one hand, took a deep breath, and forcibly endured the nausea. This was the first time she shot someone to death, and it was at such a close range. At this time, Tao Xiang didn't think so much, so she had to cheer herself up quickly. Because there is a crisis hidden around, and the threat of death hangs over his head at all times. Many international media are reporting on the terrorist attack at this time, and many innocent people have been killed. At this time, some countries have sent rescue forces to carry out humanitarian assistance. On the other side, Long Fei was performing surgery on the Alea consciousness system for Maris at this time, and he didn't know what was happening outside at this time. At the end of the operation, although Long Fei felt that the operation was successful, he had to wait for Max to wake up and check the situation before he could confirm whether the operation was really successful. When walking out of the operating room, Long Fei saw that the mercenaries were very busy at this time. So Long Fei stopped a mercenary and asked what was going on. After hearing the mercenary tell the story of the future, Long Fei immediately went to the command room. Colonel Shrek was a little surprised when he saw Long Fei walk into the command room. It was the first time he saw the boss wearing surgical clothes. Boss, were you performing surgery to rescue the injured just now? I was just performing surgery on a paralyzed mercenary. I want to know what happened during this stage of my surgery. Boss, the thing is like this. Shrek explained the whole thing in detail. Long Fei frowned and asked, now that all our treatment cabins have been put into use, is it impossible to rescue a wounded person at this time? Yes, boss. How much healing gel is left? Less than 10% left. Have you requested support from the headquarters? I had this hunch a few days ago, so I requested these supplies from the headquarters very early, and the commander-in-chief has already sent a fleet to deliver the resources. Well, how many days? At full speed, it will take about 4 days if there are no accidents. Can it go any faster? No, boss, it's already the fastest speed. Long Fei stretched out his hands to cover his forehead, shook his head, and said, I never thought that such a thing would happen to a guard entrustment. It's really unexpected. Well, there is one more thing to report. That is, the fleet that came to deliver the resources. They also sent the developed Barbados and Astaroth Gundam. If I remember correctly, these 2 Gundams have just been built, and they were sent over directly. Don't they need to be adjusted and tested? When it's delivered, they'll make some relevant adjustments. Forget it. When it is delivered, I will make some adjustments myself. Just as Long Fei was about to leave and return to his room, Shrek stopped Long Fei. Boss, can I ask you a question? The newly developed and manufactured Barbados and Astaroth Gundams are equipped with a system called the Elias system. What kind of system is this, and how is it different from the PX system you developed before, boss? I'll explain this another day. Long Fei directly left the command room and returned to his room to rest. A spate of terrorist attacks in various places has slowed down the progress of evacuating people. You can see the drone shooting from above, and every road is crowded with people. In addition to the panic and casualties caused by the terrorist attacks, there were even people who were trampled to death during the escape process. At this time, there are still nearly 1.5 million people waiting to be evacuated from the 5th Colony satellite. At this time, the 5th Colony satellite is getting closer and closer to the crisis of falling apart. It is estimated that it can only last for 5 days at most. Colonial satellites all over the country of Stunk sent a large number of spaceships to the 5th colonial satellite. The 3 countries of Krusha, Magia, and Dak were once attacked by Stunk. After signing the armistice agreement, the leaders of the 3 countries issued orders to send transport ships and spaceships after they returned to their own country. Go to the 5th colony satellite of the country of Stunk and help the country evacuate its citizens. The actions of the 3 countries have attracted the surprise of many countries in the world. These 3 countries have been devastated by the War of Stunk. Although an armistice agreement has been signed with the country a few days ago, the hatred between the countries still remains. Now, the 3 kingdoms not only did not take the opportunity to make trouble, but instead offered assistance, which made the forces of all countries puzzled. The leaders of the 3 countries of Krusha, Mega, and Dox issued a joint statement. The war launched by the country of Stunk has caused casualties in our victimized countries. We have not forgotten that this kind of family and country hatred will be imprinted in the hearts of our descendants from generation to generation. But we in the 3 kingdoms do not want to let the hatred go on. Keep on hating. Sadness will follow the hatred and cover everyone. I express regret for the suffering that the country of Stunk has suffered at this time, and I don't want to take the opportunity to make things worse. And I just hope that the hatred will end here so far. We in the 3 kingdoms have decided to let go of our hatred and help. And we only hope that the Donkey Kingdom will forever remember the evil deeds we committed back then, and we can sincerely repent and not repeat the same mistakes. The joint statement of the 3 countries instantly won applause and praise from many countries in the world. In the colonial area of District 7, many countries that are still at war saw the joint declaration of the 3 countries, which aroused resonance among the people and even affected the government and those in power. People from all over the world spontaneously walked on the streets and sat down to ask the country to stop the war, hoping that the war that caused hatred and sorrow would stop. The people yearn for peace, but the government in power finds itself in a difficult situation. A secret internet circle. At this moment, many people are projecting videos to discuss the current affairs. Every projected video is blurred. Not only can the appearance of the characters not be seen clearly, even the sound has been processed. I didn't expect the joint declaration of those 3 small countries to affect our interests. The war cannot be stopped, otherwise our interests will be damaged. We have to find a way to expand the war. Then let other colonial satellites suffer terrorist attacks, and then frame each other, and let the home countries of these countries hate each other more and more, so that they can't let go of their hatred until one of them perishes. The 5th colony satellite of the Stunk Kingdom, with the continuous terrorist attacks, slowed down the evacuation plan, and the 5th colony satellite was getting closer and closer to falling apart. On the 6th day, nearly half of the area's equipment could not be activated, making it look like a dead city. All the medical warehouses of the Tianyi mercenary battleship are already overloaded. After one wounded person is cured, another seriously wounded person is put in immediately. The healing gel has been exhausted at this time, and the wounded can only be treated with traditional methods. At this time, there are still more than 1.2 million people in the colonial satellite waiting to be evacuated, and many spaceships are already lined up outside the colonial satellite, entering and leaving the port one after another. The emergency crisis response team of the relevant department in charge of crisis management is arranging to release some space suits to the people in the rear at this time, so that the people waiting to evacuate in the rear should put on space suits first in case the colonial satellite falls apart in advance. At this time, Long Fei was checking the situation of Maris, who was undergoing surgery in the Alea consciousness system from above. At this moment, Maris can walk, run, and so on completely like a normal person. Maris even felt better than his previous reflexes. Li Xiuqing, Aviana, and Tao Xiang stood beside Long Fei, and many members of the ground troops were watching Maris state at this time. No one thought that Long Fei would perform surgery and even make a severely injured and paralyzed person able to move freely again. Many people have noticed that protruding device on the nape of Maris' neck. Many people want to know what that is. Boss, what's that thing on the back of that man's neck? Awina asked Long Fei, pointing at the back of his neck. The device on the back of his neck is called the Alea consciousness system. Tao Xiang frowned when she heard the Alea consciousness system and said to Long Fei, "There is an old saying in my hometown that Alea consciousness is a sacrifice. In my world, Alea consciousness can be called the first all-conscious seed consciousness in Buddhist language, or the all-encompassing basic consciousness in Hindi. Forget it. Some languages and ancient languages in this world and my original world there is no need to explain the difference." Long Fei thought to himself, feeling that there was no need to explain. After many people glanced at Tao Hua, more people looked at Long Fei, wanting to know what is so special about the Alea consciousness system created by their boss. Well, Long Fei was in a bit of a dilemma. It was also difficult for him to explain the Alea consciousness system, so he had to take out the projection disc, directly explain the information of the Alea consciousness system, and projected it out for everyone to see. Everyone looked at the material explanation of the Alea consciousness system, and the more they looked down, everyone's expression changed. Some looked heavy, some looked ugly, and some looked very shocked. No matter what everyone's expressions are, what they all wait for the ability of the Alea consciousness system is amazement and a trace of fear. My God, once the restriction of the Alea consciousness system is removed, the MS can be improved a lot. The disadvantage will cause the driver's brain to be unable to bear the amount of information and become dizzy. If it can bear it, then the driver's operating ability and the ability of the driver will be greatly improved at the same time, but it may cause some body parts of the pilot to be paralyzed after the battle and may even die during the battle. Aviana spoke louder and louder. Her mouth full of surprise can't open and close. A mercenary sighed and said, "This Alea consciousness system is like a demon in a fantasy novel. Humans sign a contract with the demon. In order to obtain the powerful power of the demon, human beings sacrifice their bodies to the demon in exchange for the powerful demon. The power of..." Long Fei didn't say anything, but with a face of approval, he said in his heart, "Sometimes I always feel that this system is like signing a contract with the devil, using my life or body as a sacrifice to the devil. Iron-blooded orphan, the 72 Gundams are named after the names of the 72 demon gods. It is said that King Solomon sacrificed himself to the demon King Beria in exchange for the help of the 72 demon gods in order to gain powerful power. The Alea consciousness system is like the medium of sacrifice is the same." Li Xiuqing's neck was a little stiff, and he turned to Long Fei and said, "Old Fei, you have developed something incredible. You might as well be direct and say that I created something against humanity. It really feels anti-human. But it is undeniable that people who accept the Alea consciousness system can indeed greatly improve the technology of manipulating MS, which can be regarded as improving the power of human beings. The surgical failure rate of the Alea consciousness system is very high. Maris was already paralyzed at that time, and he happened to be a young boy in the developmental period, and he was willing to accept the surgical operation of the Alea consciousness system. Unexpectedly, a single operation made him successful. In fact, at that time, I was just a dead horse as a living horse doctor, and I was completely not sure that the operation would be successful." Tao Xiang interjected, "As long as it is not mandatory to perform Alea consciousness system surgery for others, as long as the person concerned is voluntary, I don't think it is anti-humanity. Besides, you are letting a paralyzed person stand up again. Speaking of which, This operation also has merits. Long Fei listened and nodded. In fact, he did not explain the surgery of the Alea consciousness system. In fact, he also mixed in other technologies. That technology can indeed allow paralyzed people to move again, but the mobility of the person involved will be affected. Far worse than before. This is a kind of nanomechanical technology that he read in a science fiction novel. In the world of that novel, if many people become paralyzed, few people are willing to accept that kind of treatment and would rather transform their bodies into artificial limbs mechanization. Long Fei combined the therapeutic nanomechanical technology with the Alea consciousness system's injection nanomechanical technology. The two technologies combined their strengths into one, thus improving the success rate of Alea consciousness system surgery. When Long Fei was preparing to develop the Barbados Gundam, he had already started researching it. If he only relied on the injection nanomachines of the Alea consciousness system to perform surgical operations, Maris' operation might fail, and he would continue to be paralyzed in bed, waiting for the next Alea consciousness system surgery. At this time, a mercenary wearing an officer's uniform came to Long Fei and whispered a report. "I know you go back. Maris, come here." Maris immediately came to Long Fei. "Boss, what are your orders? When the new Gundam comes, I will arrange for you to test it to see how compatible you are with the Alea consciousness system." Everyone at the scene looked at Maris. Gundam is a MS that only ace pilots can drive. Maris was just an ordinary member of the ground force before. After Alea's knowledge system surgery, the boss actually arranged for him to drive the Gundam. "Boss, I drive. Hi, Gundam," Maris said, stuttering excitedly, pointing at himself. "Don't be too happy. I'm just testing to see if the Alea consciousness system is really as good as the theory. Now I will arrange the MS driver to teach you how to operate the MS. Don't wait until the day of the test. It's still a super giant rookie." After Long Fei finished speaking, he turned and left the scene. It is getting closer and closer to the time when the colony satellite number 5 of Stunk Kingdom falls apart. In order to speed up the progress, let the remaining people give up their luggage. As long as there is no problem found in the body search when entering the checkpoint, the people will be allowed to board the spaceship immediately. On the 9th day, the colony satellite of Stunk 5 began to fall apart, and there were still 200,000 people left. In order to allow more people to escape, Saint Aina ordered her space fleet to be opened for the people to ride. Take Colonel Shrek. This Saint Aina is really a saint. She never left from the beginning to the end, and even went to condolences to the wounded and these people from time to time. I really broke into a cold sweat for her, and I didn't even know her. Go to condolences to these people and the wounded, while some militants get in and kill her. As you said, boss, she is indeed a saint. That's why she has such a great reputation in the world. Captain, Saintess Aina has asked us to open the warship to accommodate the public, and she can reimburse the expenses incurred. The correspondent reported to Colonel Shrek. Accepting her request, the people who are taken in must first be checked and searched. The correspondent then reported new information to Colonel Shrek. Captain, Saintess Aina told us to follow their space fleet to the 4th colony satellite of the Kingdom of Stunk. Colonel Shrek rolled his eyes and said in his heart, "Isn't this nonsense? We still charge her daily guard commission fee. Tell Her Majesty, we know." Colonel Shrek ordered all the mercenaries not to call me boss at this time, and call me Captain Long. Long Fei gave the order. Colonel Shrek understood what Long Fei meant. The main reason was that he was worried that someone would know his identity when he took in the people, and it would cause great trouble at that time. At this time, many international media reporters were wearing space suits to report. It can be clearly seen from a distance, and the colony has begun to crack. When the cracks became more and more widespread, famous international media reporters also rushed onto the spaceship, and some international media reporters even ran into the battleship of the Tianyi mercenaries. When the colony satellite number 5 of the Donkey Kingdom fell apart, fortunately all the people had boarded the spaceship and evacuated. A beautiful yellow reporter and his cameraman are from the Weiyang radio station of the Hanxia Empire, and they are broadcasting live on a battleship at this time. Dear audience friends, the colony satellite of the Stone Kingdom, V, has fallen apart. Fortunately, all the people have already boarded the spaceship and left. The spaceship I am currently on is the flagship of the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group. From the known information, The name of this battleship, Ms. Mothership, is Albion, Ms. Mothership. At this time, the beautiful reporter interviewed a man who was sitting on the ground. Hello, sir. I am Wang Xiuling, a reporter from Weiyang radio station. What are your plans for the future? I don't know. I don't know what to do next when something like this happens. This gentleman asks you to cheer up, and please cheer up. Wang Xiuling continued to interview other people. Everyone's face showed helplessness, even a look of despair. Some were unwilling to respond, and some of the responses were similar to those of the people she just interviewed. Wang Xiuling took her photographer and wanted to interview the commander of the Tianyi mercenaries, but unfortunately, she was ordered by other mercenaries to return to her original position immediately after she had only walked a few steps. Brother mercenary, I just want to interview some things. Please cooperate with my work. Cooperate with your work. Then who will cooperate with my work? My job is to keep an eye on you and not allow you to run around at will. If you break some equipment, you are the only ones to ask. Each warship carries a lot of people at once, which creates some burdens, such as the burden of food, which is under control. Everyone's food is allocated fixedly, and they can't eat as much as they want as usual. How many? When it was lunchtime, the people and the mercenaries were eating in restaurants, and Wang Xiuling and her cameraman were filming live while holding the plates. Each person has a small plate of fried rice, 2 sandwiches, a piece of chocolate bread, a pack of milk, and a glass of boiled water. Long Fei also happened to come to the restaurant for dinner at this time, holding a plate in his hand, looking for a seat. Big brother, this way. A little girl waved to Long Fei. Long Fei followed the voice, and it turned out to be Sophia. Sophia was sitting next to her mother, and someone on the right side just left, so Long Fei sat on the right side of the mother and daughter to eat. That, sir, I still don't know what your name is. You can call me Captain Long, but I can't bear to call me without your name. Okay, Captain Long. I still don't know what the lady's name is. My name is Lydia. While eating, Long Fei talked to Lydia. Sophia tugged at her mother's sleeve and spoke in her mother's ear. No, Sophia, you already have chocolate bread. You can't take big brothers. Oh, Sophia was a little disappointed. When she was about to pick up her own chocolate bread and eat it, she suddenly found that the chocolate bread on the plate was gone. Mom, my chocolate bun is missing. Why is it missing? Did you eat it just now? Sophia shook her head immediately. No, I didn't eat it. It was clearly on the plate, but suddenly it disappeared. Long Fei looked at a middle-aged man next to Sophia and roughly guessed why Sophia's chocolate bread was missing. Ma'am, give Sophia my chocolate bread. How about that? Ma'am, you're welcome. I've never liked sweets. Give Sophia the milk too. She's still a developing child, so she must get enough nutrition. Long Fei said, putting the chocolate on the table. Bread and milk were thrown in front of Lydia. Thank you, Captain Long. Sophia, hurry up and say thank you to brother. Thank you, brother. Sophia showed a bright smile. Well, Sophia wants to eat well. Long Fei got up and put away the plate, touched the top of Sophia's head, and said goodbye to Lydia. When Long Fei passed by the middle-aged man next to Sophia, he glared at the middle-aged man angrily. This scene was even filmed by Wang Xiuling's photographer. On the barrage, someone accused the middle-aged man next to Sophia of going too far and stealing the little girl's chocolate bread. It's really disrespectful for the old, and I would have given him a big mouth instead. That mercenary is a nice guy. He will also give chocolate bread and milk to the little girl to make her happy. I remember I was broadcasting live on another radio station. The mercenary just now seemed to be a Gundam pilot. The little girl seemed to be the little girl he rescued at that time. The mother and daughter unexpectedly went to the place where the Gundam pilot was. MS Mothership. The photographer immediately reported the matter to Wang Xiuling. Wang Xiuling, who was eating, immediately stopped eating and ran towards Long Fei with the photographer. When Long Fei was about to walk out of the cafeteria, Wang Xiuling and her photographer stood in front of Long Fei. Long Fei couldn't help frowning. Mr. Mercenary, some netizens said that you are a Gundam pilot. May I ask what kind of MS a Gundam is? Can you tell everyone? Long Fei refused to pay attention to the female reporter in front of him. When Long Fei walked out of the cafeteria door, the female reporter immediately stood in front of Long Fei. Sir, can you answer my question? Impatient, Long Fei reached out and grabbed the female reporter's face, pushed it to the other side, and said, "Get out of the way." Although Wang Xiuling was pushed away by Long Fei like this, She didn't feel any annoyance, but instead asked with a surprised expression, "Sir, are you from the Hanxia Empire?" Long Fei thought to himself, "Just now I accidentally spoke Chinese and Xia language." Then he asked angrily, "So what if I'm from the Hanfu Empire?" Wang Xiuling immediately said with a smile on her face, "Mr. and I are from the same country, so we are compatriots. Compatriots are 3/3 relatives. I hope that Mr. can introduce himself, just like the audience of the live broadcast is also our compatriots. Let's say hello." Long Fei felt a little uncomfortable with the casual relationship-seeking behavior of the female reporter in front of him, so he directly gestured to a few mercenaries not far away. Several mercenaries directly took Wang Xiuling and the photographer away. "Colonel Shrek, at this speed, how many days will it take to reach the 4th colonial satellite of the Stonek Kingdom?" Long Fei frowned, looking at the map displayed on the screen. Colonel Shrek replied, "According to this speed, it will take 6 days at the fastest, and what makes me more headache is that we have to pass through the 6th colonial satellite of the Stonek Kingdom, which has become a hidden reef." "Become a hidden reef, colonial satellite number 6? What do you mean?" Long Fei asked, a little puzzled. Colonel Shrek explained, "It's like this. In the war at that time, when the country of Stunk received a fierce counterattack, the number 6 colonial satellite was the first to bear the brunt. Repelled, but the number 6 colonial satellite was also destroyed in that war. Fortunately, the local people evacuated early, and only the soldiers died. It seems that this country still has a conscience, and will evacuate the people to a safe place first," Zhang Juanhao said with a playful expression. Colonel Shrek shrugged. "The main thing is that I just don't want to talk about infamy, especially these democracies who keep talking about human rights. If this is not done well, they will probably be scolded by other regimes that they regard as dictatorships." Pause. "But having said that, Colonel Shrek, the reef area we are going to cross shouldn't be safe there?" "Yes, it is said that it has become a hiding place for many pirates. Passing through there, we have to play 12 points of mental alertness." "Yeah." Long Fei suddenly thought of something, patted his forehead, and said, "By the way, I almost forgot. When will the resources you call from the headquarters come? If there is no accident, they will catch up with us in 2 days. Okay, remember to let me know when you arrive. I have to adjust the Barbados and Astaroth Gundams myself." The colonial satellite number 4 of the Dunk country, which was destroyed and turned into a reef, was partially torn and shattered into pieces, but some parts remained intact, and some of the equipment was still usable. In colonial satellite number 4, there are 3 old refitted warships gathered together. These 3 warships all have different flags, but the patterns on the flags are mostly skulls. In the command room of a warship, a middle-aged man with gray hair looks very gloomy at the dark-skinned and brown-haired middle-aged man on the left side of the split video on the screen. The middle-aged man with brown hair in the video asked, "Brother Sam, do you really want to do this?" The pirate leader named Sam didn't answer, but asked instead, "What are you doing, Sendak? If it's possible, I really don't want to do it. It's simply sending me to my death." Sendak looked like his mother had died. Sam looked at the black-haired, one-eyed young man on the right side of the split screen and asked, "Brother Fakata, what about you?" Using the MS given to us by the Tengu organization, even if we want to attack the military base of the Stunk country, I can do it without saying a word, but if we are asked to capture the Gundam of the Tiani mercenary group, wouldn't it be let us die, is it? Fukuno said in a very embarrassed way. Sendak continued, "Recent news, look at what those experts commented on the Gundam. It is an unprecedentedly powerful mobile suit, and there are videos to prove that the Gundam has achieved the performance of stopping 100. With our 3 pirate groups, even if we throw all our wealth into it, maybe we will still be wiped out." Sam didn't speak. He was very annoyed by the order of the Tengu organization to embarrass them, but he didn't dare to refuse or resist, because another pirate group was no less powerful than him, and because he refused the order of the Tengu pirates. The result was it was annihilated by the troops sent by the Tengu organization. Sam thought to himself, "We bear all the bad points, and you take all the good points. If it wasn't for my lack of strength, I really want to kill you. It's bad. Our line has been hacked." The pirate announcer reported to Sam in a panic. The announcers of Sendak and Fukada also told the same thing. On the huge screen in front of Sam, another segmented video popped up suddenly. In the video, there was a ghost mask whose gender could not be distinguished, and even the voice was processed by a voice changer. The three gathered together at the same time. Do you want to betray my Tengu organization? No. The three loudly denied in unison. Sam reacted the fastest and immediately explained. We are discussing how to complete the task you gave us. Yes, yes, yes. The other two responded flatteringly. Oh, that's good. What I'm here to inform you is that 2 days later, the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group will follow the fleet of the Kingdom of Stunk to the space fleet that the citizens took to the 4th colonial satellite. Just passing through your area, your mission is to capture Gundam. Fukada asked, My lord, do you want us to capture all the Gundams? Humph. The ghost-masked man sneered and said, It's too difficult for you to capture all the Gundams. You only need to capture one Gundam, and your mission is considered a complete success. The expressions of the three of them were gone. They were so embarrassed before. If they just captured a Gundam, they should be able to do it. The ghost-masked man continued. If you can capture a few more Gundams, the organization will give you unexpected rewards. After hearing the words of the ghost-masked man, the three of them did not feel any disturbance in their hearts. For the three of them, as long as they can capture one Gundam, it is already an overperformance task. They dare not expect to catch a few more Gundams. I look forward to your good news. The ghost-faced giant disconnected after finishing speaking. Sindak asked Sam, Brother Sam, what are you going to do? What can I do? I can only fight. As long as I can capture a Gundam, I will immediately withdraw from the battlefield. Fukada seconded. We can only do that. Your Excellency, another fleet has arrived from the Tianyi mercenary group. What is this fleet here for? Responsible for supplying the escorting fleet. Aren't they going to stop for supplies? No, President, they didn't stop. They sailed and resupplied. How is it possible? The president of the Stone Kingdom stood up directly from his seat. He was born in a military family and knew more or less about those military technologies. This kind of space navigation and replenishment was carried out simultaneously. Even the Garth Empire may not have such technology, and a private armed force actually possessed such technology, which shocked him beyond words. Your Excellency, this is a fact. This is a picture captured remotely by our soldiers. Mu Liao turned on the screen and showed the video to the president. The president of the Stone Kingdom looked at the Tianyi mercenary group and had nothing to say when the two fleets were sailing and replenishing at the same time. Wait a minute, besides the mobile suits they lost, these two wrapped in canvas. Are they Gundams? President Stunk pointed to the two mobile suits wrapped in canvas on the screen. Your Excellency, so far we still don't know, but the current inference has a very high possibility of being Gundam. The two Gundams, Barbados and Astaroth, were delivered to Albion 1. Barbados, the third form, and Astaroth, the first form in the manga version, are being tested at this time. Long Fei was currently adjusting the Barbados Gundam system. Maris was wearing a special Spartan suit and sat in the driver's seat of Barbados. Boss, the OS, system, and software of this Barbados Gundam are completely different from the GIM MS I've piloted before. Maris looked at the equipment in the Barbados cockpit and communicated with Long Fei. This is for sure, and the system software used by Barbados is completely different from the previous Gundam. It uses the Alea system. Without my consent, you cannot connect to the Alea system for the time being. Why? When you are connected to the body, the information of your body will be directly processed by your brain. The information fed back by the body is too heavy for the human brain. If I don't make adjustments, at least you may just have nosebleeds. In severe cases, your head may be burned directly. After listening to Long Fei's explanation, Maris swallowed, feeling a twinge of fear in his heart. Li Xiuqing, who was behind Long Fei, asked, Old Fei, if many people are willing to undergo surgical transformation of the Alea consciousness system, would you be willing to perform surgical transformation for them? Long Fei heard Li Xiuqing's meaning. Xiuqing, you and I have been friends for so many years, I don't want to harm you. The best targets for Alea consciousness system surgery are children and teenagers. The most ideal is in the developmental period. Then for surgical modification, the success rate will be relatively high. And if it is an adult, it is estimated that the failure rate may reach 95%. What Long Fei said was exaggerating and lying. Long Fei didn't want Li Xiuqing to undergo the Alea consciousness system surgery because it was too dangerous. Long Fei really didn't want to do such a dangerous operation for his friend. So I made an excuse. Hearing this, Li Xiuqing's expression was very ugly. He originally wanted to undergo the transformation of the Alea consciousness system's internal surgery, but after hearing what Long Fei said, he dismissed it directly. He didn't want to die on the operating table. Maris, I've already adjusted and connected the body. Maris took a deep breath and connected to the information interface of the cockpit. Suddenly, a large amount of information entered his brain, causing his head to ache. Ah, it hurts. Maris held his head in his hands. Maris, take it easy and take a deep breath. According to Long Fei's instructions, my Lizzie relaxed his body and mind, took a deep breath. In about 10 seconds, Maris could adapt. How is it now, Maris? How do you feel? Boss, I have a strange feeling, as if my body and Gundam are one. As if I am Gundam, Gundam is me, and I can feel the space around me. This is the uniqueness of the Alea consciousness system. Maris, start now, to conduct a test, equipped with a Tachi and a plastic shotgun for practice. Yes, boss. Maris controlled the Barbados Gundam and stepped on the electromagnetic ejection version. Maris, Barbados Gundam, move out. Maris felt that his body was in the universe, and after receiving instructions from his superiors, he headed to his destination for dodge training. Your Highness, look, it's a Gundam I haven't seen before. It seems that the fleet responsible for the supply has also sent a new Gundam, Yuffie said, pointing to the Barbados Gundam shot remotely on the screen. Well, I always feel that the design of this Gundam looks a bit like a devil. Yuffie agreed. Indeed, the antenna above the head is designed like a devil's horn. Standing next to the saint, John said with his hands behind his back. At the beginning, the driver's control was not very good. When dodging and shooting, he couldn't dodge perfectly. As time went on, the driver's control became more and more serious. The better, now he dodges attacks much better than before. Yuffie looked at John with her arms crossed and asked, Hey, John, do you think the pilots who control this Gundam are those who controlled the Gundam before? My personal inference is not. From my recent analysis of their combat techniques, it seems that someone else controls this Gundam, John said while rubbing his chin. How did you see that? Because the pilots who operated other Gundams before were all very experienced drivers, but the pilots of this new Gundam seemed to be at the novice level. Then, several people continued to watch Barbados Gundam. In addition to Saintess Aina and her group observing, the government and military of the Stunk Kingdom are observing Barbados Gundam. Various media reporters on various spaceships are working hard to photograph the Barbados Gundam. The newly appeared Gundam is news to them, and every reporter is reporting the newly appeared Gundam. Long Fei, on the other hand, was observing Maris's control skills and found that Maris's shooting skills could only be considered fair and his dodging skills could only be considered at the upper middle level, but he was very good at melee combat. Many ace pilots are not as good at melee combat as he is. Okay, Maris, return to the mothership, and the next step is to test the Astaroth Gundam. Long Fei began to adjust the Astaroth Gundam. After the adjustment of the Astaroth Gundam, Maris connected to the information interface of the cockpit. At the beginning, Maris was a little worried. It would be the same as the information interface connected to Barbados before, and his head would suddenly hurt. As a result, at the moment of connecting the information interface, although there was some pain in the head, it was not as painful as the first time just now, and I got used to it in a short time. Maris, Astaroth Gundam, attack. Li Xiuqing and others watched the test of the Astaroth Gundam on the screen with Long Fei. Li Xiuqing asked Long Fei, Old Fei, the Barbados and Astaroth Gundams, can people who don't have the Alea consciousness system surgically modify them, control them? Yes, it's just that the Alea consciousness system restriction cannot be activated. Zhouya asked, which one is stronger, the Alea consciousness system or the PX system? Each has its own merits. Zhouya asked again, is the PX system more powerful in enhancing the driver's MS? Or is the Alea consciousness system more powerful in lifting restrictions? It's hard for me to answer you. If you want to talk about the danger, the Alea consciousness system will be even more dangerous. When the restrictions are lifted, the pilot may lose his life. Long Fei actually didn't know what to do. Answer, He can't comment on which of the two systems is better. That's why, boss, you issued the order not to lift the restrictions on the Alea consciousness system because it's too dangerous. Isn't that the reason? Julia asked. Yes, the Alea consciousness system is the most dangerous among the systems I have developed. Not only can it be called inhumane, it can even be called a system for sacrificing demons. Tao Xiang raised her hand to ask something she didn't understand. Tao Xiang, what do you want to ask? Boss heard what you said just now, and I suddenly didn't understand. Since the boss said that the system you developed is so dangerous, why did you develop it? And use it on others? Long Fei didn't know how to answer for a moment. He thought about a reason and said, Indeed, I already knew that this system is dangerous during the development process. I originally wanted to stop the development, but I felt unwilling. I decided to go all the way to the black and develop the Alea consciousness system, but I didn't expect that the first one to be used on others was a paralyzed wounded person, but the system that I didn't expect allowed a paralyzed person to stand up again. It surprised me, but no matter what, I will not abuse the Alea consciousness system, let alone arrest other people for surgery. Tao Xiang said, Actually, I think it's like what I said a few days ago. You are letting a paralyzed person stand up again. Although the Alea consciousness system is an inhuman thing, as long as it is used on the right path. Yeah, as you said, as long as it is used in the right way, I am only worried about being abused by someone with a heart. Then, Mara's test of Astaroth Gundam ended, and the test result was the same as that of Barbados Gundam. I found the pirate group. The MS pilot of the Stunk Kingdom's reconnaissance team reported that they found many pirates ambushing in the reef area and returned to the mothership immediately. Brother Sendak, Brother Fukada, let's all go out. Wearing the MS driving suit and helmet, Sam said to the two on the screen. Let the brothers do it to their heart's content. Sendak also put on his helmet and prepared to drive the MS to attack. As long as we can capture a Gundam, we will immediately withdraw from this area, Fukada said with his neck twisted. All out. At this moment, the Stunker National Army is arranging a part of the troops to the spaceship on which the president took and the spaceship fleet carried by the people to leave the reef area of the No. 6 colonial satellite wreckage. Another part of the force is responsible for blocking the pirate group. Saint Asena's space fleet was also among them, and the Tianyi mercenary fleet in charge of followed, sending out many MS squads to guard around. The troops responsible for stopping the pirate group suddenly discovered that the mobile suits and fighter planes of these pirate groups were more advanced than other pirate groups, even no less than the standard equipment of the local army of Stunk. The commander in charge of stopping the pirate group noticed something strange and said, Notify the superiors immediately. These pirate groups may not be pirate groups, but terrorists or some armed organizations pretending to be pirate groups. After receiving the report from the subordinates in front, the commander in charge of the immediately issued an order, asking everyone to speed up and escape from this area. What kind of MS is this? The commander in charge of interception looked at several MS on the screen, shooting down his own MS and fighter planes one after another, and many blue dots on the radar map disappeared one after another. If it was Li Xiuqing and Zhouya's sisters, they would definitely recognize these mobile suits as the Ghost Yasha mobile suits that appeared when the Sea Wolf pirate group was wiped out. There are a total of 6 Oni Yasha MS, and they rushed to the front of the fleet at full speed, and all the turrets and missiles of the warships tilted to attack the 6 Oni Yasha MS. The 6 Oni Yasha MS immediately turned on the synergy mode, and in an instant, their speed increased greatly, and all of them avoided the beam cannons and missiles of all warships. One of the Ghost Yasha MS directly came to the bow of the commander's main ship and directly destroyed the bow with a single shot. When the troops in charge of intercepting in front lost their commander, they suddenly fell into chaos. It was quickly wiped out by the pirate group, and all the modified ships of the pirate group immediately chased the target ahead at full speed, and all the faster fighters rushed to the space fleet immediately. The commander in charge of the escort, after learning that all the troops in charge of intercepting in front were wiped out, left a few ships to continue escorting the space fleet, and most of them stayed to resist the pursuing pirate group. The commander personally led the team and ordered all the warships to launch a wave of beam cannons and missiles first, and then send out fighter jets and MS troops. His Royal Highness, Do you want us to help the army of the Donkey Kingdom repel the pirates? Shrek asked the Saint Aina on the screen. Yes, Your Highness. The work you hired and entrusted us is only responsible for protecting your safety, not helping other countries to repel pirates. Colonel Shrek, the appearance of the pirate group now will also threaten my safety. You are not helping the army of the Kingdom of Dunk to repel the pirates, but to protect my safety and repel the pirates. What Saint Aina said made Colonel Shrek unable to refute. Okay, I understand, Your Majesty the Holy Maiden, but according to the contract, we have to reimburse you for any damage. Shrek handed in. Don't worry, since I hired you and entrusted you to now, I haven't paid the money on credit, and I have paid the money on time every day. The Saint Aina smiled. Okay, then I'll arrange for command and transfer immediately. Colonel Shrek began to dispatch troops. Colonel Shrek contacted the commander of the Stunk National Army and asked for information sharing. He wanted to know the first information so that he could dispatch troops. When the commander learned that the Tiani mercenary group would also dispatch troops to help, he was very happy to share the first-hand information with Colonel Shrek. Colonel Shrek frowned with the photo of Ghost Yasha MS in his hand and immediately informed Long Fei about Ghost Yasha MS. Colonel, how many Ghost Yasha MS are there? So far, a total of 6 have been found. Send Gundam to attack, and I am also ready to attack. Generally speaking, the combat skills of the soldiers of the National Army will definitely be better than the pirates of the mob. If it weren't for the pirate group's 6 Oniyasha mobile suits, the fighter planes and mobile suit troops of the Stunk National Army had already completely suppressed the pirate group's fighter planes and mobile suit troops. On average, each of the 6 Ghost Yasha MS has shot down at least 20 MS and fighter planes of the Stunk National Army. One of the Oni Yasha MS broke out of the encirclement and arrived at the fleet of the Stunker National Army, ready to shoot through the bow of a battleship. Several cyan beam rays came towards him. The alarm system of the Ghost Yasha MS sounded, and the driver's reaction was fairly quick, immediately avoiding the 3 blue beam rays. The driver saw from the screen that 3 105 Dagger MS, motorized backpacks, were shooting at him. Immediately afterwards, the sirens sounded again, and a beam cannon attacked him, and Ms. Ghost Yasha dodged immediately. This is Gundam. The driver saw a GP-04 Gundam rushing towards him from the screen. Ku Jeshiong, the driver of the GP-04 Gundam, pressed the beam saber button, took out a beam saber from the shield, and slashed at the target on Yasha MS. Ghost Yasha MS immediately blocked the sword with the beam saber with his right hand. Dididi. Oni Yasha's rudder sounded an alarm, warning the driver that the beam output of the enemy's mobile suit is far greater than that of Oni Yasha's mobile suit. The driver looked at the screen display and found that the right hand of Oni Yasha MS was about to be unbearable, so he immediately backed away in fright. Ku Jeshiong didn't give the opponent a chance and continued to chase, shooting continuously with the beam gun in his left hand. After the Ghost Yasha MS driver dodged the first and second beam rays, he couldn't dodge the third beam and immediately blocked it with his shield. As a result, the shield was directly melted. The pilot of the Oni Yasha MS knows that the Gundam in front of him is far better than his Oni Yasha MS in terms of attack power and speed. The Ghost Yasha MS driver can only turn on the booster mode, hoping to win the round. The speed of Oni Yasha MS increased greatly, and he rushed in front of GP-04 in an instant and slashed away. What? The driver couldn't believe that GP-04 got out of the way for a moment. The GP-04 thruster emitted a more dazzling flame, and it circled behind Oni Yasha in an instant. How is it possible? Why is his speed even faster than Oni Yasha in booster mode? The driver couldn't believe that the booster mode, which is usually invincible, is ineffective in front of Gundam. GP-04 slashed at the waist with a sword, and Ghost Yasha MS immediately blocked the beam saber with the speed of light knife. Dididi. The sirens sounded, informing the driver that the enemy's mobile suits were still suppressing the Onyasha mobile suits in booster mode. How is it possible? Why is this happening? The driver was too scared to believe it, and immediately backed away, firing at GP-04 with the laser turret on Oniyasha's shoulder. GP-04 dodged extremely fast and shot back during the dodge. The first shot directly hit the left leg of Ghost Yasha MS, Then the second shot was the right hand, and the third shot was the head. The Oniyasha MS that was shot continuously was seriously damaged, and the booster mode was forced to be turned off. The driver looked at the surrounding screens. Most of them were by Mu, and a beam of light was captured by one of the cameras that could still shoot. Shoot at his cockpit. No. These were the last words of the driver before he died. Ku Jishyong looked at Oniyasha MS, who was blown up into a ball of fireworks by him, and said, "At the beginning, Oniyasha could suppress our Yuanzu series Gundam. The engine at that time was not nuclear power, and later the boss developed the Minov super energy thermonuclear reactor. Yuanzu, the performance of the series of Gundams has been improved in all aspects, and it is no longer inferior to your Oniyasha MS in the booster mode, not to mention the later development of Gundams with stronger performance than the original series of Gundams. Suppressing and killing you is simply a piece of cake." In his MS cockpit, Sam received the news that the number 3 Oniyasha MS had been shot down. It was Gundam who shot down the Oniyasha MS, and the whole process took less than a minute. This shocked Sam very much. Although he knew that the performance of the Gundam was very powerful, he did not expect it to be so powerful. Soon, Sendak and Fukada contacted Sam. Sam asked straight to the point, "You two, what do you think?" Currently, the front line has received news that 4 Gundams have been discovered. The other 2 Gundams fought with number 4 and number 6 Kuroyasha MS, and the other Gundam completely destroyed our fighter planes, and MS Fukada frowned and informed the current situation. Sendak proposed at this time, "The Amaterasu organization wants us to capture at least 1 Gundam. So as long as we know which Gundam has the weakest performance, then we can capture that Gundam and go back to exchange business." Sam and Fukada agreed very much with Sendak's proposal. Anyway, Amaterasu didn't specify which Gundam to capture, so just go for the weakest and easiest one. Sam nodded and said, "Once we find out which one is the weakest, then the 3 of us will work together to capture that Gundam." Okay. Oops. After a MS driver of the Stunk Army shot down a pirate MS, just as the gun bullets in the MS's hand were finished, while changing the magazine, a pirate MS held an axe and pointed at him. Cut off. The Dunker Army could only watch helplessly as the pirate MS in front of them got closer and closer, just as the axe was slashing down. A mobile suit came directly behind the mobile suit, cut it with a sword in the middle, cut it in half, and turned it into fireworks. Gundam. The Stunk Army pilot looked at the Gundam holding a sword to save his life. The Barbados Gundam driven by Maris has just cut the target with a knife. This is his first battle, and he also killed the first target mobile suit. He took a look at the mobile suit of the Stunk National Army, and then moved towards other targets. Go. Gundam. There are currently 5 units appearing on the battlefield. An announcer of the Stunk National Army reported to the commander. The commander looked at the radar display. The red dots are pirates, the blue dots are our side, and the blue dots are Tianyi mercenary group, which are also punctuation marks showing the alliance relationship. Gundam seems to be more powerful than the rumors. The commander expressed his feelings. Just before the Gundam entered the battlefield, the 6 unseen mobile suits of the pirate regiment easily suppressed his troops, and he was at a disadvantage. When the Gundam came on the field, it not only reversed the original disadvantage, but also one of the mysterious mobile suits of the pirate group fought with one of the Gundams and was killed in less than a minute. Observing the radar display, I found that the blue dots did not decrease, but gradually increased. The loss of blue dots gradually decreased, and the red dots disappeared faster and faster. The commander discovered during his observation that the short sword series mobile suits of the Tianyi mercenary regiment were the main reason for the faster and faster disappearance of the red dot. According to the current battlefield evaluation, the battle damage of the short sword series MS is 1:9 compared with the pirate MS, which shocked the commander. Most of the MS used by the pirate MS is the Guard 2 type of the previous generation, and a small part is the Guard 3 type. In terms of performance, it is equivalent to the performance of many first-class powers that are preparing to gradually reduce to the second-line Army MS. The Guard 3 type is a kind of the MS is relatively average in all directions, and the operation is relatively simple. Our local army has adopted the Agni type MS, and our attack power and speed are superior, and the defense is not as good as the Guardian 3. At this time, the commander studied the pirate group and commanded for the troops. the standard equipment of the two sides is compared. Commander always feels a little weird at the moment. The Guardian Series MS is developed by Dongyang Empire, an island power in the Earth Circle. It seems to be developed by a company called Dongxiu. Commander can't figure it out. These pirates, how did the group get the MS of this company? Sir, there is a fighter plane flying over us quickly. The identification number is Tianyi Mercenary Group. Fighter. I remember that the Tianyi Mercenary Group didn't use fighter planes as their standard equipment. Sir, the identification code shows that the data is a Gundam of the Tianyi Mercenary Group that has the ability to transform. Gundam with the ability to transform. How advanced is this private armed force? At this time, Barbados Gundam held a 300mm smoothbore gun in his right hand, shot down a Guardian 3 with one shot, and then used the cable hook in his right hand. The hook ejected and hooked a Guardian 2 MS. Pulling it, he came over. The Tachi in his left hand pierced the cockpit with a sword. Then he used the 300mm smoothbore gun in his right hand to shoot down the fighter plane of the pirate group with one shot. Mirazumur counted that he had shot down 4 mobile suits and 2 fighter planes of the pirate group. This is the first battle of his first MS driving, and this is the result he got after fighting for 5 minutes. Maris sensed the surrounding battlefield, and then the 300mm smoothbore gun aimed at a Guardian 2 MS, and one shot hit the cockpit of the target, and the cockpit of the entire MS was blasted to pieces. Then, he rushed to another Guardian 2 milliseconds. With the sword in his left hand, he cut off the head with a single blow, and then chopped off the entire body with one blow. Melis suddenly sensed the danger behind him, and stepped aside. A beam of light passed by Barbados' right arm. You want to sneak attack me? Go to hell. Cough, cough, cough. Maris choked on his throat and coughed, and there were 7 Guardian 2 milliseconds locked on him in front of the screen. This frightened Maris enough. 7 Guardian 2 mobile suits shot at him directly, beams, and live ammunition blasted towards Barbados. Maris could only dodge desperately, and he could only dodge because of his lack of actual combat experience, and he couldn't counterattack instantly. Oh my god, this is my first time playing in a battle. Do I bully people like this? Maris was about to cry. The 2 red beam rays hit 2 Guardian 2 mobile suits, directly turning into 2 fireworks. Maris saw a Z Gundam in the form of a fighter plane heading towards him from the screen. Tao Xiang controlled the Z Gundam, instantly changed from a fighter plane to a mobile suit, and then fired 3 consecutive shots, destroying the other 3 Guardian 2 mobile suits. Maris immediately blasted one of the Guardian 2s with a 300mm smoothbore gun, then hooked the target with the cable claw of Barbados' right arm and pulled it over, and then used the tie-dow to penetrate the cockpit from behind the target. In the cockpit of Tao Xiang and Melis, Aviana's video popped up on the screen. Attention! 3 unseen mobile suits appeared on the pirate group's side. Judging from the speed, they are faster than the Ghost Yasha mobile suits, and they are coming towards your position. Receive. Learn. Aviana drove the Storm Gundam. Not long ago, she killed Aoni Yasha MS. After checking her battery capacity, there was only about 30% left, so she could only temporarily return to the mothership to recharge. 3 silver and black humanoid mobile suits with a height of 18 meters, a pair of ghost horns on their heads, and a pair of blue eyes like ghost eyes, rushed towards Z Gundam and Barbados Gundam. The Z Gundam immediately fired several shots, and the 3 silver and black mobile suits scattered their beam rays in an instant. The speed and response are so fast. Tao Xiang commented on the 3 silver and black mobile suits. This is the latest evil ghost MS developed by the Tengu organization, and it will not lose to your Gundam. Sam was very confident in the number 1 evil ghost MS he was driving. Sindak drives the number 2 evil ghost MS, and Fukada drives the number 3 evil ghost MS. The number 1 evil spirit held a beam cannon to lock on to the Z Gundam and shoot, and a huge crimson beam of light rushed towards the Z Gundam. The Z Gundam immediately counterattacked the moment it dodged the beam cannon. The skill of the pilot of this Gundam is really good, and he can counterattack in a flash of dodge. Sam has a good evaluation of Tao Xiang. The number 2 and number 3 evil spirits also shot at Z Gundam. Tao Xiang could only dodge immediately. At the moment of counterattack, number 3 evil spirit rushed towards the Z Gundam with a beam saber in her hand. Tao Xiang couldn't dodge it. She pressed the beam saber button and held the beam saber in her left hand. Grappling. Sindak's number 2 demon fights Barbados, and the two are also fighting. The number 2 evil spirit immediately counterattacked immediately after avoiding Barbados' counterattack. On the contrary, when Barbados' Gundam was attacked, he could not counterattack at all except to block or dodge. Brother Sam, the technology of this Gundam driver is still very young. Sindak communicated to Sam. After observing for a while, Sam immediately decided to capture Barbados' Gundam with Sindak. Brother Fukada, you need to contain your opponent first, and I will join hands with Sindak to take down another Gundam first, and withdraw from the battlefield immediately after it is done. Brother Sam, hurry up, my opponent's driving skills are still better than mine. Maris was completely suppressed by the opponent. The 300mm smoothbore gun was thrown away after the ammunition was exhausted, and he could only rely on the Tai Dao in his hand to support him. Oops. Maris sensed a sneak attack from behind, but at this moment he had to deal with the opponent in front of him who couldn't turn around at all. The number 1 evil spirit directly kicked Barbados' Gundam on the back. The kick Barbados' Gundam hit the damaged space ship, belonging to the pirate group, not far away. The violent impact made Maris feel tight in his chest at the moment. Momoka finds that Maris has been defeated, and Barbados is lying on a damaged spaceship. Momoka wants to rescue her, but number 2 evil ghost haunts her. Damn it, Tao Xiang was a little annoyed at the moment. Although she suppressed the opponent in front of her, she couldn't defeat him in a short time. Sam and Sindak immediately used the electric whip of the evil ghost MS, and the 2 electric whips wrapped around the Barbados Gundam for electric shocks, hoping to stun the driver so that they could take the Gundam away. Maris screamed at the moment, although Barbados Gundam had installed an anti-electric device, but at this moment he was connected to Abados, and with double current, his electricity was about to crash his brain. A red beam cannon shot off the 2 electric whips. Damn it, it's just that close. Sam was very annoyed, and looked in the direction of the source of the beam that had just been shot. These 2 Gundams are similar in appearance, but different in color. Zhouya drives the Gemini number 1, and her younger sister Zhona drives the Gemini number 2. The 2 Gemini Gundams are equipped with high-power thrusters at the moment. A beam gun is hung on the back of the number 1 machine, and a high-power gun is held in the right hand. Beam cannon, with a shield in his left hand, a high beam gun hanging on the back waist of the number 2 machine, a rapid-fire beam rifle in his right hand, and a shield in his left hand. Sister, it seems that this MS that I have never seen before is probably from the same organization as the Ghost Yasher MS. I really want to try our PX system or their synergistic mode. Which one is better? I'd love to try it too. Sam wants to retreat at this moment, but he can't at this moment. If he retreats, the dog organization will wipe him out after the dog organization thinks he is useless. Sam can only go all out at this moment. Sindak had the same idea as Sam at the moment. Fukada felt the pressure at this time, and Z Gundam suppressed him more and more. After seeing her companions coming to rescue, Tao Xiang was no longer in a hurry to save Maris. At this moment, she could concentrate on dealing with the number 3 evil ghost. Z Gundam struck with a sword, and the moment number 3 evil ghost was blocking, Z Gundam seemed to use a roundabout kick, hitting number 3 evil ghost's cockpit. Fortunately, number 3 evil ghost's armor was hard enough, otherwise the cockpit would have been kicked flat, but the kick from Z Gundam also made Fukada dizzy. The Z Gundam immediately shot at the target. Thanks to Fukada's good physical fitness, he returned to his original state in a short time. He immediately blocked the beam with the shield in his left hand, and immediately replaced it with a beam gun in his right hand to fight back. Z Gundam immediately dodges and counterattacks. Both dodge and shoot at each other. Tao Xiang can perfectly avoid the opponent's shooting. Fukada is not as good as Tao Xiang in dodging skills. If the shield in the left hand does not block the beam rays, it is estimated that several parts of the body will be pierced by the beam rays. Many parts were dissolved by the heat of the beam rays, and if the beam rays were blocked a few times, the shield would be destroyed immediately. The biological perception system installed in Z Gundam has improved Tao Xiang's predictive ability, allowing her to know the opponent's next move, so that she can take the first step to counter the opponent. On the other side, Maris felt a little nauseous and unwell at this moment. Zhouya's video popped up on the screen. Maris, can you still fight? It's okay, Maris said with some force. Then you go to fight elsewhere, and leave it to us here. Yes, sir. Sam watched Barbados' Gundam leave the battlefield in this area, and he cried out inwardly that it was a pity. Zhona took the lead in attacking. Gemini No. 2 machine aimed at No. 2 Evil Ghost, and the rapid-fire beam rifle fired countless beam bullets to attack No. 2 Evil Ghost like a live ammunition rifle. The No. 2 Evil Ghost could only run away for a while. Sam immediately used the pulse cannon on the right shoulder of No. 1 Evil Ghost to shoot at Gemini No. 2. Gemini No. 2 machine dodges immediately, and Gemini No. 1 machine immediately uses a high-power beam cannon to lock onto No. 1 Evil Spirit and launch it. Evil Ghost No. 1 immediately used the laser cannon on its left shoulder to confront the high-efficiency beam cannon of the Gemini No. 1 class. The cockpit of Dedede, No. 1 Evil Spirit issued an alarm sound, and the laser cannon on the left shoulder was not as powerful as the opponent's high-power beam cannon, and was completely suppressed by the opponent. Hateful. Evil Ghost No. 1 immediately moved aside. The beam cannon still passed over his left shoulder, and the laser cannon on his left shoulder was directly vaporized. The No. 2 Evil Ghost was being chased and beaten by the Gemini No. 2 machine at this time. No matter how much power the No. 2 Evil Ghost propeller was pushed to the fastest speed, it was still easily overtaken by the Gemini No. 2 machine. Several parts of the No. 2 Evil Ghost's body were hit by lightspeed bullets and smoked. The beam bullets of the rapid-fire beam rifle are less powerful than ordinary beam guns. In addition, the armor of the Evil Ghost's body is relatively advanced and has a higher defense. Otherwise, the part that was hit would have been destroyed by now. Brother Sam, we are suppressed by the other party at the moment, and we can only activate the synergistic mode. Okay, let's start. Part of the armor of the two evil spirits was cracked, and red gas was emitted from the cracks. Sister, it seems that they activated the efficiency mode. Then let's start our PX system to see if their efficiency mode is stronger or our PX system is stronger. The Gemini brothers' machine glowed with blue light, and the PX system started. They also have a reinforcement mode similar to ours. Both Sam and Sendak exclaimed. 2 red lights and 2 blue lights turned into meteors, crossed, and collided with each other, and fireworks could explode at the intersections. The strafing and sweeping of the speed of light weapon set off a brilliant red light. The fighting of the 4 mobile suits became 4 shooting stars on the battlefield, the commanders in the rear, including the Saintess Aina who was watching the first-hand information from a distance, and the relevant important figures of the president of the Stone Kingdom. In addition to being surprised that the pirate group has such a powerful MS, it is even more shocking that the performance of the Gundam is unfathomable. I thought that the approximate performance of the Gundam had been predicted, but I did not expect that the performance of the Gundam from the terrorist attack to the present is only a part. John, I remember that you are the ace pilot of MS in your country. Are the 2 Gundams turned into blue light real performance? Returning to Her Majesty the Holy Maiden, the subordinates dare not answer. Maybe it is their real strength that they have shown, or they still have reservations. Damn it, the output and speed have all been compared. Sam was very annoyed and terrified. The synergistic mode couldn't work, and he was still suppressed. There are more and more beads of sweat on Sam's face. Looking at the remaining effective time of the booster mode on the screen, there is less than a minute left. Sendak is still being overwhelmed by his opponent at the moment, attacking less and defending more. Oops. The left hand of No. 2 Evil Ghost was severed by Gemini No. 2 machine. Although Sister Zhoya had the upper hand at the moment, she didn't dare to be negligent, and tried her best to fight the Evil Ghost MS. Zhoya looked at the screen showing that the effective time of the PX system was 1 minute and 30 seconds. It seems that the opponent I picked is stronger. Zhoya commented on her opponent. Zhoya said this because her sister's driving skills were actually comparable to her own. Her sister had completely suppressed her opponent. Just suppress the opponent a little bit. Take another leg of yours. Gemini No. 2 machine cut off No. 2 Evil Ghost's right leg. The No. 2 Evil Ghost has lost its balance at this moment. Gemini No. 2 holds a rapid-fire beam rifle and fires at the No. 2 Evil Spirit. With the blessing of the PX system, the power of the rapid-fire beam rifle has also increased. In just a few seconds, the rest of the hands, feet, and head of Evil Ghost No. 2 were blown off. The number 2 Evil Ghost's enhancement mode, which has been hit hard one after another, is immediately turned off. It's terrible. Sam saw Sendak's defeat and immediately controlled the number 1 evil spirit to turn around and flee the scene. The moment Zhou Na defeated the number 2 evil ghost, she immediately stopped the number 1 evil ghost from retreating. At this moment, Sam just wanted to escape. No matter what happened, he desperately strafed, hoping to force back the Gemini number 2 machine in front of him. The moment the Gemini number 2 machine dodged, the Gemini number 1 machine immediately shot at the back of the number 1 evil spirit. Evil Ghost number 1 immediately dodged the sneak attack of Gemini number 1 aircraft. Zhou sneered. The sneak attack just now was to cooperate with her sister's next attack. Zhou Na took advantage of the moment when number 1 evil ghost dodged her sister's sneak attack and shot towards number 1 evil ghost's dodging route, hitting number 1 evil ghost's breastplate one after another. Fireworks exploded from the breastplate of number 1 evil spirit, and there was a strong shaking from the cockpit. Not good. Sam immediately controlled the lever and stepped on the pedal to control the number 1 evil spirit to fly to another place immediately. Sister Zhou Yi didn't give the opponent a chance, and the Gemini brothers machine cooperated with Wu Shuang to use the light speed shop to directly cut off the head, hands, and legs of number 1 evil ghost and capture the target. Why did the two sisters capture the evil MS? The reason is that Long Fei gave an order. After Long Fei knew that in addition to the Oni Yasha MS, there was an evil ghost MS that he had never seen before, he gave the order to arrest the evil MS if possible. The two sisters fulfilled the boss's order. I'm defeated. Sam lay down on the driver's seat with a dead face. He didn't expect that the opponent's opening mode was stronger than his boosting mode. When Fukada learned of Sendak's fiasco, he understood that the task at the moment was a failure, so he immediately activated the efficiency mode and wanted to escape from the scene. But Tao Xiang didn't give him a chance to escape, so he chased, bit, and shot the number 3 evil ghost. Fukada, no matter how he manipulated the number 3 evil spirit to dodge the beam, after dodging the first beam, he would be hit by the second beam that followed. How is it possible? Can this Gundam pilot figure out my next move? Fukada couldn't believe that his own move would be figured out by his opponent. In fact, Tao Xiang didn't figure out the opponent Fukada's next move. In fact, Tao Xiang gradually felt that the environment of the space she was in and her ability to predict had improved a lot after fighting for a period of time. She gradually sensed the trajectory of the opponent's battle. Even if the opponent turned on the booster mode, she could still see the trajectory of the opponent's next move, thus taking a preemptive strike. With the first shot, she had already seen the direction where the opponent was going to dodge, and the second shot was to preemptively shoot directly at the opponent's dodging position. It seemed that the opponent ran directly to the direction where Tao Xiang was shooting. Tao Xiang's shot only broke the knee joint of number 3 evil ghost's right leg. In fact, Tao Xiang can shoot through the opponent's cockpit with one shot and kill the opponent. But Tao Xiang has a feeling that something bad will happen if a shot is shot through the target's cockpit. Therefore, Tao Xiang could only shoot off the target's legs. Shen Tianai didn't care what damage the evil spirit suffered at this moment. He just wanted to escape from the battlefield in this area immediately. Tao Xiang didn't give him a chance to escape and pressed the fire button one after another, and the Z Gundam fired at the target continuously. The same as the previous result, the first shot dodged, and then other parts were hit. The arm joints, knee joints were all shot through, and finally the head was also shot. The whole process of Tao Xiang defeating Shen Tianai was watched by Sister Zhou. Sister, this woman is too strong. If we want to defeat the opponent who turned on the booster mode, we also have to turn on the PX system. Z Gundam doesn't have a PX system, so she still defeated the opponent who turned on the booster mode. Zhou didn't respond to her younger sister. Her eyes were very solemn. When the commander-in-chief pushed Tao Xiang directly to be the ace MS pilot, she and the other aces were very opposed to it. Seeing Tao Xiang's strength at this moment, if she were to drive the Z Gundam, she would not be able to achieve Tao Xiang's achievements. Sister, do you think Tao Xiang is qualified to be the ace MS driver with us? Although I'm a bit annoyed, I have to admit that her mobile suit driving skills are better than ours. I finally understand why the commander-in-chief would go against the crowd and directly promote her to be the ace mobile suit driver. Beep, New mission information came from the cockpit. The task was to take the Cover 105 Dagger mobile suit team and bring the evil Ghost mobile suit to Albion Number 1 mobile carrier. 8 105 short sword mobile suits took the 3 evil Ghost mobile suits and their severed hands and feet to Albion Number 1 mobile suit ship. The other pirate mobile suit pilots saw their leader captured, some fled the scene, and the other part rescued them, trying to rescue the leader. Gemini Brothers and Z Gundam cover the 105 Dagger MS team. The 3 pirate regiments who went to rescue their leader had more than 30 mobile suits, but unfortunately, they were unable to break through the defense line of the 3 Gundams. In a minute or so, all 30 pirate MS were shot down. The rest of the pirates fled without a leader after learning that their leader had been captured. Long Fei drove the strike Gundam back to the MS mothership. Looking at the captured 3 unknown mobile suits and the captured pilots, the 3 pilots were dejected and carried away by Tianyi mercenaries. At this time, Colonel Shrek's contact came from the earphone on Long Fei's right ear. "Boss, the authorities of Stunt Kingdom asked us to hand over the captured mobile suits, and Saint Aina asked us if we could part with one of the captured mobile suits. It's impossible to tell the President that Her Majesty the Holy Maiden will hand over or cut off love. Unless you can offer generous conditions, don't even think about it, and prepare for war at any time to prevent them from launching a sneak attack." Long Fei walked to the 3 mobile suits to observe. Orbis, the maintenance chief, came to Long Fei and asked, "This mobile suit, do you want to check it now?" "Let's check." After finishing speaking, Long Fei entered the cockpit, checked it, and opened MS to check the data. After checking for a while, Long Fei walked out of the cockpit. "Boss, what is the name of the captured mobile suit? How do you compare it to the previously captured Ghost Yasha mobile suit?" "This is called the Evil Ghost MS. In terms of equipment, the Evil Ghost MS is more advanced than the Oni Yasha MS. As for the hardware, we have to disassemble it to be sure." There was a commotion not far away. "Maintenance chief, go and see what happened." "Okay, boss." Soon, Orbis ran back to Long Fei and reported, "It's Weiyang Radio, the media of the Hanxia Empire. After learning that we captured the Evil Ghost MS, they came to our hangar and wanted to report live. People stopped, and the protest broke out. Push them back, don't let them influence us." Tao Xiang leaned tiredly on the aisle of the corridor. A can of coffee floated in front of her. Tao Xiang reached out to catch it, and found that it was Zhouya who pushed it to her. Sister Zhouya came to Tao Xiang. "You worked hard in the previous battle, partner." Zhouya recognized Tao Xiang's strength, admitted that she was a member of the trump card, and stretched out her right hand to shake Tao Xiang's hand. Tao Xiang also extended her right hand to shake Zhouya's hand. Zhouya said, "Take advantage of this time to rest well. Maybe we will fight again later." Tao Xiang asked with a puzzled look, "Isn't the battle over?" "The authorities of the Stunt Kingdom asked us to hand over the captured MS, but we refused. Now my sister, Li Xiao, and I have to drive a Gundam to attack." After Zhouya finished speaking, she went to the hangar with her sister. The president of the Stone Kingdom and the Saint Aina negotiated with Colonel Shrek for the purpose of the Evil Ghost MS. The Gundam makes their hearts itch. They know it is impossible to get it. But at this moment, there is a MS that can fight with the Gundam, although the result is lost to the Gundam, but the performance is also much more advanced and powerful than their active MS. Important people from both countries are willing to offer generous terms, hoping to part with an Evil Ghost MS. "Two leaders, please give me some time. I must ask my superiors for instructions. If the superiors agree, I will arrange it immediately. I look forward to good news from Colonel Shrek. I hope we can cooperate happily." Yuffie complained to Aina. "His Royal Highness, this Tianyi mercenary group is not only about profit, but about money, so it won't matter if they give up a captured mobile suit, and we have to offer them generous terms. Otherwise it's out of the question, and don't even think about the daily remuneration and their reimbursement. We have hired them until now. We pay them on time and don't owe them a penny. Don't they think it's too much if they don't want to think about it?" Saint Aina smiled and said, "Yuffie, they are not too much. Don't forget that they are a mercenary group, and they are private armed forces that take money to do things. They fought for the 3 mobile suits with their lives. In the beginning, we asked them to give up one, but we were actually going too far." John next to him also followed what the saint said. "Besides, The performance of the MS they captured is also very powerful and excellent. The new generation of MS currently developed by our country has fallen into a bottleneck. If we disassemble and research from that MS, we may be able to break through the already trapped MS. The research and development of a new generation of MS whose bottleneck cannot be advanced, and maybe it can give the country's scientific research team a new reference, and it may reduce the wrong route of research and development. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Please come in." A knight entered the saint's office. "Your Highness, the oral order from His Majesty the Pope." The Saint Aina stood up from the table and performed the sacrament, while Yuffie and John knelt on one knee behind the saint. His Majesty the Pope ordered His Royal Highness Xian to communicate separately. "Accept the will of His Majesty the Pope." After Sam, Sindak, and Fukada were beaten for nearly an hour, the three of them couldn't take it anymore and told everything they knew. The three of them each controlled a pirate group, and they cooperated with each other all the year round to rob various merchant fleets. Later, they were approached by an organization called Tianzhao at the same time, and provided them with some relatively powerful MS. The condition was to rob, they have to share 30% of the stolen goods. Later, Amaterasu organized to supply more powerful mobile suits, especially after supplying 3 evil ghost mobile suits. It cost 55 points to divide the spoils directly. After Long Fei heard the information, it was similar to Sayamataro, the head of the Seawolf Pirates, except that Sayamataro didn't know the name of that organization. Long Fei stroked his chin and said in his heart, "Amaterasu, this is a famous in the mythology of the Eastern country in my previous life. And there is also that island country in this world. It's just called the Eastern Yang Empire. It's an imperial system, and it's of the country. In their ghost myths, there is also the great Amaterasu, who is also a famous god. Is the Amaterasu organization a secret organization in this country? If so, the Donyang Empire's MS development technology may be the most advanced in the Earth's circle, I can't tell." Colonel Shrek's report came from Long Fei's earphones. "Boss, do you think you should accept the conditions offered by the President of Stunk Kingdom and Her Majesty the Holy Maiden?" "Accept it. Anyway, the extra ones are not of much value to us. Let's exchange these 2 evil mobile suits for huge benefits. We can just keep one for research." The 2 evil ghost mobile suits were sent to the spaceships of Saintess Aina and the President of the Stone Kingdom, dismantling and researching the remaining evil ghost MS. 4 days later, they arrived at Colonial Satellite Number 4. After disembarking the people of Stunk, Saint Aina accepted the reception from the President of Stunk and left the country the next day. The Tiani mercenary fleet escorted the spaceship of Saintess Aina to the next stop, the Parkley Empire. It is also the last stop of Her Majesty's trip. Long Fei's fleet has been protecting Saint Aina's space fleet for the past few days and escorting them to their destination. These past few days have been peaceful, but what troubled them more was the international media. Those media reporters took the boats arranged for them by the company and followed the Tiani mercenary fleet around the clock, conducting 24-hour nonstop activities. Intermittent shooting. As long as Gundam arranges to patrol and guard the surrounding area, these international media boats will track and shoot in all directions, making it very difficult for Li Xiuqing and the others. Even though Colonel Shrek arranged for other MS teams to drive them away, he asked these reporters not to affect their work. However, these reporters continued to film for themselves, using reasons such as freedom of filming, freedom of interviewing, freedom of the press, freedom of the media, and so on. For this, Colonel Shrek no longer arranged for Gundam to go on patrol. Except for the fleet that Long Fei was in was harassed by these international media. All the bases opened by Tiani Mercenary Group in the colony of the 6th District were harassed by reporters from various countries. Of course, apart from the Tiani Mercenary Group, the Tiani Arms Manufacturing Company was even more harassed. The company and the factory were harassed by these international media reporters. Almost every employee, especially the high-level personnel, was followed up and interviewed by the reporters. They wanted to know who developed Gundam. It's just that everyone is silent. On the other side, Long Fei was in the hangar looking at the hardware of the evil Ghost MS that had been disassembled. The engine also used nuclear technology, and it was still a nuclear fission power plant. But from the design point of view, it was more advanced than the Oniyasha MS's nuclear fission power plant. Orbis maintenance chief looked at the nuclear fission power plant and complained to Long Fei. Their nuclear fission power plant is far inferior to our Minev's super energy thermonuclear reactor. In terms of stability, they are far inferior to us. I can't even believe that they installed the nuclear fission power plant behind the cockpit. Although there is a layer of anti-nuclear radiation board, if any crack occurs, it will cause great danger to the driver. The personnel will die for sure, and the nuclear fission explosion may also destroy the surrounding things. They will not design this evil ghost MS to be used as a nuclear bomb, by the way, and prepare to die with the enemy. Sister Zhou was sweating coldly while listening. If the cockpit of the target was really blown up in the battle at that time, once they were affected by the nuclear explosion, they would not die, and the nuclear radiation would be enough to make their life worse than death. Maintenance Chief, what you said is a possibility, but I personally think that perhaps their nuclear fission power plant is the only power plant technology they can produce, and they may not be able to develop a more advanced and stable than nuclear fusion power plant. The information that the three captives said, the Tengu organization sent them to capture our Gundam. Long Fei said his personal opinion. I said, boss, not all of the Gundams you have developed use Minev's super energy thermonuclear reactors. If you share this super advanced nuclear energy technology, our human civilization may be able to take it to a higher level. Building. The Minev's super energy thermonuclear reactor is actually only thermonuclear energy, not cold nuclear energy. Boss, everything is not done at one touch. The thermonuclear energy you developed is probably not as advanced as the thermonuclear energy you developed in the Earth Circle and the Colonial Satellite Circle. Besides, even if the Tengu organization really captures your Gundam, it may not be captured the Minev's hyperenergy thermonuclear reactor. Actually, the Tengu organization doesn't even know about the Minev's super energy thermonuclear reactor I developed. It is estimated that they want other hardware technologies from Gundam. Orbis nodded and said, it is indeed possible. From the dismantling research and simulation calculations of this evil ghost MS, it is to replace the power plant of the evil ghost MS with a Minev's super energy thermonuclear reactor. The propulsion, output, the speed is slightly better than the original Gundam that assembled the Minev's super energy thermonuclear reactor, but it is far inferior to other later developed Gundams. The main reason is that the body skeleton, joint drive, etc. are far inferior to Gundams. In the final analysis, the evil ghost MS doesn't have much reference research value. After Long Fei finished speaking, he planned to go back to his room and deal with his own affairs. Zhou stopped Long Fei and asked, Boss, just now what did you say about thermonuclear energy and cold nuclear energy? I have heard of thermonuclear energy. What exactly is cold nuclear energy? Zhou Na, who was standing next to her sister, was also very curious about what cold nuclear energy was, and looked at the boss expectantly, hoping that the boss would give some explanation. In fact, it should be said that cold nuclear fusion and thermonuclear fusion are both nuclear energy, but the two are different nuclear energy technologies. To put it simply, thermonuclear fusion is like a thermonuclear reaction inside a star. Cold nuclear fusion is at a relatively low temperature, or even it is a nuclear fusion reaction at room temperature. Zhou listened and asked, simply put, one of these two kinds of nuclear energy produces nuclear energy from heat, and the other produces nuclear energy from cold. Is that what you mean? Yes, so to speak. Long Fei then returned to his room. Sitting on a chair, he checked the report sent to him by Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming. The first Baisher and Mk2G have been manufactured. Now, leave it to the leader of the elite team to drive and put into the test combat. Also, the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type modification has been completed. Blue Heresy, ZZ Gundam, and Judgment Goddess Gundam are already in production. The second solar furnace has also been manufactured, and the manufacturing progress of Goddess of Judgment is the fastest. If there is no accident, Goddess of Judgment Gundam is the fastest to be completed. Z Gundam's high power and high energy megaparticle cannon and some special equipment of the Red and Blue Heresy have been developed and manufactured. Long Fei looked at the information of the ZZ Gundam that has been partially improved by him. ZZ Gundam, in addition to the complicated body structure and deformation system, which makes the body structure very fragile, the biggest problem is the mega particle cannon on the head and the two-barrel beam. Guns, as well as high-power beam sabers, are all weapons that consume a lot of energy. If the design is based on the original book, the combat duration of ZZ Gundam is very short, let alone for a long time. Fortunately, there is a Minov's super-energy thermonuclear reactor. More importantly, the Minov's super-energy thermonuclear reactor used by ZZ Gundam is Type 2. The original engine power is 7340 kW, and the current engine power reaches 8450 kW. The propulsion and acceleration are about 10% more than the original ones. As for the enhanced, and these two enhanced versions of the full armor, I'll have to spend some time making some improvements. Looking at the photos of the refitted Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type Kai, if the Goddess of Judgment is finished manufacturing, she will still continue to the Saint Aina. Then send the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type Kai and the Goddess of Judgment. The salute was fired, and the welcome team of the Parkley Empire lined up to welcome the arrival of the Saint Aina. The Emperor Parkley III of the Parkley Empire greeted the Saint Aina in person. Various international media rushed to report, including the international media that pestered the Tianyi mercenary fleet to divert the report on the meeting between Parkley III and the Saint Aina. Parkley III is a young emperor in his early 20s who succeeded his father, Parkley II, to the throne 3 years ago. The young and handsome Emperor Parkley III and the stunning and beautiful Saint Aina were in the same frame, which became a scene reported by media from all over the world. At this moment, the Parkley Empire is in a state of war for its own country. The country is exhausted and the people are disgusted. The whole country wants to take a breath at this time. The Parkley Empire is not losing the war at this moment. On the contrary, they have won many wars, destroyed several countries, and occupied the entire territory and colonial satellites. In addition to the inner anxiety of the aborigines of the occupied colonial satellites, the Parkley Empire has no extra money to fight at this moment. If the war continues, and the occupied colonial satellites have to invest money in construction again, it will put the already cash-strapped Parkley Empire in an embarrassing situation. Not only will the war not continue, but the natives of the originally occupied colonial satellites, there may be riots instigated by spies from other countries. At that time, the empire will fall into a situation of ignoring each other. The Parkley Empire is only on the defensive at the moment, and has no ability to fight another war at all. The visit of Saint Aina just gave the Parkley Empire a chance to declare that it does not want to continue the war, which allows the Parkley Empire to conduct diplomatic appeasement with the democratic systems and other systems in the handover area. Then, the multilateral diplomacy of various countries can be launched immediately, and all economic, political, and other exchanges between countries can be carried out. Saint Aina received the highest ceremonial treatment from the Parkley Empire. Parkley III and the Saint Aina talked in front of the screen. Parkley III declared that the Parkley Empire was very eager for peace, and was willing to make peace declarations with all countries in the handover field, and promised not to initiate wars. Parkley III asked Saint Aina to be a witness. Saint Aina accepted Parkley III's request. Long Fei and Colonel Shrek. Boss, Her Royal Highness has become a peacemaker again, and I don't know if what happened before will happen. We can only take one step at a time. Whoever told her is our employer. Our task is to protect her safety. However, if we can meet a few more customers like this, if we don't open for a few months, we still won't just sit back and talk. Long Fei glanced at Shrek and asked, speaking of which, how much did we earn? All losses were directly reimbursed by Her Royal Highness, earning 200 million Earth coins every day. We have been guarding her for almost 20 days, and we have earned 4 billion Earth coins. That's why you said that if you have a few more customers like this, you won't take orders for the next few months, and you won't starve to death. Hey, Colonel Shrek, if there are more customers like this, we will continue to take other orders. Colonel Shrek asked a little puzzled. Boss, why do you say that? If there is such a generous customer like the Holy Maiden, we can indeed earn a lot of money, but for the money we earn, we must improve our equipment, MK2G and Baishur, which I specified. The production model Gundam. Although the manufacturing price is not as good as other developed Gundams, the price of each unit exceeds the price of 10 105 strikes. If there are more customers like Saintus, then we can manufacture more mass production model Gundam, so that our strength will be stronger and we will receive more business by then. What the boss said is that I am out of shape. It's not that you have a small structure. You want to spend the least amount of effort, earn the most money, and enjoy it. Hey, Shrek smiled awkwardly. After Parkley III declared that the Empire would move towards peace, the countries around the Parkley Empire breathed a sigh of relief. In order not to repeat the mistakes of the Dunk Kingdom at that time, Saint Aina suggested that Parkley III sign a peace agreement in the capital's colonial satellite. I accept the suggestion of Your Excellency the Holy Maiden to sign a peace agreement in the satellite circle of the capital of the country. Parkley III immediately ordered his foreign minister to send diplomatic teams to all border countries of the Parkley Empire to conduct peace negotiations. There are a total of 6 countries that have handed over to the Parkley Empire. None of the countries want to start a war with the Parkley Empire. Apart from not being able to fight the Parkley Empire themselves, there are also people in their own countries who don't want to have wars. They only want peace. In addition, there are some refugees who were subjugated have all fled to their own countries. In order to settle the refugees, the country's finances are already stretched. Once the war starts, it will be a waste of money. The 6 countries at the moment do not have any extra money to fight a long war. Even a 1-month war will immediately bankrupt the country's finances. With Her Royal Highness as a witness, the leaders of the 6 countries can safely come to the colonial satellite of the capital of the Parkley Empire to sign a peace agreement. But before coming here, one must know what kind of peace is the peace promoted by the diplomatic team of the Parkley Empire. After learning that the diplomatic team of the Parkley Empire declared that the condition for peace is to start trade between countries, etc., the Parkley Empire stated that it would not take the initiative to attack any country unless your country took the initiative. The leaders of the 6 countries also sent a spokesperson to hold a press conference, saying that they accepted the peace declaration of the Parkley Empire and could sign a peace treaty with the Parkley Empire. The Parkley Imperial Army, the Secret Service, and other related organizations have strictly guarded the port checkpoints in the capital area, so as to prevent terrorist organizations and illegal organizations from mixing in and taking the opportunity to cause chaos. The Tiani mercenary group sent a ground team to follow the Saint Aina and protect the Saint Aina closely. The Emperor of the Parkley Empire and the Minister of Defense looked at the Tiani mercenaries who were in charge of protecting the Saint, wearing the Spartan battle uniforms on their bodies, and they were very envious of the advanced equipment of the mercenary group. So they regarded the Spartan in terms of combat uniforms. None of the country's special forces has such advanced equipment. Your Excellency, I wonder if you can introduce me to the person in charge of the Tiani mercenary group. I want to do some business with the Tiani mercenary group. Can. Boss, Her Majesty the Holy Maiden introduced us to Emperor Parkley III of the Parkley Empire and said that there is a business deal that he wants to discuss with us. Colonel Shrek reported to Long Fei. If it's an arms sale, generally speaking, it should be handed over to Sakiki of the Tiani Arms Manufacturing Company. Yes, boss. Sakiki's secret network code contacted Long Fei. Boss, have you read the financial report for this quarter? I saw that the sales volume of assault daggers exceeded 6,000 units. The sales volume of special GMMS also exceeded 1,000 units, and the sales volume of armed combat armor exceeded 1 million pieces. Such a large sales volume. According to the company's production line, we can't produce that much at all, and many of them will be handed over to other peers for OEM. Yes, boss, there are many OEMs from the same industry, which reduces the production pressure of the company a lot, and the OEM fee we pay to the industry is not very high. But for them, there is still a lot of profit, but the profit we are the ones who get the most benefits, and more importantly, many countries have placed orders with our company, and there are almost endless orders to be received. Sakiki has a smug face on his face. And Long Fei just responded and nodded with a flat face. By the way, boss, there is something I must ask you. What's up? When will the GM2 and other Dagger series MS be handed over to us for production and sale? After I develop a new mobile suit, the GM2 and other Dagger series mobile suits can be produced and sold. Boss, there are still a few things I have to report to you. Sakiki looked a little heavy. Looking at your expression should be very important. Let's talk. First of all, the company has discovered a lot of commercial spies. These commercial spies are not only outside our business department, but even the R&D personnel in the R&D department are spies from some companies or foreign countries. Their purpose is to steal our advanced technology, especially the technology of Gundam, but they seem to have made a mistake. I don't have any information about the technology of Gundam. I've known about this for a long time. Not to mention you, there are spies in the Tianyi mercenary group. You can see how to deal with this matter. If you have anything else to report to me, it's your Aunt Long Hui Wan. Needless to say, she just wants to work with us. Yes, and she offered us a lot of attractive benefits. What attractive benefits did she offer us? After Sakiki said the benefit conditions, Long Fei frowned and thought about it, and then said, "Tell her, let us think about it." Before the leaders of the 6 countries came to the capital of the Parkley Empire, the military, secret service, and other departments captured many terrorists or some illegal organizations. During the interrogation, they obtained some information and found that these organizations had money behind them. The master, the funder, is all capitalists such as those military-industrial enterprises. Parkley III looked at the information sent by his courtiers, which made him very annoyed. He felt very disgusted with these capitalists of military enterprises who wanted to start a war and make war profits. This made him more determined to want peace. In any case, these military-industrial capitalists must not be satisfied. He ordered the military and secret service agencies to arrest all these criminals. The leaders of the 6 countries came to the colonial satellite of the capital of the Parkley Empire. The military, secret agents, and counter-espionage departments of the empire all worked hard to protect the leaders of the 6 countries. Of course, the leaders of the 6 countries didn't want to stay in the empire for too long. It wasn't that they didn't feel relieved or didn't trust the emperor of the empire. The main reason was that they didn't want what happened in the Dunk country to fall on their heads. After the leaders of the 6 countries communicated with Parkley III for a while, under the witness of the Saint Aina, the leaders of the 7 countries signed a peace treaty. The leaders of the 6 countries immediately returned to their respective countries the next day. Saint Aina has been praised by various media at this moment, and she is even called an angel of peace, and has made great contributions to peace. Emperor Parkley III personally saw off the Saint Aina when she left the country. Saintess Aina's 2 interviews brought peace to the countries involved, and indirectly affected the countries at war in the colonial area of the 7th district. The colonial area in the 7th district began to gradually move towards peace. The destination of Saint Aina's space fleet is the electromagnetic orbital station of the Uya Cross country in the Earth Circle. Long Fei and Shrek looked at the map on the screen in the Bao command room. Since we left the Parkley Empire for the past few days, we have not suffered any attacks. We earn 200 million Earth Circle coins every day. I hope Her Royal Highness will not arrive at the destination too early so that we can earn her a few more days. Money. Colonel Shrek looked forward to not arriving at the destination too early. Long Fei glanced at Shrek and said, "Colonel, Her Majesty the Holy Maiden is indeed a big client, and the employment relationship will end sooner or later, but at this moment, I am a little worried about one thing." "Boss, is there anything you are worried about?" "His Royal Highness has indeed made the colonial war in District 7 move towards peace. The Parkley Empire captured many criminals in the capital's colonial satellite and prevented a potential crisis from erupting. However, those capitalists who secretly planned to start the war in the military industry, how did they maybe let it go like this? Escorting Her Majesty the Holy Maiden these few days, no terrorist organization or fake pirates or mercenaries from the saboteur group came to attack Her Majesty's space fleet. Indeed, as the boss said, the past few days are indeed very quiet, without any danger. Maybe this is the eve of the storm that people in the Earth Circle talk about. Be more careful. I always feel that I have a bad premonition." Long Fei said worriedly, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. After another 3 days, he will be able to reach the electromagnetic orbital station of the Uya Cross country in 1 more day. At this moment, something unexpected happened in the colony of the 7th district. The president of the country of Dunki interviewed the countries of Krusha, Mega, and Dak during a diplomatic trip. The purpose of the interview was to apologize and repent to these 3 victimized countries. The first diplomatic target of the president of the country of Dunki is the country of Dak. The president of the country of Dunk wants to lay a wreath in his repentance for the innocent people who were injured and sacrificed by the war at that time. The president of Stunkers laid a wreath at the gravestone of the deceased, along with his kneel and confession. The behavior of the president of the Dunk country has been praised by countries all over the world who believe that he is a responsible leader. The king of Dak declared to the outside world, he accepts the apology and repentance from the president of Dak. Time will tell whether the hatred between the two countries can be put down and whether Dak will remember their mistakes. The country of Stunk admits this history and bears this mistake, and I believe that the people of the country of Dak will let go of this hatred. This scene has also spread throughout the colonial circle and the Earth circle. Many countries have offered their blessings to these two countries, hoping that the two countries can really let go of their mutual hatred and join hands in the future. It's a pity that something important happened the next day after this scene. The Prince of the Dark Kingdom launched a coup, which not only overthrew his father's regime, but also hijacked the president of the Donkey Kingdom, and even killed everyone accompanying the president of the Donkey Kingdom. In addition to announcing that the president of Stunk had committed a crime against his own country, he also announced his father's treason. The crime he gave to his father was to be soft to the enemy country, disregarding his own country's interests and not daring to deal with the harm his country suffered. Harming the country to seek justice has damaged the interests and dignity of the country and all people. Even during the live broadcast, the king of Dak and the president of Dak were hanged in front of the people of Dak. Not long after the coup d'etat in the country of Dak and Manhwa, the leaders of the two countries were overthrown either by their own successors or by their own deputies. The overthrown leaders were charged with treason and sentenced to immediate death. The new leaders of Krusha, Manhwa, and Dak have all overturned the contracts signed by the former leaders. The new leaders of the three countries have jointly declared that they will launch a war of revenge with the Stunk country. Give up. After the people of Stunk country learned that the president was hanged by the new leader of Dak country, they aroused the anger of the people all over the country. They also saw the news broadcasting the revenge declarations of KX, Manhwa, and Dak. A small number of people spontaneously marched and demonstrated, demanding that the countries of KX, Manhwa, and Dak pay the price. Originally, many soldiers in the Stunk country's military were already war-weary. After learning that their president was killed by the new leader of the coup d'etat in the Dak country, the soldiers of the whole country vowed to avenge the president, and to let the Khmer country, the only price Canada and Dakota paid was national subjugation. This incident spread all over the world. Unexpectedly, the sudden coup d'etat brought the four countries back to a state of war. Then many eyes turned to Saint Asena, wondering what method Saint Asena would take to persuade the four kingdoms to let go of their hatred and prevent wars from happening again. The spokesperson of the Pope of the Daoya Crusade declared to the outside world that the Holy Maiden Aina has been summoned by the Pope to return to her country. Her Royal Highness has done her best to serve as a witness to let the Stunk Kingdom, the Texas Kingdom, and the Mega the country and the Dak country are moving toward peace. At this moment, the new leader is going back to the state of war, which has nothing to do with Her Royal Highness. Pope David of the Cross Country of Dia, an old man with white hair and a goatee, gave a press conference. Saint Aina is the child I brought up with my own hands. Although we are not related by blood, I have always regarded it as my own. We are as close as father and daughter. It was my decision to summon her back to China. During that period of time, she was deeply involved in such a situation. Dangerous environment. I am very worried about her safety every day and every night. I have been in a dorm room, so I decided to call her back to the country so that I can rest assured. A reporter asked, Your Majesty, what are your country's plans for the future? The Daoya Cross country has always maintained neutrality and advocated peace. We hope that there will be no war anywhere. In any country, we advocate peace, but we never interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. Whether any country wants peace or war, country's decision. The press conference ended half an hour after Pope David answered some questions with some international reporters. The Pope returned to the palace. The Pope came outside the room of Saint Aina, and John and Yuffie stood outside the door of the room. The Pope asked worriedly, Is Aina still refusing to come out these few days? John put his right hand on his heart, saluted, and replied, Go back to His Majesty. Her Majesty has locked herself in her room these days and refused to come out. She just bought the food that Her Majesty likes to eat, and Her Majesty has no food. How to eat? Open the door and let me see the boy. Yes, His Majesty the Pope. The two pushed open the door, and Pope David entered the room. David watched his adopted daughter fall asleep on the desk, and there were still her favorite snacks on the desk, but she didn't eat much. David looked at the tired and haggard face of his adoptive daughter with tears in his eyes, and David felt very distressed. David went to the bed and picked up the quilt, walked to the side of the adopted daughter, put the quilt behind the adopted daughter, stretched out his right hand, and gently stroked the adopted daughter's head. Thinking back to the first time I met my adopted daughter. At that time, 15 years ago, there was a war between two small countries near the Daoya Cross Country, which caused countless war refugees to flee to the Daoya Cross Country. At that time, David ordered the country to be open to take in these war refugees. David also went to visit these war-persecuted refugees in person. It was also the first time he met Aina. Aina's biological father died in the war, and she fled with her frail and sick mother to the Uya Cross Country. When the two mother and daughter entered the Duya Cross Country, the mother was seriously ill. At that time, Aina, who was only 5 years old, looked at her seriously ill mother and could only helplessly cry and beg the people around her to help her mother, but everyone was in danger and could not help Aina's mother. David just arrived at the scene. When he visited every refugee, he saw Aina crying and calling for help. David immediately arranged for his subordinates to send Aina's biological mother to the intensive care unit. Mother is cured, but Aina's biological mother was already dying of illness at that time, and she was already exhausted and died during the rescue process. At that time, Aina saw her mother's death and could only cry helplessly. David felt very heartbroken at that time and hugged Aina. "My child, from today on, I will be your father." At that time, Aina was experiencing the death of her mother. Her heart was closed. She was not close to David and kept a distance from anyone. From the moment David decided to adopt Aina, he vowed to do a good job as a father. No matter how busy he was with his official duties, he would take time to accompany Aina, and he would try his best to make Aina happy. Enlighten Aina. After 2 years of hard work, Aina, who was originally closed, gradually opened her heart under David's enlightenment. Aina began to smile and gradually became a cheerful child. Aina also gradually accepted David's love. Fatherhood. David cherishes the time spent with Aina very much. In David's heart, Aina is his daughter, and being together is a family happiness, which makes David, who has been busy with official duties, have a happy time. David also discovered that Aina is a very kind child in her heart, so David decided to train Aina to become the next pope of the Daoya Cross Country. Aina lived up to David's trust and became a public figure loved by the people of her country. In normal work, the two will distinguish the relationship between superiors and subordinates. When there are no outsiders, the two are father and daughter. Aina just woke up at this time and saw the Pope standing beside her. When she was about to get up to greet him, she hadn't eaten much for a few days, her body was a little weak, and she couldn't stand upright for a while. David immediately supported Aina, let Aina sit on the chair, and said scoldingly, "You silly child, the whole thing is not your fault. Why bother to take the responsibility on yourself, blame yourself, and take care of your body? If your body breaks down, what do you want your father to do?" Aina blamed herself and said, "Dad, I'm sorry. Look at the desk on the table. Others arrange your favorite snacks, but you don't eat much. Isn't it a waste of food? Oh, forget it. I'll ask someone to throw it away. Get another copy for you." "Dad, don't. It's too wasteful." David stretched out his hand and pinched Aina's cheek and said with a smile, "You child, you know how to waste. You have locked yourself in the room these days without eating or drinking. You make Dad worry, so I will let people heat things up and watch you eat. Dad, you have other official duties to do, so don't waste your time on me. No matter how busy and important the official business is, it is not as important as my daughter's health. Dad, can you eat with me then?" "Okay." Being able to eat with my daughter is the happiest time for Dad. David called John into the room. "Heat up the food on the desk and get a few more dishes by the way. I want to eat with my daughter." "Yes, His Majesty the Pope. I will arrange it immediately." "Boss, do you want to go to the Rhineman Emirates again?" Colonel Shrek asked Long Fei in surprise. "I want to go there, and then return to the mother base." "All right." Colonel Shrek couldn't figure it out. Why did the boss Long Fei want to go to that small country? Long Fei wanted to go to the Rhineman Emirate to see his two friends, Bai Zhuo and Zhejiang. Long Fei also liked this small country that had nothing to do with the world, and the people there were simple and kind. Long Fei returned to his room, and Long Fei contacted President Sachs. Long Fei asked, President Sachs, recently I read some documents you uploaded. Some of the company's R&D departments have recently developed some new equipment for MS. Yes, boss. I think there are several newly developed MS equipment that can be recommended to Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming to test their performance in actual combat. It's an anti-ship rifle, a long-range electromagnetic sniper gun, a 180mm positron cannon, and a high-pulse shotgun. Yes, I plan to hand over the anti-ship laser gun and long-range electromagnetic sniper rifle directly to Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming to use the Gundam for testing. I guess not to mention the special GM. Even the GM may second not be able to play a real role. The power of the 180mm positron cannon can be equipped to the special GM. Even if you fire 10 rounds, the special GM will not run out of power because the energy consumed is less than 1/3 of the 320mm positron cannon, and the high-pulse shotgun, it can be equipped to any MS. The high-pulse shotgun does not consume any energy as long as there are bullets. It can be fired. After hearing this, Long Fei said, the first two weapons can only be equipped with our army's Gundam, and they probably can't be sold at all. Of course, I personally don't want to sell these two weapons, unless there are more advanced ones. 180mm positron cannon. If other mobile suits do not have enough energy, they will not be able to use this weapon at all, and the high-pulse shotgun can be sold in large quantities, and it can also be used as one of the packaged equipment for all mobile suits sold by the company. Indeed, as the boss said, the first two actually have to go through actual combat tests and a series of adjustments before we can continue to develop more advanced weapons. Long Fei told President Sakiki one thing. President, when I come back, I will give you a design drawing of the Ms. Mothership, which is the Pegasus-class Ms. Mothership. How does the performance compare to the Albion? Asked Saki. It's not as good as Albion, but it's also much more advanced than the MS motherships developed by those big countries in the world. Understood, boss. President, I won't disturb your work anymore. After Long Fei finished speaking, he hung up. Then, Long Fei contacted Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming. Commander-in-Chief, have you ever thought about opening a sub-base in the Rhineman Emirate? Yes. At present I plan to set up the 5th sub-base in the Rhineman Emirate, and I have sent my deputy to the Rhineman Emirate to discuss with the country's leaders. Well, at present, I am sending Colonel Shrek's fleet to the Rhineman Emirates. I want to rest in the Rhineman Emirates for a few days before returning to the home base. I also hope that the Commander-in-Chief will not blame me for being capricious and let a huge fleet accompany me. I sneak in. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming immediately raised his hands and said, Boss, don't say that. You are the real ruler of the entire Tianyi group, and you are the real leader of the Tianyi mercenary group. Wherever you go, the Tianyi mercenaries should follow and protect you. Your safety. Although I am the boss, I can't affect the normal operation of the company. Boss, the situation in the colonies in the 7th district is fluctuating. Although some countries are already at peace, the countries that are still at war have also affected other colonial areas. War may break out in the colonies in the 6th district at any time. Maybe there is only the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company in the Tianyi Group. It may not be affected by the war, but it can take the opportunity to make a fortune. Instead, it is the mercenary group. Commander-in-Chief, do you think the Tianyi mercenary group will be affected? It depends on how we act. In the wars of some countries in the colonies of District 7, mercenary groups help them fight. From what the Commander-in-Chief has seen, a country has come to entrust us. Do we want to accept the order? If we take orders, we can't deal with those countries like other mercenary groups. Perfunctory? What does that mean, Commander-in-Chief? In fact, those of us in the same industry will secretly play with each other and deliberately pretend that when we are fighting with each other, you destroy one of my mobile suits, and I destroy one of your fighter jets, and then they can report to their employers that they have nothing to do with fighting. Injured, so it can be easier to deal with. Aren't they afraid of being caught by their employers? Li Jiaming explained. Even if they are discovered, it's a big deal to quit. Besides, these mercenary groups are protected by mercenary guilds. Those countries are not the Wanluo Federation or the Hanxia Empire. Dare to harm the mercenary group. Moreover, The mercenary guild will secretly blacklist the country, and then no other mercenary group will accept the entrustment of that country. After the warning statement, the mercenary group will move to another place and wait for the next one to take advantage of it. After listening to Li Jiaming's explanation, Long Fei frowned, and after thinking for a while, he asked, then other mercenary groups can use this method to perfuse those countries and take advantage of those countries. So why can't we? Li Jiaming explained. In fact, the reason for the boss is very simple. If you think that we have Gundams, the country that entrusts us must hope that we will dispatch Gundams to the battlefield. Besides, it is impossible for us to dispatch Gundams to play with each other like other mercenary groups. Fooling the employer, let's talk about the performance of Gundam, which is obvious to all in the world. We can't let Gundam lose, otherwise it will affect our reputation and future interests. But once we really accept the entrustment of a certain country and defeat the if it is another country, then we will also annoy other colleagues. Because in a war between countries, one party is defeated, that is, the war is over. If the war is over, then these mercenary groups will have nothing to gain. Then, wouldn't they resent us for cutting off their money? That's right, we have powerful capabilities, but we can't make such a way to fool the country. Besides, if we really accept the entrustment of a certain country, then we not only need to destroy the army of the target country, but we may also take if other colleagues are eliminated, we will also offend other colleagues. So I would like to hear from the Commander-in-Chief. What is your suggestion? My suggestion is, don't accept the entrustment of any country. Let's continue to do what we originally did. Then, after Li Jiaming submitted some documents to Long Fei, he hung up. Colonel Shrek is communicating remotely with his colleague at the moment, and the colleague is called Colonel Chris. Colonel Chris was the representative sent by Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming to the Rhineman Emirate to negotiate with the country's leaders. Colonel Chris has completed the negotiation with His Majesty the Chief of the Rhineman Emirates, and at this moment, he is already designing and building the 8th branch base in the port of the country. Long Fei was alone looking at the scenery in outer space. At this moment, the fleet was already in the territory of the Rhineman Emirate. After entering the country for about an hour, no patrol ships around were found to check. Long Fei said to himself, although this country is very peaceful, it is a country of paradise, but a country that is too peaceful is not good. If you are warlike, you will die. If you forget the war, you will be in danger. This country is already in the stage of forgetting the war. Sooner or later, the crisis will befall the country. Boss, what are you talking to yourself saying? If you forget the battle, you will be in danger? Long Fei turned around and saw that it was Tao Xiang standing behind him. Tao Xiang looked at Long Fei with her big watery eyes. It has been an hour since our fleet came to the border of this country, and not even a frigate or patrol ship showed up for questioning. I heard that the Commander-in-Chief has sent a representative to complete the negotiation with the Rhineman Emirate. The 5th branch base will be set up in this country. Could it be that Colonel Shrek notified the country's Ministry of National Defense when he entered, so that no ships from the country came forward? Come and question. Long Fei shook his head and said, even so, it is impossible for the country not to send a ship to check it out. Besides, when we have been escorting the space fleet of Saint Isena earlier, every time we have passed there are more or less ships in the country to check and question. But in this country, no matter whether it was to the Saint to this country earlier, or now we come to this country by ourselves, there is not a single ship come to check. I wonder if this country is too peaceful, forgetting even the most basic defense. That's why, boss, you said that if you forget the battle, you will be in danger. Yes, if any country wants to be powerless against him, I am afraid that this country will end immediately at any time. At this time, Colonel Shrek's report came from Long Fei's earphones. Boss, Colonel Chris came to inform us and asked us to find the missing frigate of the Rhineman Emirates. The direction is. After hearing this, Long Fei said, then go check it out. What happened? Tao Xiang asked. The Rhineman Emirate originally had a frigate that would come to our fleet for interrogation. For some reason, it lost its track, and even the ships that went to check later lost their signals. That guy, Chris, received a report from the Rhineman Emirate authorities. Asked to go and check it out. Chris, that guy asked us for help because it happened to be near us. Long Fei's fleet went to the destination to investigate. When they arrived at the destination soon, They found that the 3 ships of the Rhineman Emirates had become wrecks full of holes. Colonel Shrek immediately informed Chris of what he saw so far, and then sent a MS team to check it out. A total of 6 105 Dagger MS mobile backpacks inspected the 3 ships that had become wrecks. Colonel, the 3 ships of the Rhineman Emirate belonged to patrol frigates. Judging from the traces of the wreckage, they were ambushed and violently shelled. They were destroyed by the ambushed ships without any time to react. The other 2, the frigate that came to check, was also ambushed and bombarded. Although the 2 frigates counterattacked and dispatched fighter planes, they were all destroyed in a very short time. Lieutenant, as far as you can see, what kind of armed attack did they suffer to create such a scene? Based on the experience of my subordinates, it does not belong to the firepower possessed by ordinary pirates. It can be achieved to such a degree that it is probably an armed force sneaked in by a certain country. Colonel Shrek immediately informed Colonel Chris of the investigation of the 3 destroyed frigates. Colonel Chris notified the authorities of the Rhineman Emirate firsthand. The Minister of Defense immediately sent someone to investigate the search radar in the country to see if there was any problem with the radar before allowing the militants to sneak into the country. After a period of investigation, it was discovered that there was a device near several radars. This device can make the radar work normally and notify the command post of normal operation, but it can make the radar search function unable to search for any targets. Check the confiscated device and find that it has been in operation for several days, so the armed organization has sneaked into the country for several days. The Ministry of National Defense is jumping around, not only conducting an all-round search of all the ships that can be mobilized, but also hiring Colonel Chris to dispatch warships to help search. Although Colonel Chris has a few warships that he can dispatch to help in the search, such a number is useless at all, and Colonel Chris can only ask Colonel Shrek for help. Colonel Shrek agreed for the sake of money. The Minister of Defense of the Rhineman Emirate contacted Colonel Shrek. "Hello, Colonel Shrek. I am the Minister of Defense of the Rhineman Emirate. At this moment, our country is being attacked by militants in our country. If Shrek's expensive fleet finds that there are armed groups, you can kill them first and then act later. A ship in the country is attacked and sends a distress signal. I also hope that Colonel Shrek's noble fleet can do its best to rescue. Of course, our ships will try our best to cooperate with the work of Colonel Shrek's noble fleet. Dear Minister of Defense, we will try our best to meet your request, but we also ask the Minister of Defense that you can share with us the information you currently have. Of course, we will share the first-hand information with your country if we can get it." "No problem. I will share the information immediately, and I will not disturb Colonel Shrek's work." Shrek analyzed the information after reading it. A mixed team of 3 black fighters and 3 black mobile suits. This is Ghost Team 1. They discovered a frigate of the Rhineman Emirates and asked for instructions. This is Red Ghost number 1. Has the other party found you? No, their frigate is very backward. It looks like a frigate from 50 or 60 years ago. I am afraid that even if it is modernized, it will not be able to compare with the search capabilities of the new style of frigate. Our side is not only 200 kilometers away from the other side, but also in the location is still a blind spot for their radar search. Can it be destroyed in 3 minutes? Able. Then do it. The task is completed, and leave the scene immediately. Receive. A Rayman Emirate frigate was hit by several missiles. Captain, we are under attack. Where did the attack come from? Search the dead corner of the radar. Damn it. Immediately send a fighter squad and send out a distress signal. The fighter planes of the Emirate of the Rhineman are the same as the frigates. They are all things from 50 years ago. It seems that since the founding of this country, the weapons of national defense have not been updated. I thought ours were old enough. Older. The driver of the Sombra MS driving complained. The pilot of the Niggers said, "Isn't that better? It makes our fight easier." There are 6 M1 fighter jets in the Emirate of Raymond. The M1 fighter jets are not equipped with laser cannons, only older missiles. The missiles fired were not only easily dodged by the enemy's MS, but were even easily shot down. In less than a minute, the 6 M1 fighters were all wiped out. A Sombra MS rushed directly to the bow of the target frigate and destroyed the bow with a rocket launch, while other fellow fighters and MS fired energy-directed weapons. The frigate that lost its bow suddenly turned into a wreck full of holes. After the mixed team's mission was successful, they walked away. When the other frigates from the Emirate of Rhineman arrived, their fellow frigates had already been destroyed. Fortunately, there were still survivors among the destroyed frigates. However, the survivors at this moment were also seriously injured and unconscious, and could not get any information at all. Colonel Shrek, who received the information sharing, has already received 2 frigates under attack at this moment. Colonel Shrek didn't immediately rush to rescue people, but he knew that he had rushed to the scene, and the target had already disappeared. Colonel Shrek ordered all warships to turn on the ultra-long-range search radars and ultra-long-range telescopes to conduct an all-round search. The sergeant in charge of the radar asked Colonel Shrek, "Colonel, why don't we go to the scene? There may be survivors, and we may be able to get information from the survivors. The rescue is handed over to them. Our real purpose is to find out those militants. The direct root cause is the primary reason. The frigate of the Rhineman Emirates will be attacked. I am afraid that it is mental calculation or unintentional. The militants are probably frigates who know the target. The search radar instrument, from which to attack their blind spots and weaknesses, we deduce the position of the target from the radar blind spot of the frigate under attack. So that's how it is," the announcer reported at this time. "Colonel, a suspicious target has been found. The image captured by the remote telescope is analyzed, and the location is..." On the huge screen, a scene captured by a thermal device popped up at this moment, and then it was decomposed and restored. The image is an oval battleship, which looks a bit like a submarine used in the deep sea. The battleship is completely pitch black. Colonel Shrek rubbed his chin and said, "This is a submarine for the universe. The coating material has a visual deceptive effect, and the coating can also make some radars such as X-band or Y-band invisible." In order not to startle the enemy, Colonel Shrek first let the entire fleet sail from a relatively long distance from the target and ordered Joya sisters to drive the Gemini brother Gundam to dispatch, and then continued to search for other submarines. "Colonel, another submarine has been discovered. There are currently 2 locations with 2 submarines." "Okay, let Joya sisters lock onto the 2 submarines. They can't directly destroy the target, but destroy the target's propeller." The Gemini Gundam driven by Sister Joya is equipped with a modular weapon, which is an ultra-long-range anti-ship sniper rifle dedicated to the Gemini Gundam. Major Matthew, the Tianyi mercenary fleet did not find us. Although Major Matthew looked a little cautious, his expression was a little relaxed at the moment. Major Matthew once heard about his colleagues, and once talked about the deeds of the Tianyi mercenary corps, especially the Gundam colleagues gave him a very high evaluation. He has a 100 milliseconds in World War I, and he himself has seen the video of the Gundam battle record. Gundam's performance has the ability to subvert the battlefield. Moreover, the fleet that passed by his submarine was known from intelligence to be the fleet that escorted Saint Aina back then. According to information, the fleet in front of me has 10 Gundams, and Major Matthew would not dare to sneak attack on the fleet in front of him. A submarine can't handle this fleet. Major Matthew wiped the sweat from his forehead, and suddenly the crew shouted. The Tianyi mercenary fleet sent out a powerful directed energy weapon, and the beam hit our ship. Matthew shouted, "Immediately evade." That's too late. It was too late to say it, and the submarine shook so strongly that Matthew almost fell off his desk and chair. "Report damage immediately. Major, the submarine's thrusters are damaged and cannot function." At this moment, Matthew realized that the other party had already discovered them and had not attacked them before, but was just looking for an opportunity to take them down with one blow. At this time, Matthew noticed from the screen that the Tianyi mercenary fleet had sent out another beam of light. The location where the beam hit was the position of another colleague. He watched the explosion of the propeller of his submarine. Then, from the screen, he saw several mobile suit teams flying out from the Tianyi mercenary fleet, heading towards his and his colleagues' positions. Major Matthew immediately ordered all fighter planes and mobile suits to be dispatched, and the enemy must be delayed, and then immediately ordered his subordinates to destroy all record sheets and all materials. Major Matthew immediately returned to his office and destroyed all the confidential documents. In about 20 minutes, all the fighter planes and MS sent out were wiped out. Major Matthew immediately gave the order to surrender, but he took out the pistol in his waist and shot himself in the temple. "Colonel, 2 submarines have surrendered to us. The captain of one of the submarines committed suicide after giving the order to surrender. The announcer reported the news to Colonel Shrek. Tell the Ministry of Defense of the Rhineman Emirate that we have captured some of the militants who sneaked in. After Colonel Shrek gave the instruction, he conveyed another order to his subordinates, which was to extract information from the captives. Long Fei was in his room right now, watching the news from Shrek. Long Fei thought in his heart, the militants who infiltrated the Rhineman Emirates seemed to be special forces of a certain country. Submarines, fighter jets, and Black Shadow mobile suits are all weapons for infiltration operations. However, these weapons have been around for 20 years. Moreover, this is something that was eliminated by the Garth Empire, and it is said that many of them were sold to many countries with the same imperial system, and some of them went to the black market. Long Fei thought of a question. If an empire wants to secretly harm the Rhineman Emirate, it is impossible to use its own standard equipment to sneak into the Rhineman Emirate to do bad things. Isn't it a thief who writes on his face that I am a thief? No matter how you look at it, it is strange which armed group bought these weapons on the black market, or a certain country bought these weapons from the black market, and then planted a country with an imperial system. The more Long Fei thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, and there was something wrong with what he had concluded, so he immediately informed Colonel Shrek of his doubts and wanted to discuss a conclusion that would allow him to solve his doubts. Boss, in fact, I have the same opinion as you. At present, let's extract information from the captives. In the office where Shrek turned in, a captain reported to Shrek and Long Fei. Boss, Colonel, after being tortured for a while, some of these captives couldn't stand it and reported their country, which is from the Guderian Empire. Long Fei sneered, and Shrek snorted coldly. The captain understood why the two adults in front of him sneered and snorted. Colonel Shrek asked the captain, Captain, do you know which country developed the captives and harvested weapons? I know, it was something developed by the Garth Empire about 30 years ago, and it has been updated 10 years ago. These weapons still have some Empire equipment. The Guderian Empire is at the junction of the Rhineman Emirate, but both countries are in peace. If the Guderian Empire wants to harm the Rhineman Emirate, even if it sneaks in and makes trouble, it is impossible to use its own weapons to mess with them. Even a thief wouldn't be able to do such a stupid thing. Colonel, we also think so, but some of the other party can't stand the torture and say they are from the Guderian Empire. For this reason, we also use confession agents, and it turned out that these people have great antibodies to confession agents. Long Fei asked, what about their voyage records? They've been destroyed. Colonel, open the full information map. Sly pressed the screen button on the desktop. A full information image map popped up on the table, and the full information image map centered on the Rhineman Emirates. Long Fei pointed to one of the countries and asked, Colonel, do you still remember the Yoda Democratic Republic? I remember that the fleet that came to the Rhineman Emirate came from the Yoda Democratic Republic and brought a group of experts from various countries from the Democratic camp to investigate whether the Rhineman Emirate had weapons of mass destruction. At this time, Long Fei asked again, look at the map, is the Rhineman Emirate between the Yoda Democratic Republic and the Guderian Empire? The Rhineman Emirate is a sandwich between these two countries. In your opinion, could it be that the Yoda Democratic Republic is framing the Guderian Empire? It's possible. At this time, Long Fei expressed his opinion. Colonel, this is how I see it. I seriously suspect that the Yoda Democratic Republic is unwilling to give up on the Rhineman Emirate. On the surface, they are unhappy that the Rhineman Emirate is a dictatorship and want to use force. To change their system and become a democratic system like theirs, it is estimated that they want food from the Rhineman Emirate. Shrek and the captain looked at Long Fei, wondering why the boss had such a view. I have such an opinion. The main reason is that when I went to Stunk Country and Parkley Empire, I found that their food prices are much more expensive than our 6th district. Let's take a Kin luncheon meat, the same brand, the same amount, but the price is more than 5 times that of our 6th district. Later, I asked people from the Tiani group to help me investigate the price situation in the 7th district. Although the war will cause the prices of many things to collapse, but only the price of food will not only not collapse, but will even increase a lot. So people who have a lot of food in their hands will make a lot of money if they sell the food at this time. Is this related to our present matter? Shrek asked. Once a war breaks out, The arms dealers will make the most money. If the war causes a food crisis, those businessmen who specialize in food business will not make a lot of money. The Rhineland Emirate is a country rich in crops, and the 7th District colony has not yet happened. During the war, the Rhineland Emirate only accounted for 3% of the grain trade in the colony of the 7th District. But now that the war has been fought, all countries are desperately hoarding grain. In terms of food, the people will have trouble with their government. The grain exports of the Rhineland Emirate have not changed since the war, but at this moment the Rhineland Emirate has accounted for 30% of the grain trade in the colony of the 7th District. The capitalists who want to increase the price of food have no way to do it. Just imagine that the bosses of the governments of democratic countries are not those capitalists. Shrek immediately understood. So, boss, what you mean is the Yoda Democratic Republic. Maybe it is to plant the Guderian Empire, and then trick the Rhineland Emirate into standing in their democratic camp, so as to control their grain exports and fry up grains from it. Price. I have this inference, and I always feel that the possibility is very high. Shrek suddenly thought of a question, and said, if it wasn't for the Yoda Democratic Republic, if it was the Guderian Empire, it would be bad for the Rhineland Emirate. I thought so too at first, but take a look at this map showing the strength of the Guderian Empire. I have investigated the Guderian Empire, and the national power is not very strong. The national power of the Yoda Democratic Republic is more than 3 times his. If the Guderian Empire dared to take action against the Rhineland Emirate, then the Yoda Democratic Republic would have an excuse to send troops to deal with the Guderian Empire and destroy it. And I suspect that the Yoda Democratic Republic's framing actually wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the Guderian Empire. The industrial capacity of this empire is not very strong. On the contrary, their agricultural production is developed. If the Yoda Democratic Republic can destroy the Guderian Empire and occupy all the colonies, then many colonies in the 7th District will still be in the situation of war. They can rely on the original agricultural production capacity of the Guderian Empire and take the opportunity to fry up the grain to make a fortune. After hearing this, Colonel Shrek felt that what the boss said was very reasonable. At this time, a report came from the captain's headset. Boss, Colonel, the subordinates just sent a report to find the captured submarine and found several documents that have not been destroyed. The documents are encrypted, and it will take some time to decrypt them. Colonel Shrek ordered the captain to ask his subordinates in charge of interrogation to use more violent torture to force the captives to give out information. In addition to the confession agent with a strengthening agent, some cruel methods were used, such as torture and serving one of the captives in front of several captives, so as to weaken their mental endurance. Some people brutally tortured and killed one of the prisoners in front of other prisoners, and the tortured and killed prisoners made horrific screams, which hit the mental endurance of other prisoners. Don't hurt him anymore, I beg you. I say. A female prisoner was handcuffed behind her back, kneeling on the ground watching her lover being tortured and killed in such a cruel way. One by one was cut off, and the spirit couldn't bear it anymore, so I could only tell the secret. A Tiani mercenary with the hair of a female prisoner warned, it's better to be honest. Some of your companions have used enhanced confession agents to tell us the information we want. If you dare to lie, I will stuff the sliced meat of your lover into your mouth and let you eat it. The female prisoner told everything she knew in detail. Listening to the female prisoner's words, the Tiani mercenaries looked at her expression, and from time to time looked at the expressions and bodies of the other prisoners who were tied up, and found out their identity. The flaws in facial expressions and limbs. The other captives love you captive, and after telling everything they know, they all turn ashen. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. The Tiani mercenary made a gesture and asked his subordinates to take the other prisoners away, leaving behind the female prisoner and her seriously injured lover. After the others left the interrogation room, the Tiani mercenary pulled out the pistol at his waist, installed the silencer, shot the female prisoner and her lover directly in the temple, and then reported the information he got to his superiors. Colonel Shrek reported to Long Fei. Boss, as you inferred, it was the Yoda Democratic Republic who framed it. It will take some time to encrypt the files. All the information has been handed over to the Ministry of Defense of the Rhineland Emirates. This matter it's up to them to handle things themselves. Originally, Long Fei thought that the extracted information would be handed over to the authorities of the Rhineman Emirate, and they would protest against the Yoda Democratic Republic by themselves. After decrypting the final encrypted file and then handing it over to the Rhineman Emirate, their work would be complete. It's just that they didn't expect the file to be declassified. When they checked the file and saw the plan on the file, neither Long Fei nor Colonel Shrek could believe that the Yoda Democratic Republic would have such a vicious plan. Colonel Shrek immediately notified the Rhineman Emirate's authorities and his colleague Colonel Chris. Long Fei immediately dispatched his fleet to speed up to the colonial satellite of the Rhineman Emirates. When the authorities of the Rhineman Emirate got the news, there was a whole panic, because from the founding of the country to the present, this paradise country, which has not suffered any attacks, did not know what to do for a while. As a result, Chief Rhineman 4 actually issued a national alert, and the Minister of Defense did not expect that such a direct issuance of national alert would cause a series of chain reactions, and he directly obeyed the orders of His Majesty the Chief. Directly notify the national radio station to broadcast that the spies sent by the Yoda Democratic Republic are preparing to distribute poison gas in the country, and then order the whole country to be on alert, so that the people of the whole country are not allowed to go out and hide at home. When Colonel Chris of the People's Satellite of the Rhineman Emirate learned that Chief Rhineman 4 had issued a nationwide alert and even informed the people of the country, he couldn't help but swear. FCK, is Chief Rhineman 4 an idiot? Isn't this a warning to the enemy? Colonel Chris immediately ordered his subordinates to check whether the fleet had enough antivirus equipment, and the answer they got was that it was more than enough. Colonel Chris immediately ordered all the staff to wear antivirus equipment, and then notified Long Fei and Colonel Shrek of the current situation. Colonel Chris immediately contacted Chief Rhineman 4, willing to join in the capture of the spies of the Democratic Republic of Yoda, and Chief Rhineman 4 immediately agreed. The spy of the Yoda Democratic Republic entered the Rhineman Emirate, entering the country as a businessman. The Yoda Democratic Republic played a two-handed strategy. On the one hand, it sent special forces to pretend to be merchants from various countries, and used merchant ships to import and export. Force. The security force of the colonial satellite of the Rhineman Emirates first conducted a strict review of all merchant ships in the port, especially the merchant ships of the Yoda Democratic Republic. In an air filtration plant, the team sent by Colonel Chris found a gas device that was counting down. After the professional team members disassembled it, they turned off the gas device that was counting down. Although the poisonous gas device was successfully dismantled, everyone at the scene did not let down their guard, because there are 30 air filtration plants in total. At present, a total of 3 air filtration plants have found toxic gas devices, and another 27 are currently under action. The captain of the 4th team reported to Colonel Chris, "Colonel Chris, this is the 4th team. We have disarmed the poison gas device and are now preparing to go to the 7th air filtration plant." Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance. The voice of Colonel Chris came from the headset of the captain of the 4th team. "What's going on? There's an explosion coming from somewhere." The captain of the 4th team replied, "Colonel, there is an explosion in the suburb not far away." The leader of the 4th team had just finished speaking, and a team member pointed to the distance. The leader of the 4th team immediately checked with the remote function of the gas mask and found that it was the location of the 10th air filtration plant, and thick yellow smoke erupted. The captain of the 4th team immediately reported the matter to the colonel. "Lieutenant, leave it to the country's department to evacuate. 8 people. You rush to the destination immediately." Colonel Chris is currently at the bow of the main ship, sitting on the main chair and rubbing his temples. Everyone in the bow is wearing antivirus equipment. In the case of re-examination at the port, several poisonous gas devices or poisonous gas were found in some merchant ships. Toxic gas outbreaks have already occurred in several air filtration plants. At present, we have received information that, in addition to posing as businessmen, the agents of the Democratic Republic of Yoda either infiltrated and secretly installed poison gas devices in the air filtration plant, either bought the staff, or installed poison gas devices in the disguise of staff. Moreover, many of the poison gas devices found have been modified in appearance to look like ordinary filter devices. A poisonous gas outbreak occurred in one of the air filtration plants. When the relevant departments of the Rhineland Emirate conducted an investigation, they did not find that the filtering device was a poisonous gas device. At this moment, several urban areas have been covered by poisonous gas outbreaks, causing the poisoning and death of entire residents. At this time, the announcer reported to Chris that a terrorist explosion occurred at the port, which caused panic among local employees and residents. Immediately afterwards, the announcer issued a high-pitched report. There has been a poisonous gas explosion in several air ducts in the port. What? Colonel Chris jumped directly from the seat. Colonel Chris looked into the huge screen, splitting out many live videos taken by drones. Near the explosion of the poisonous gas, there were many people who were foaming at the mouth and struggling. Before long, these struggling people convulsed a few times before being poisoned and died. The poisonous gas is a white haze, which caused panic among the locals where it passed. Those who had no time to escape rolled and struggled on the ground. Those who escaped either fled back home or ran for their lives like headless chickens. Colonel Chris immediately ordered the drones on the scene to spray disinfection gas. The announcer reminded, "Colonel, the disinfection gas spraying device installed by the drone is just a drop in the bucket and can only reduce the poison a little. You don't need to say, I also know that if you can reduce the damage a little, you can reduce some damage and send some teams to rescue the local residents and place them in our battleship." Another BAL member pointed to the huge screen and said, "Colonel, look." When Colonel Chris saw it, he swears, "Damn it." In one segmented video, a drone captures a squad of several people wearing gas gear and armed with rifles, shooting at the fleeing crowd. Order those rescue teams to be equipped with basic firepower equipment. Once terrorists attacking civilians are found and attacked, they can be killed immediately. Not far from where the poisonous gas erupted, there were not only fleeing residents, but also countless dead corpses lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. The faces of the corpses showed the pain and fear of life. There are even a small number of corpses with blood flowing from their backs. They were not poisoned to death, but were shot to death. Farther away, the central radio station of the Emirate of Rainman, a male reporter and cameraman wearing a gas mask, broadcast live from a higher position. "Everyone, the location I'm pointing at this moment is the place where the poisonous gas broke out. During the remote shooting, we not only photographed the compatriots who were poisoned and died, but we also discovered that the mysterious troops shot and killed our compatriots who were fleeing for their lives." At this time, the photographer who was shooting pointed to another place, and the male reporter turned around to look. He was so frightened that he scrambled and shouted to run for his life, and the photographer also ran away, following behind the male reporter. Because at the time of filming, the mysterious army that shot and killed the people of the Rhineland Emirate was already heading towards them, as well as the people who were fleeing for their lives. The male reporter ran and talked about what he had just seen. Suddenly, a military vehicle roared past him. The male reporter and cameraman immediately stopped, turned around, and continued to broadcast. "Everyone, the military vehicle that flew past me just now doesn't look like it's from our country. It's the military vehicle of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, and several mercenaries in antivirus equipment jumped out of the military vehicle. My God, they opened fire on the mysterious troops." After a round of firefights, the Tianyi mercenaries shot and killed the troops attacking the civilians. The Tianyi mercenaries at the scene instructed the people fleeing for their lives to go to their warships to accept their protection. The people fleeing for their lives seemed to have grasped at straws and ran towards the battleship of the Tianyi mercenary group. The male reporter immediately ran to one of the Tianyi mercenaries and asked, "Brother mercenary, as far as I know, your mercenary regiment only has 3 battleships at the moment, but there are so many staff members and their families in the port. Can the 3 battleships of your mercenary regiment be taken in? We are just saving as much as we can at this moment." Several GM-2MS were above the poisonous gas haze, holding disinfection and purification spray guns, hoping to reduce the damage of the poisonous gas haze. A GM-2MS slowly landed on the ground. The driver looked at the corpses all over the ground from the screen. There were old people, young people, and children. Every corpse was foaming at the mouth and rolling its eyes. The driver felt extremely heavy in his heart and wept even more secretly, not understanding how there are such insane people in this world, even children. Many staff members and their families at the port escaped to 3 frigates of the Tianyi mercenary corps. The rescue team on the ground is fighting with the mysterious army at the moment. In the Rhineland Emirate, several air filtration plants in the colonial satellite have erupted in toxic gas haze, and panic broke out in the surrounding urban areas. Many people hiding at home hurriedly took out tapes to stick the cracks in the doors and windows to prevent the poisonous fog from getting in. However, a group of organizations wearing antivirus suits and armed with firepower appeared out of nowhere, either throwing grenades at the windows of the residential area or throwing stones or shooting through the windows, allowing the poisonous fog to penetrate into the house. In the house under attack, there were wailing and cries for help before death, and in some houses under attack, the people in the house held towels in their hands and stuck them to their mouths and noses, rushing out of the house to find a safe place to hide. But the militants outside took the opportunity to shoot and kill those who escaped from the house. Relevant departments of the Rayman Emirates were attacked by these armed groups during the rescue, which severely hindered the rescue. Long Phase Fleet, after receiving the report from Colonel Chris, rushed over to rescue them with all their strength. At this moment, the national defense soldiers of the Rhineland Emirates also hurried back to the colonial satellite to rescue their compatriots. A GM-2 was attacked by rockets. Damn it, the left shoulder was shot. The left shoulder was shot. The pilot told about the damage to the body and saw the armed groups firing rockets at him on the screen. The GM-2 milliseconds is currently equipped with only a disinfection and purification spray gun except for the beam saber and the 60mm cannon on the head. The GM-2 milliseconds driver can only counterattack with the 60mm machine gun on his head. Although the target on the ground is killed, there are other militants on the ground, just like mice, who can drill out from different places and use counterattack MS rocket launcher to attack. The driver of the GM-2 had no choice but to turn on the thrusters, flew into the air to avoid the attack, and immediately called the ground troops for support. But when it flew into the air, an anti-MS rocket launcher hit the propeller, and the GM-2 lost its balance and fell directly to the ground. When the driver wanted MS to stand up, the left leg joint was hit by an anti-MS rocket, and MS could only lie down on the ground. The driver had no choice but to immediately take out a briefcase from the cockpit, a submachine gun, a pistol, several magazines, a dagger, and 2 doses of therapeutic gel. When he opened the cockpit and ran out, he was shot. Fortunately, the MS driver was wearing a military armored combat uniform, which has the function of resisting live ammunition, so he was not killed by the enemy. The driver immediately turned on the stealth function and fled the scene. Damn, invisible. It's a pity that the effective distance of the thermal function of our gas mask is very short, and it is impossible to know where he fled to. A few militants in gas suits were hiding in the bunker and talking. The driver hid in a back alley at this moment, and the entire urban area was shrouded in a haze of poison. Looking at the back alley where he was, he saw many poisoned corpses. Fortunately, the helmet of his armed combat armor had a filter function, which prevented him from being poisoned to death. The driver immediately used the communicator to contact his colleagues. Help! Help! I'm Sergeant Rail. I'm Sergeant Rail. My MS has been shot down. I need rescue. At this moment, a blind tone came from the communicator. Damn it. It seems that there are communication jammers nearby, and I can't contact them. How come so many militants from the Rhineland Emirate came to this country? Did the corrupt elements in their country take bribes to let these people come in, or did they check the checkpoints very quickly? It's so bad that these militants can take advantage of it. Rail grumbled and complained. Lael looked around and could only think of a way to solve the current difficulties. The stealth function of the armored armor has a limited time, and it can only temporarily release the stealth. Liar can only walk out of the back alley step by step. Looking at the many corpses and damaged buildings at the scene, Rail can only describe the environment at the moment as appalling. Rail turned on the radio function of the armored battlesuit to check if there was any movement nearby. He found movement at 10 o'clock and used the vehicle as a cover to move forward. When he was less than 50 meters away from the target, he hid under a truck and heard the conversation by using the radio function. From the sound of footsteps and speech, there are 3 people in total. Using the translator function of the helmet, Lael learned the content of the conversation between the 3. Lael recorded the conversation between the three and turned on the recording function of the helmet. Under the radio function, it was found that one of them was going in another direction, and Lael turned on the stealth function to track the target. The target entered a lightly damaged house. Lael followed the target cautiously, killed the target when he was not paying attention, and put the body in the closet. Then, he walked to the other two target positions. The two targets didn't know that their companion had been killed, and they were still chatting. Lael picked up a stone on the ground and smashed it at another piece of glass. The sound of the broken glass startled the two chatterers, and immediately aimed their guns in the direction of the sound. Holding the dagger in his right hand, Liar rushed to the target on the left, cut his throat, and killed the target, and then quickly knocked out the target on the right who didn't notice that his companion was killed. Lael hid the corpse first, then removed the communication device from the unconscious target and carried it on his shoulders. He looked around and found a hardware store. He jumped directly onto the destroyed second-floor window and got in. After checking the environment in the shop, I found that there was no one in the shop. It is estimated that the shop owner did not open the shop today, so there was no one in the shop. Then put the target in the storage room and found some tools in the store. Afterwards, put the target on a chair and tie it up, tape the cracks of the door to prevent the poisonous fog from getting in, and then do simple soundproofing. After taking off the target's gas mask, it turned out to be a woman. Rail first taped the woman's mouth, and then woke the woman up. Miss Agent, I hope you can answer whatever I ask and cooperate well, so that you will suffer less flesh and blood, otherwise you will understand. The woman looked at the warrior in the covered armor, deliberately pretending to be stupid, expressing that she didn't know what the other party was talking about. Lael was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly played the previously recorded conversation to the woman. The woman looked at Rael in shock. Okay, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. What I ask you answer. The woman was very stubborn at first and refused to answer Liar's question in disapproval. Liar didn't talk nonsense and directly smashed the woman's left knee with a hammer. The woman whose mouth was stuck with tape could only whine in pain. In the first 15 minutes, when Liar tortured her, the women were very stubborn and did not answer. After Liar tortured the woman in different ways, about 20 minutes later, the woman couldn't stand the torture and told what she knew. Lael recorded everything the woman said, until the woman had no information to get out, and Lael killed the woman with a knife. The Gym 2 milliseconds driver complained, "Damn it, the communication has been disturbed, and it is impossible to get in touch with the ground troops. The communication has always been in a state of blind tone." The driver looked at the corpses on the screen and the troops he had just killed with a 60mm cannon. The communication in the busy tone state suddenly returned to normal, and a communication request came, and the driver immediately connected. "I'm Sergeant Rael. Rael, you're still alive. Just now I saw your MS lying on the ground, and there was no sign of you in the cockpit. I thought you were killed. I was almost killed, but I have something important to tell you. The other party used some jammers, which interfered with the communication equipment between us. I have destroyed some of the other party's jammers. Now after changing to the frequency, you can communicate with the ground." The unit got in touch and tuned the frequency to, "Okay, I get it." After Rael got in touch with his companions and told him to change the frequency, he looked at the jammers he destroyed and the enemies he had killed behind him and made a communication request to the command post, requesting a report on something important. "Sergeant Rael, this is Colonel Chris. You have something important to report to me." Rael uploaded the information he got and some recorded videos to Colonel Chris. Colonel Chris watched the video and listened to Sergeant Rael's report. "Sergeant Rael, I will arrange for the ground troops to rescue you. Before that, you must ensure your safety. Learn." Colonel Chris passed the information he got to Colonel Shrek and the authorities of the Rhineman Emirates. Chief Raymond IV reported to the world that they had encountered a terrorist attack at this moment, and even reported the information they received and the harm done to them by the Yoda Democratic Republic to the international media. In an instant, the Yoda Democratic Republic was pushed to the cusp. Yoda Democracy completely denied the incident at first, saying that it had been framed. "Boss, Colonel, we have restored the captured submarines and the materials they destroyed, and we have cracked their secret communication codes and sneaked into their communication records. We have received a lot of information, and we have also carried out tidy up." The captain reported their latest progress to Long Fei and Colonel Shrek. Long Fei asked. Could this information make it impossible for the Yoda Democratic Republic to deny it and let them be killed with a single shot? The captain replied, I can't guarantee whether it will be killed by one shot. In terms of throwing away the blame, they can't shake it off. Then hand over this information to the authorities of the Rhineman Emirate. Yes, boss. The capital of the Yoda Democratic Republic, the meeting room of the presidential palace. At this moment, the president is accusing the Secret Service of being unfavorable and asking the spokesperson to hold a press conference to say that this matter has nothing to do with his country and that they were framed. After the Minister of Information came to report to him, the authorities of the Rayman Emirate uploaded more evidence and their secret operations to various international media. In particular, countries with non-democratic systems, such as the imperial system, even reported this matter. The authorities of the Rayman Emirate are seeking international assistance at this moment, and they are refusing assistance from democratic countries. The urban area covered by the poisonous smog is still in a state of fighting at this moment. All Gym 2 milliseconds have been replaced with combat weapons. The Rayman Emirates military arranged for the ground troops to equip antivirus equipment to cover the antivirus team into the poison haze area and shut off the source. The authorities of the Rayman Emirate arranged for some departments to appease the people in the community who had not been harmed and took some anti-poison drugs for the people to eat to reduce the poison. Arranged for the police to search every household to see if there are any agents of the Yoda Democratic Republic and put some gas canisters into a certain house, certain store, and certain factory. Although the poison haze has been purified here in the port, the scene left a horrible situation. Some Tiani mercenaries, the country's government personnel, and the surviving civilians put the corpses on the ground into body bags and then recorded their identities one by one. The male reporter of China Central Radio, who was broadcasting live, reported the situation at this time with a crying voice. At the moment I am standing at the scene, the environment is horrible. It is like hell. There are old people, children. The male reporter reported with a choked voice. They were either poisoned to death or shot to death by the militants of the Yoda Democratic Republic. Those who shot people, even the elderly and children, are not spared. They are simply not human. They are scum. The male reporter burst into tears after speaking. Every one of the citizens of the Rayman Emirate who watched the live broadcast was infected, and everyone cried out, and even more angry people shouted that the Yoda Democratic Republic should pay the price. The secret agent of the Yoda Democratic Republic who was killed was photographed, compared one by one, and then uploaded to various international media. The camp that is hostile to the democratic system deliberately released information about these dead spies on the internet, making it impossible for the Yoda Democratic Republic to deny it. Various international media outlets, including those from the Democratic camp, are trying to find other news to cover up. But on the internet, the Democratic camp has been reviled by people from all over the world, especially the Yoda Democratic Republic has been greatly impacted. For the sake of food prices, such insane things have been done. This is an evil thing done by a democratic country that talks about human rights. It has been accused by many country leaders of committing such a serious crime against humanity. The Rayman Emirate uploaded the tragic situation in various regions of the country to various international media, which made the authorities and people of many countries arouse their hearts. The Pope of the Uya Cross country expressed his condemnation of the actions of the Yoda Democratic Republic and expressed condolences for the harm suffered by the Rhineman Emirate. He announced that he would donate 100 million Earth Circle coins in relief materials and arrange a rescue team. Go to the rescue. The Guderian Empire next to the Rhineman Emirate publicized for the first time and sent a rescue team to rescue the Rhineman Emirate. Except for the Democratic camp, countries near the Rhineman Emirate have sent rescue teams to help. Various international media sent reporters to the Rhineman Emirate for on-site interviews. Long Fei's fleet and part of the defense warships of the Rhineman Emirates have arrived at the colonial satellite. What happened in the colonial satellite has come to an end, and Colonel Shrek's dispatch of troops to the scene only speeds up the end of the matter. Most of the spies sent by the Yoda Democratic Republic were killed, and a few surrendered. According to current statistics from the authorities of the Rhineman Emirate, more than 600,000 civilians died in this poison gas incident, and this does not include other urban areas that have not yet been counted. At the scene, Some people from other districts rushed to the scene, looked at the dead bodies of their relatives, hugged the dead bodies of their relatives, and wailed. The living people wailed loudly for their dead relatives, sitting on the ground exhausted, staring at a certain place with blank eyes, like a body that lost its soul. Why did this happen? What did we Rhineman chieftains do wrong? To suffer such harm? What did we do wrong? To suffer others to hurt us so much? We just want to live in peace. Isn't this even allowing us to have such a request? Many citizens of the Rhineman Emirate have shouted in front of the media. They really don't understand that the people of the country live in peace, and they have not hurt others in the slightest, but they have to be hurt like this. The media even filmed many people kneeling on the ground and staring at the sky blankly, as if they were speechless, asking the sky. Holding flowers in his hands, Long Fei came to the morgue with a heavy heart and heavy steps. Long Fei came to this country for the first time, made 2 friends and met their family members, and had a happy party. I didn't expect such a frenzied thing to happen when I decided to come to the Rhineman Emirates for the second time. When Long Fei was at the port, he searched for Bai Zhua, Zhelin, and their family members, but they couldn't find them, not even their neighbors. Long Fei searched for a long time, but couldn't find them. When Long Fei finally decided to check the list of the dead, he kept thinking about Bai Zhua and Zhelin in his heart, hoping that they and their family members would not appear in the list of the dead. The more you hope, the harder you fall. In the list of the dead, Long Fei saw the names of Bai Zhua and Zhelin, including their family members, all of which were on the list of the dead. Looking at the list, Long Fei shed tears. He never expected that he made 2 friends from afar, and when they met again, they would meet in this way. Long Fei entered the morgue of Bai Zhua and Zhelin's family. Someone from the morgue came earlier than Long Fei. Tao Xiang knelt beside the dead body of a little girl, Pizhou's daughter Kabaya, and wept with her hands over her mouth. Tao Xiang didn't expect that an innocent and lovely little girl who drew pictures for her would suffer such a catastrophe. Kabaya has now become a cold corpse. Long Fei placed each flower next to the members of Bai Zhua and Zhelin. Long Fei stood in front of the bodies of the 2 families and silently mourned. Long Fei clenched his fists and shed tears for the 2 friends and their families. Soon, in the morgue where Long Fei and Tao Xiang were, some staff brought a family member or relative of a certain deceased to claim the body. The staff said to Tao Xiang, who was kneeling on the ground and crying, "Ma'am, I'm sorry. Please let the relatives of the deceased claim the body." Tao Xiang wept sadly for a long time, which made her physically and mentally exhausted. She stood up, but she fell to the side because of unsteady standing. Long Fei immediately hugged Tao Xiang, which prevented Tao Xiang from falling down. Tao Xiang looked at Long Fei holding her. Long Fei looked at Tao Hua's red and swollen eyes from crying, and felt Tao Xiang's delicate body trembling with his hands. Just as Long Fei was about to let go of Tao Xiang suddenly hugged Long Fei tightly, resting her head on Long Fei's shoulder, and began to cry again. Long Fei could only reach out and pat Tao Xiang's back. The staff looked at it and just shook his head. After working for so many years, he was used to seeing such a situation. The tragedy that happened in the country a few days ago caused countless corpses to be placed in the morgue, and when family members or relatives of the deceased came to claim them from time to time, they made such incomparable wailing sounds. After the relatives of the deceased claimed the remains, the staff wrapped the remains and put them on the trolley, and then took the relatives of the deceased to the incinerator for cremation. If no one comes to claim the body within 7 days in the morgue, cremation will be carried out directly. At the morgue, someone will come to claim the remains every once in a while, and after completing the formalities, they will be cremated in the incinerator. Li Xiuqing came to the morgue, and after inquiring, came to the morgue where Long Fei was. When entering the morgue, he saw Tao Xiang hugging Long Fei, crying on Long Fei's shoulder. Li Xiuqing immediately exited the morgue. Li Xiuqing was leaning against the wall. 2 days ago, watching the hellish scene caused a great shock to Li Xiuqing's heart. He has been a soldier of the country and has also been on the battlefield. He never thought that a country could do such a crazy thing, poisoning the people of another country with poisonous gas. There is no national hatred and family hatred at all, but the offending country can do such a perverted act. When he got the inside information of the country, Li Xiuqing couldn't help but greeted the 18th generation of the ancestors of the gold masters behind the government of the country with foul language. The country's behind-the-scenes funders, those capitalists, even encouraged the country's government to use their secret service organizations to poison the Rhineman Emirate. The purpose was to pretend to send rescue troops, but in fact they hijacked the country's chief and then controlled the country's crops exit. Those capitalists can buy all the export crops of the Rhineman Emirate at a low price, and then sell the crops at a high price. Lin Xiuqing thought of the author of a book he read back then. The author commented on capitalists. Then with 100% interest, capitalists will take risks. 200% interest, capitalists will flout the law. 300% interest, capitalists will trample on everything. Li Xiuqing can only say that these capitalists no longer have the bottom line of being a human being. They are just a bunch of pigs and dogs who have money and wear gorgeous clothes. At this moment, Long Fei helped Tao Xiang, who was tired from crying, out of the morgue. The two felt a little embarrassed when they saw Li Xiuqing. Tao Xiang wanted to go alone, but she couldn't stand up because she was tired from crying. Long Fei helped Tao Xiang to a chair and let Tao Xiang sit on the chair to rest. Long Fei looked at Li Xiuqing and asked, "Xiuqing, do you have something to report to me?" Li Xiuqing walked up to Long Fei and said, "Old Fei, have you watched the press conference held by the authorities of the Democratic Republic of Yoda?" "Not yet. Did they say anything?" Li Xiuqing took out his mobile suit, clicked on the press conference held by the authorities of the Democratic Republic of Yoda, and pushed the mobile suit in front of Long Fei and Tao Xiang. The press conference held by the authorities of the Yoda Democratic Republic turned black and white and said that it was the fault of the Rhineman Emirates for harming the Rhineman Emirates. The reason is that the Rhineman Emirate refused to listen to persuasion and was unwilling to change the system into a democratic system. It was the only way to return power to the people. All the faults and the culprit were the Rhineman four chiefs of the Rhineman Emirate. Even many reporters at the press conference couldn't stand it and refuted the government spokesperson face to face. Every country has its own national conditions and political systems, so how can it interfere in the internal affairs of other countries? As a result, the government spokesperson directly replied, "We are not interfering in the internal affairs of other countries. We are trying to overthrow the tyranny and let the people persecuted by the tyranny enjoy human rights." The government spokesman's reply made many reporters at the press conference dumbfounded. Then some reporters accused the Yoda Democratic Republic of launching a poison gas incident and poisoning the people of the Rhineman Emirate. How can such an anti-human thing be called a human right? As a result, the government spokesperson said that because Chief Rhineman IV refused to return the government to the people, he made such a bad policy. For hurting the people of the country, the government spokesperson said that on behalf of his own government, he bowed and apologized to the people of the country. A reporter directly questioned the government spokesperson, "Can bowing and apologizing cancel the previous actions?" As a result, the government spokesperson directly refuted, "We have already bowed and apologized. What else do you want? Do you want us to shoot ourselves with a gun? How can there be such a reason? We have already apologized. Let this matter pass." After the government spokesperson finished speaking, he ended the press conference directly, completely ignoring the reporters' questions and protests. Tao Xiang watched and cried and cursed directly. "Beast, you are all beasts. You poison the people of other countries. Can you just bow and apologize and write it off? Even if you die 100 times, 1,000 times, it will not cancel your crimes." Long Fei was extremely angry. His clenched fists, the nails were sunk into the flesh, causing both fists to overflow with blood. The extreme anger made Long Fei's eyes turn red. His body trembled. Instead he wrote, can't forgive, you scumbags can't forgive at all." The frontier realm of the Yoda Democratic Republic. The 3 Iron Horse MS are now patrolling on weekdays. Second Lieutenant, I never expected that our country has done such insane things. In addition, our country's leadership has said a lot of words that turn black and white, but it is only verbally condemned by the international community. At most, it is subject to economic sanctions from some non-democratic countries. In addition, our country has not been affected in any way. The wine is still drunk, the songs are sung, and the dances are still danced. The second lieutenant said proudly, Who told us that the Yoda Democratic Republic is a strong country, and it is an indispensable combat force for the Democratic camp? Besides, the Rhineman Emirate is basically a weak country. A strong country has a certain power of life and death against a weak country. You can only blame them for being a weak country, and a weak country has no diplomacy. At this time, another mobile suit driver immediately reported, "Attention, there is a blue trail ahead, rushing towards us quickly." The second lieutenant frowned and asked, "Why did you only find out now?" "I don't know. My radar is not responding." Second lieutenant, "Mine too." The second lieutenant looked at his radar, and there was no response, as if it was malfunctioning. The second lieutenant immediately checked with the remote function and found that the blue track was initiated by a red mobile suit. The second lieutenant recognized the appearance of the MS and said in surprise, "Gundam? What's going on here? How did the Gundam appear?" The second lieutenant tried to communicate and wanted to order Gundam to leave immediately. The red Gundam not only did not connect to the communication, but directly raised the GN rifle in his right hand to shoot, shooting down an Iron Horse MS in an instant. Attack! When the second lieutenant issued the order, another Iron Horse MS was also shot down. When the second lieutenant wanted to ask for help, the red Gundam had already come to him at this time, and the GN sword in his left hand directly cut the Iron Horse MS in half. Long Fei drives the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type, and is very satisfied with the performance of the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type. The mothership of the 3 Iron Horse MS, a large frigate can carry 8 MS and fighter planes each, lost the signal of the Iron Horse MS, and the captain immediately sent other MS teams to search. When a searching mobile suit team was ejected from the mothership, a red light beam smashed an Iron Horse mobile suit. The captain immediately used the electronic telescope to check the source of the red light beam, and found 3 trails of light, 1 trail of cyan particles, and the other 2 trails of white light. The captain immediately made a decisive decision, ordered all fighter planes and the remaining mobile suits to attack, and ordered the crew to send out a rescue signal immediately. The captain can't send out. Our radar or communication number are all out of order. What? Why didn't you check it before? Taoxiang's driver's license. Judge's Goddess Gundam. Judge's Goddess. Perform an annihilation mission. The MS on the left and right sides following the Goddess of Judgment are Gundam Gemini brothers. The Goddess of Judgment Gundam driven by Taoxiang activated the GN launcher, killing the 2 Iron Horse MS in an instant. The Gemini brothers crossed left and right and rushed towards the locked target. 3 Gundams killed all MS and fighters in less than a minute. In the end, Goddess of Judgment Gundam launched the GN launcher, and it exploded the bow of the mothership with 1 shot. Then, the Gemini brothers fired several more shots to blow up the mothership and turned it into the garbage of the universe. Then, the border guard base of the Yoda Democratic Republic was violently raided. The base chief roared in the combat conference room. Where did the raid come from? Why did we get raided? What are the patrolling teams eating? The staff and others also wanted to know how the enemy sneaked into their country without anyone noticing. In fact, this has to be mentioned. After the Yoda Democratic Republic held a press conference, the angry Long Fei immediately asked Li Jiaming to send the F-Type Goddess of Justice and the Goddess of Judgment Gundam immediately. Long Fei even issued an order to attack the Yoda Democratic Republic, and asked the Yoda Democratic Republic to accept the punishment they deserved for the crimes they committed. On the 14th day after the government spokesperson of the Yoda Democratic Republic held a press conference, the Tianyi mercenary group launched an attack. The Goddess of Justice F-Type Gundam and the Goddess of Judgment are at the forefront. The 2 Gundams entered the border of the Yoda Democratic Republic. The point defense radar of the Yoda Democratic Republic, under the interference of the blue particles of the solar furnace, could not detect the Tianyi maid at all. The fleet entered the country. The Goddess of Justice F-Type Gundam and the Goddess of Judgment Gundam are responsible for destroying the point defense radar first, and then destroying the patrolling troops. Then, different Tianyi mercenary fleets entered the territory of the Yoda Democratic Republic in the direction of the destroyed point defense radar. At this moment, the frontier base of the Frontier Army was raided by the fleet commanded by Colonel Shrek. Although the Border Defense Army base counterattacked immediately, it couldn't stand the attack of the opponent's advanced mobile suits at all. The GM2 and various series of Dagger mobile suits beat the Iron Horse mobile suits and fighter planes to the ground. These two Gundams are suspended above the border guard base. Lady of Justice F-Type Gundam. Goddess of Judgment Gundam. Go! Long Fei and Tao Xiang each operated their own Gundams and cooperated with each other. Two Cyan particle trajectories crossed. The Cyan GN beam or the Red GN beam either shot through the enemy's MS or fighter plane or destroyed the battleship. The coordinated attack of the two Gundams accelerated the breakthrough of the GM2 and Dagger series MS troops. The Aegis Gundam that Li Xiuqing drove looked at Long Fei and Tao Xiang's cooperation and couldn't help but exclaimed, "FCK, this is me cooperating with others, and there is no such result. Is this the ability of the so-called new human beings?" The Goddess of Justice F-Type Gundam and the Goddess of Judgment Gundam were the first to break into the port of the base and wreak havoc. Immediately afterwards, the GM2 team and the Dual Dagger team MS entered the enemy's port, helping the two Gundams suppress and cover the landing of the suppressing troops. The base chief asked his subordinates, "Has a distress signal been issued?" "The colonel can't send out at all. Once the signal we send out is intercepted by the enemy." The base chief directly punched the table and said angrily, "When did the private armed organization have such powerful technology?" "Colonel, it's not good. The enemy shock force has infiltrated many important facilities in the base, and our defense forces can't stop their attack at all." The base commander slumped on the chair. He knew that it would be a matter of time before the base was occupied. Looking at the blue and red dots on the screen, the red dots did not decrease in any way, but the green dots became more and more less. The battle situation outside is one-sided and at a disadvantage. The lights in the meeting room suddenly dimmed, and then turned on again, and the facilities in the meeting room were restarted. Everyone knew that the power supply in the conference room was cut off by the enemy, and the backup power supply was being used at this moment. Suddenly, the door of the conference room was blasted open, and the base commander immediately issued an order to surrender. All the soldiers in the conference room raised their hands to express their surrender, but the Tianyi mercenaries rushed in and shot directly, killing all the soldiers in the conference room. When the Tianyi mercenaries inspected all the corpses of soldiers in the meeting room, each corpse was shot again. The Tianyi mercenary group is on the third day of attacking the Yoda Republic. The presidential palace opened an emergency meeting. The president, ministers, lawmakers, and top military figures all frowned at the video recorded on the screen. The recorded video is how the Tianyi mercenary group killed all sides on the battlefield and defeated the army of the Yoda Democratic Republic like a mountain. In addition to Gundam making everyone on the scene frown, even the mega particle cannon fired by the mobile suit mothership Albion of the Tianyi mercenary corps blew up a mothership that could carry 30 mobile suits at a long distance. Then the screen switched to, after Tianyi mercenaries invaded the colonial satellite, they directly attacked all the government buildings, police department, and military base. All government officials, policemen, and soldiers are in the ranks of the Tianyi mercenary regiment who will definitely kill them. Even if the government officials, policemen, and soldiers raise their hands and surrender, the Tianyi mercenaries will definitely kill them. After the Tianyi mercenaries killed all the government personnel, police, and soldiers in the colonial satellite, they plundered the resources of the colonial satellite, including banks, enterprises, and the property of the common people, all of which they robbed. After a wave of looting, the Tianyi mercenaries left the colonial satellite and went to the next location. There are a total of 18 colonial satellites in the Yoda Democratic Republic, and 4 of them have suffered such disasters so far. The dimly lit meeting room was lit up at this moment. The president said with a solemn expression at this moment, "Everyone, you have all seen the scene just now. This is the biggest disaster that our country has suffered since the founding of the country. Countless soldiers of our country who defended the country died in the hands of this evil private armed force, and just received news that another 5 colonial satellites encountered the same disaster." The faces of the others were also very ugly. Some of them had a sense of fear on their faces, and they thought of the Tianyi mercenaries in their minds. They came to them, raised their guns, and shot them in the head, feeling that death was getting closer and closer to them. At this time, a representative asked the commander-in-chief, "Could it be that our armaments can't beat the Tianyi mercenary group?" "Mr. Congressman, We really can't beat the opponent. All the armaments of the opponent are more advanced than ours, and the information from the front line shows that there is a Gundam MS with a combat power of 1 block in 100. It is found that there is a mass-produced Gundam. In an instant, there was noise in the entire meeting room. Every minister and member of parliament was whispering, and everyone looked panic-stricken. The Minister of Defense asked the Commander-in-Chief, "Is the information of the Commander-in-Chief sure to be true? When did you receive this information?" "Your Excellency, Minister of Defense, I just received a message from my subordinate, and I can upload it to the screen immediately for everyone to see." Everyone looked at the golden Mississippi Gundam on the screen and the black and white Gundam with a backpack facing the aircraft. These two Gundams have the same type of Gundam following them. The President asked the Commander-in-Chief with a very ugly face, "Commander-in-Chief, can you grasp how powerful these two mass-produced Gundams are? If the combat power of their GM2 is 1, the combat power of these two mass-produced models is at least 20 or more. Now, many people can't sit still, even members of parliament or ministers who don't know much about the military. They all know the MS they are equipped with, not to mention the Iron Horse MS. Even the Iron Horse 2 milliseconds driven by elites or special soldiers is far inferior to Tianyi, the mass-produced GM2 MS of the Mercenary Corps." In the previous recording video, there are many battlefields where Gundam did not appear at all. The GM2 and various series of short sword MS still beat the MS equipped in the country to nothing. Now there is a mass-produced Gundam. Does this still make people live? At this moment, the President issued an order to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, asking for help from all countries. Everyone felt extremely aggrieved. For the first time since the founding of the country, it was the first time that a private armed force announced that it would sanction the country. It was a great shame. The Commander-in-Chief and the high-level personnel of the military sighed silently in their hearts. Their conventional weapons were no match for the Tianyi mercenary group. The President asked the Commander-in-Chief, "Commander-in-Chief, if we use nuclear weapons, can we defeat the Tianyi mercenary group? If the fleet defense system of the Tianyi mercenary group is not strong, there is at least a 50% chance that they will be defeated." The Commander-in-Chief said truthfully. The Commander-in-Chief's secret mobile suit rang. The Commander-in-Chief frowned, picked it up, looked very ugly, and reported to the President. "President, something is wrong. We have a hidden tactical nuclear missile base, which was hired by Tianyi. The regiment has taken over." Fry the pan directly on the spot. After hearing this, the President couldn't sit still and asked loudly, "What happened? Why was it occupied by the Tianyi mercenary group? Why didn't you detonate the tactical nuclear missile immediately?" "My Lord President, the information is unknown at this moment. I only know that the Tianyi mercenary group sent a mysterious force to infiltrate the base without anyone noticing, and then controlled the console and important people of the base, and then put in other Tianyi mercenary troops occupied the base, and an officer of the base risked his life to escape and reported the incident." At this time, a general added, "According to the information we have, the ground combat uniforms of the Tianyi mercenary group have the function of stealth, and even thermal devices cannot detect them. Infiltrated the base unknowingly." The presidential secretary's mobile suit rang suddenly, and after answering the phone and listening to the news from the mobile suit, he whispered a few words in the President's ear. The President put his hand to his forehead and then told the conference room staff to switch the screen to the international media channel. Everyone watched the live broadcast of the international media on the screen, and the news broadcast was that the Tianyi mercenary group announced to the outside world that they had confiscated the tactical nuclear missiles of the Yoda Democratic Republic. The screen switched to a bunch of tactical nuclear missiles, and everyone in the conference room looked very ugly, because these tactical nuclear missiles were originally the Yoda Democratic Republic. Then, the screen switched to a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. The middle-aged man introduced himself as Li Jiaming, the Commander-in-Chief of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Li Jiaming announced in the live broadcast that these tactical nuclear missiles will be used to sanction the Yoda Democratic Republic. Li Jiaming even spoke in the live broadcast. "Yoda Democratic Republic, you have committed such an anti-human act against the Rhineland Emirate. The crimes you committed have not been sanctioned. No country has upheld justice for the Rhineland Emirate. You have not launched a just sanction against you. It doesn't matter. Here, on behalf of the Tianyi mercenary group, I announce that I will launch sanctions against the Yoda Democratic Republic. You, the Yoda Democratic Republic, will have to pay the price." Li Jiaming's words were like a shock bomb, which attracted the attention of the whole world. Whether it is the colonial satellite circle or the Earth circle, the whole world wants to know how a private armed organization can sanction a country, and the Yoda Democratic Republic can be regarded as a medium-sized power in the world. Li Jiaming's identity was also quickly picked up. He was a son of the Li family from the Hanxiao Empire. Many people in the world speculated that Li Jiaming and the Tianyi mercenary group were organizations from the Hanxiao Empire. The Hanxiao Empire immediately denied it, and Li Jiaming's family also declared that Li Jiaming had disappeared several years ago, and they didn't know where Li Jiaming had gone. Now that he appeared, his actions had nothing to do with the family relationship. The war reporters from various international media had aroused the curiosity of many war reporters on the second day after the Tianyi mercenary group attacked the Yoda Republic. Many war reporters went to the Yoda Republic with all their strength. On the fourth day of the attack, many reporters remotely filmed the battle between the two armies on different battlefields. 19, 20, 21. The strike Gundam with the mobile backpack driven by Aviana counted the number every time a MS was shot down. Before the first day of attacking the Yoda Republic, many Gundam pilots were assigned to different fleets. Aviana's partner is the new ace pilot Lieutenant Talisa, who drives a dual Gundam equipped with a corpse outfit. Talisa also counts the number of mobile suits shot down and has shot down 18 units so far. Talisa broke through the enemy's first line of defense, and just as she was about to rush to the front of the enemy fleet, she found that Aviana had broken through earlier than her. Watching Strike Gundam sweep the bow of a frigate in half with a beam saber. Damn it, the lieutenant is one step ahead of me. I have to work harder. Corpse Duel used a shoulder-mounted electromagnetic gun to blast the bow of a frigate with one shot. After the two Gundams entered the fleet of the Yoda Democratic Republic, the outcome was already divided. The Yoda Republic fleet did not have any intention of surrendering, but directly smashed to the end, not because of how soldiers they were, but because they knew that the Tianyi Mercenary Corps would never accept their surrender, no matter whether they surrendered or not. The Tianyi Mercenary Group directly wiped them out. The war reporters were remotely filming the fleet of the Yoda Democratic Republic being wiped out. The war reporter commented on the scene. The Tianyi Mercenary Group not only has advanced weapons and equipment, but also has a trump card that others don't have. The appearance of two Gundams on the battlefield will directly accelerate the result of the enemy being wiped out. On the fifth day, under the cover of GP-01FD and GP-04, GP-02 Gundam broke through layers of defenses and directly dropped a tactical nuclear missile, which directly wiped out a main fleet of the Yoda Democratic Republic, and the three Gundams retreated completely. This picture is like a shock bomb, shocking the whole world. When the Tianyi Mercenary Corps announced sanctions against the Yoda Democratic Republic, all countries regarded it as a joke or laughed it off. At this moment, countries dare not take it as a joke anymore. When the Tianyi mercenaries announced that they confiscated the tactical nuclear missiles of the Yoda Democratic Republic, although many countries attracted the attention of them, all countries believed that the Tianyi mercenaries did not have relevant launchers for them to use. But this picture made them have to pay attention to it. A Gundam can launch tactical nuclear missiles. On the sixth day, the Yoda Democratic Republic launched a nuclear missile strike on all the Tianyi mercenary fleet in retaliation. However, in front of the point defense systems of all the warships of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and the point defense backpacks of the 105 daggers, no matter whether it is conventional missiles or tactical nuclear missiles mixed with conventional missile bombs, or using MS and fighter planes to carry and launch them, all of them was intercepted and shot down. This result caused the authorities of the Yoda Democratic Republic to panic, because whether it was a strategic nuclear bomb or a tactical nuclear bomb, there were only a mere 100 in the whole country. 20 of them were taken away by the Tianyi mercenary group, and the remaining 80 were all thrown into the battlefield. As a result, none of them achieved any results, and all 80 nuclear bombs were in vain. On the seventh day, a total of 12 colonial satellites in the Yoda Democratic Republic were patronized by the Tianyi mercenary group. For the patronized colonial satellites, The Tianyi Mercenary Corps will arrange transport ships to transport the plundered resources to the Rhineland Emirates. The 12 colonial satellites are now in a state of anarchy, and the entire colonial satellite is in chaos. Because there is no government, no police, and no law enforcement officers, many people have directly turned into thugs, and all kinds of looting have come. The remaining 6 colonial satellites are also in a mess at the moment. After several days of successive defeats and bad news, everyone from the government to the people is in a mess. Many people and government personnel fled the country by boat. But no matter which spaceship it will be captured by the Tianyi mercenary group. If the people want to survive, they must spend money to save their lives. Among the captured people, once there are government personnel and non-ministerial figures, they will be dragged out and shot immediately, as well as those behind-the-scenes funders of the government. The capitalists are not as lucky as ordinary people at this moment, and they can use money to save their lives. The captured capitalists will be forced to sign a contract by the Tianyi mercenary group, and then the capitalists and their families will be arrested and sent to the Rhineland Emirate to wait for their release. The Tianyi mercenary group has also been condemned by many countries in the world, especially the Democratic camp. Accusing the Tianyi mercenary group should not harm innocent people, should not rob innocent people, let alone rob businessmen. These behaviors are like robbers. Regarding the accusations, Li Jiaming directly released the secret deal with the Yoda Democratic Republic government of those capitalists who were forced to sign contracts to capture the Rhineland Emirate. Then, the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps directly stated, "None of the capitalists who were captured to the Rhineland Emirate is innocent, and each of them has their hands stained with the blood of the innocent people in the Rhineland Emirate." On the 8th day, GP-02 Gundam launched another tactical nuclear missile, destroying a major fleet of the Yoda Democratic Republic. Soon, the Yoda Democratic Republic turned to the international rescue. The spokesman for the president of the Wanluo Federation held a press conference and told the Tianyi mercenary group that enough is enough. If they don't stop, the Wanluo Federation will stop it. Not long after the spokesperson of the Wanluo Federation president spoke, Li Jiaming started a live broadcast, disapproving of the speech of the Wanluo Federation president, and directly pointed at the screen and said a word. "If you want to fight, we will accompany you." The whole international news is fried. The Wanluo Federation is not the Yoda Democratic Republic. The economy, technology, scale, and national strength of the Wanluo Federation are far superior to the Yoda Democratic Republic. Did the Tianyi mercenary group underestimate the Wanluo Federation, or did they overestimate themselves? The president of the Wanluo Federation is having a meeting with high-level government and military officials at this moment. Rescuing the Yoda Democratic Republic, in addition to saving the face of the Democratic camp, the most important thing is to deal with the weapons of the Tianyi mercenary group. The Wanluo Federation is very itchy. If the weapons of the Tianyi mercenary group can be obtained, it will be of no harm to the Federation of Nations. The scientists of the Federation of Nations have conducted some research on the weapons of the Tianyi mercenary group and found that whether all the technologies of warships and mobile suits surpassed the Wanluo Federation by at least 10 years. Just as the president of the Wanluo Federation was about to take the case and decided to send troops to rescue the Yoda Democratic Republic, a major event happened at the same time. Emperor Taxgas VI of the Garth Empire warned the Wanluo Federation that if it dared to intervene in the war between the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and the Yoda Democratic Republic, the Garth Empire would also take action, and it would directly attack the Wanluo Federation. Send troops. The Emperor of the Garth Empire warned that the Wanluo Federation would not dare to send troops, but would still encourage other Democratic camp countries to send troops to support the Yoda Democratic Republic. However, other non-democratic countries have long known about this method of the Wanluo Federation. If any democratic country dares to send troops to rescue the Yoda Democratic Republic, it will send troops to stop the country's actions. On the 9th day, the Yoda Democratic Republic gathered all the remaining troops in the colonial satellite of the capital to prepare for the final battle. War reporters from various countries are shooting remotely at this moment. The last battle of the Democratic People's Republic of China is also the battle to defend the capital. Commander-in-Chief, the number of Tianyi mercenary troops is only 1/6 of ours. The Commander-in-Chief frowned. He knew that with such a number alone, he still couldn't beat the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group. On the other side, the number of Long Fei's side was far less than that of the other side, mainly because they didn't call in more troops. Attacking the Yoda Republic, 50% of the Tianyi mercenary group's combat power was adjusted, and the remaining 50% not only continued to accept orders and do business, but also to guard against certain countries taking the opportunity to attack the mother base. This battle involved 16 Gundams. For GP series, Gemini Brothers, Strike, Aegis, Storm, Thunder, Reaper, Heavy Gunner, Barbados, Z, Lady Justice F-Type, and Goddess of Judgment. The mass-produced Gundams have invested in 2 Hayakushi and 2 MK, 2 GS, and all of the mass-produced Gundams have gone into this war. GP-01 HFAB, Heavy Full Armor Thruster, is also the armed propulsion part of Yuanzu Gundam No. 7. All the original Gundam RX series have been archived. GP-02 Fully Armed. The Gemini Brothers Gundam. The first unit is equipped with external module heavy weapons, and the second unit is equipped with external module high mobility equipment. Other Gundams are more or less equipped with other weapons. The President of the Democratic Republic of Yoda and other high-ranking officials boarded an extremely fast escape boat, preparing to wait for an opportunity to escape. War is imminent. Beams scurrying and missiles flying randomly on the battlefield. There are a total of 6 fleets of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, and the 6 fleets formed an encirclement circle on the capital satellite of the Democratic Republic of Yoda. GP-01 HFAB quickly rushed to the front of the enemy's MS troops, and all the missiles were launched in an instant, shooting down 3 fighters and 4 Iron Horse MS. GP-02 held an anti-ship laser cannon, blasted an enemy frigate with 1 shot, and then used the rocket launchers mounted on its shoulders to fire rockets one after another, destroying several target MS one after another. The pilot of GP-03D is Yu Yang-chun, who fired 108 mini-missile pods. In an instant, more than 60 fighters and MS were destroyed, and then a mega beam cannon was fired, and a destroyer was torn apart by the mega beam cannon like a piece of paper. GP-03D is like a fierce tiger rushing into the flock of sheep. Wherever it passes, the enemy's MS, fighter planes and warships are flying like dogs. GP-03D has become the most beautiful boy on the battlefield in an instant. Many warships, fighter planes, and MS have locked on to GP-03D, but the beam cannons of the warships cannot rush through the eye field at all. Moreover, GP-03D is not fighting alone. The GM2 and the Short Sword MS teams of various series are the comrades of GP-03D. Now that the enemy is attracted by GP-03D, the GM2 and various series of Short Sword MS teams took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, which directly prevented the enemy from taking care of the fierce firepower on both sides. GP-03D ejected a detonating cord, which entangled a MiS mothership. The moment the rope was disconnected, the detonating cord exploded one after another, directly blowing up the MiS mothership. Then launch a large beam saber, sweeping a warship in half with 1 blow. Other Gundams also entered the battlefield in different directions. Long Fei drove the Goddess of Justice F-Type Gundam, and Tao Xiang drove the Goddess of Judgment Gundam, crossing back and forth on the battlefield. The GN rifle and GN launcher fired continuously, shooting down MS and fighter planes in succession. On the battlefield where Long Fei and Tao Xiang were, Jim 2 and Dagger's MS team attacked the enemy forcefully in the Goddess of Justice F-Type, breaking through the enemy's first line of defense with half the effort. Commander-in-Chief, the 3rd Defense Fleet was completely destroyed. The 7th Defense Fleet suffered heavy losses. The first defense lines of the 6th and 8th districts were breached. The first defense line of the 9th district was announced to be breached. Listening to the bad news coming from the announcer, the commander-in-chief stretched out his hand and rubbed his temples. In this battle to defend the capital, he and the other generals understood that defeat was only a matter of time. The commander-in-chief looked at the situation on the screen and then looked at the photo of the Gundam in his hand. If even a few of their mobile suits had the performance to compete with the Gundam, this battle would not be so miserable. The battery is really troublesome. Li Xiuqing complained about the Aegis Gundam he was driving. Seeing that the power was less than 20%, He had to return to the mothership immediately to recharge. On the way back to the mothership, Li Xiuqing watched Storm Gundam pass by in front of him. The battlefield area he was in was the 5th area. At present, they have only broken through the enemy's first line of defense. The second line of defense has more mobile suits and fighter planes defending it, and the rear battleships cover it with firepower. Compared with other battlefield areas of his companions, Li Xiuqing's progress here is not as good as the top, but more than the bottom. Sister Zhou drove the Gemini Brothers Gundam, broke through the second line of defense in the first battlefield area, and led part of the MS team into the third line of defense. The defense fleet of the third line of defense has now become a situation where people are fighting against each other, and I am fish and meat. The extremely fast MS can't be locked by the battleship, so they can only use barrage to fight back. Zhou drove the Gemini No. 1 machine and used the anti-ship beam cannon to penetrate several warships one after another. The end of the complete annihilation of the defense fleet is a matter of sooner or later. The battlefield area where GP-03D is located has basically wiped out the enemy's fleet at this moment. The mother fleet now arranges transport planes to quickly fly to the capital satellite, and the ground forces can carry out ground suppression on the capital satellite. Yu Yangchun was in the cockpit, looking at the entire battlefield area. At this time, the communication video popped up the captain of the mothership. Lieutenant Yu, go to another battlefield area and help other colleagues. Captain, can you let me come back for supplements first? Can. The battlefield area where Yu Yangchun is located is the third area, and some MS teams in the third area are responsible for covering the transport planes entering the capital satellite. On the other side, the battlefield where Long Fei and Tao Xiang are located is the 7th area, and apart from Yu Yangchun, their progress is the best. They have already broken through the third and final line of defense in the 7th district. The defense fleet in the 7th district is on the verge of complete annihilation at this moment. Colonel Shrek is now arranging for the ground troops to enter the capital satellite. The war reporters from all over the world who shot remotely, no matter where they shot from, all came to a unified conclusion. The war between the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and the Yoda Democratic Republic was basically one side pressing down on the other, which is also called a dimensionality reduction strike. Not too much. Long Fei and Tao Xiang were the first to enter the port of the capital satellite, and there were still many enemy mobile suits waiting at the port. Seeing the appearance of the two Gundams, all the MS attacked the two Gundams, and countless lasers and shells were fired at the Goddess of Justice F-Type and Goddess of Judgment. The speed of the two Gundams was extremely fast, avoiding most of the attacks, and a few were blocked by the GN stand. The drivers of the enemy MS at the scene all exclaimed and opened their eyes wide, looking at the spherical protective cover formed by the cyan particles. Long Fei and Tao Xiang didn't give the enemy a chance to turn around, and directly launched GN armed counterattacks, shooting down the enemy's MS one after another. An Iron Horse 2 milliseconds rushed towards the Lady Justice F-Type with a solid knife. The Goddess of Justice F-Type flitted away, and the GN sword in her left hand was cut in half, forming a cloud of fireworks. The Goddess of Judgment held the GN beam saber in her left hand, and split the Iron Horse 2 milliseconds in half with one sword. Immediately afterwards, Jim 2 and various series of short sword MS came in the port one after another. More and more Iron Horse 2 milliseconds are either turned into fireworks or incomplete scrap iron. The transport planes began to land one after another, and the ground troops and tanks came down from the transport planes one after another. The 3rd District and the 7th District were successively broken through by the Tianyi Mercenary Group and invaded the colonial satellite of the capital of the Yoda Democratic Republic. War correspondents from media from various countries successively entered the capital's colonial satellites from these two districts to broadcast live. Don't try to escape. Tao Xiang found several electromagnetic ejections, manipulated the Goddess of Judgment Gundam, and the GN rifle emitted a red particle beam to destroy these electromagnetic skateboards. The Goddess of Justice F-Type Gundam destroyed countless airport runways to prevent the country's president and senior officials from escaping. Boss, the people in the capital's colonial satellites are currently hiding in their houses and dare not come out. But the army of the Yoda Democratic Republic is also hiding in their houses and sniping at our ground troops. Shrek said report the situation to Long Fei. Let's just say that once our side is attacked by any building, we will immediately blow up the building. Regardless of whether there are innocent people inside or not, as long as there is one armed with a gun, we would rather kill by mistake than let it go. If that were the case, we would speak of international condemnation, then ask the people who condemned us. When the Yoda Democratic Republic poisoned the Rhineman Emirate and poisoned those innocent people, how innocent were they? How dare the Yoda Democratic Republic do such a thing? Don't blame others for using the same method, the way they treat their people. Understood? I understand, boss. Also, warn the people of the country that if they dare not report or cover up their country's soldiers and police, once we find conclusive evidence, everyone in the area will not be left behind and will be killed without mercy. Yes, but boss, I have a suggestion. Speak. We can give the enemy's military and police an hour to surrender first. Those who surrender will not be killed. After an hour, they will be killed immediately. No one will be left behind. What do you think, boss? Can. Dear viewers of the live broadcast, you have also heard the broadcaster of the Tianyi mercenary group announce that they now want the country's soldiers and police to come out and surrender within an hour. The war reporter was broadcasting live, and suddenly he two Gundams, the goddess of justice F-Type and the goddess of judgment, whizzed past his head. Although there were sporadic exchanges of fire in some places throughout the capital's colonial satellite, they were quickly suppressed. The commander-in-chief of the Yoda Democratic Republic received the Tianyi mercenary group and gave him an hour to surrender. The commander-in-chief immediately issued an order to surrender. Outside the colonial satellite of the capital, the defense forces that were still in a desperate situation received the surrender order, and the remaining warships all sent out surrender signal flares. Commander-in-Chief, there is a message from the Tianyi mercenary group. The content is to accept our surrender, which is to inform the secret location of our president's hiding place. Otherwise, they will not accept our surrender and will continue to fight to the end. The commander-in-chief sighed and shook his head. This was an act of treason, but in order for the remaining soldiers to survive, he could only accept the other party's request and tell him the secrets that the president had hidden. Soon, the informant reported, Commander-in-Chief, the president has a communication video request. Come in. The president's hysterical expression popped up on the screen, and he cursed at the commander-in-chief. Why did the commander-in-chief disobey my order? My order is to fight until every soldier dies. Your Excellency, I don't want the precious lives of my soldiers to die under the kind of dirty deal you have with those politicians and capitalists. When the president was about to curse, the staff beside him whispered in his ear. Before the video communication was turned off, the president was seen leaving the scene quickly under the protection of several staff members. Immediately afterwards, the chief sheriff of the police department in the colonial satellite also issued an order not to resist and surrender. War reporters from various media outlets photographed the soldiers and policemen of the Yoda Democratic Republic in different areas. Each of them surrendered in despondency. Those soldiers who were hiding in residential buildings, under the persuasion of their surrendered colleagues, each surrendered their weapons. After handing it over, I squatted down with my colleagues who surrendered and waited for arrangements. Some Tianyi mercenaries were searching for confidential documents in the government building. Freedom War reporter Maluk would like to inform everyone that I just received the news that Tianyi mercenaries found the hiding place of the president of the Yoda Democratic Republic, and now I am rushing to the scene. A war reporter was driving a jeep while broadcasting live, talking about the current situation. Some viewers of the live broadcast asked Malik, how did the jeep he was driving come from? Malik replied that he was at a car rental lot, and the boss happened to be hiding in his own car rental lot and renting a car for money. Dear viewers, there are two Gundams in front of me. It's strange. The thrusters of the Gundams I've seen before are completely different. They emit strange cyan particles. They can be suspended in the sky for a long time, and they are very stable. Suddenly, there was an explosion in front of him, and Malak hurriedly braked. After checking with the binoculars, Malak immediately got out of the car with his mobile suit. The mobile suit camera first pointed at the two Gundams floating above, and then took pictures of the location where the firefight was taking place below. The location appears to be a secret storage place. The Goddess of Justice F-Type and the Goddess of Judgment will destroy the storage area and the surrounding secret defense turrets to cover the attack of the ground troops. Malak moved forward cautiously, shooting remotely from a safer location. The Goddess of Justice F-Type held a GN pistol and blasted open a door hidden in an artificial mountain. The mercenaries of the ground troops began to activate the stealth function and rushed into the gate one after another. Malak watched as the fighting outside the gate began to die down, descended from above, and rushed forward, continuing to film. But halfway, he was stopped by Tiani mercenaries. "I am a reporter, and I have the right to film, and you have no right to stop it." Malak issued his professional protest speech as a war reporter. "Bullets have no eyes. It's your fault that you were killed by mistake." The Tiani mercenary who stopped Malako took a step back and made a gesture of please, allowing Malako to continue filming. When Malak ran to the gate, the president of the Yoda Democratic Republic and several important senior officials were dragged out with their hands cuffed. The president, prime minister, and secretary of defense of the Yoda Democratic Republic have all been captured. The president of the Yoda Democratic Republic is still shouting that he is the president of a country at this moment, accusing the Wing mercenary group of having no right to judge him. A mercenary who looked like a captain slapped him directly, and then long phase instructions came from his earphones. The captain pointed at Malak and hooked his fingers, telling him to come over and take a clearer picture. The captain said to the president, "Of course we are qualified to judge you, because you are a loser, and losers are not qualified to protest against the winner." The president said excitedly, "You are bullying the weak with the strong." "Yes, we are bullying the weak with the strong. When you poisoned the people of the Rhineland Emirates, you were bullying the weak with the strong. If you can do this, so can we." The captain then turned around and pointed to the two Gundams in the sky, and Baroque aimed his phone at the two Gundams above. The captain said, "These two Gundams, the red one is called the Goddess of Justice, and the other one is called the Goddess of Judgment. The name of this operation to attack your Yoda Democratic Republic is Justice from Heaven, and Judgment comes." Many resources and materials of the Yoda Democratic Republic were transported away one by the Tiani mercenary group, leaving only some armed guns for the military and police of the Yoda Democratic Republic to maintain order. After most of the colonial satellites of the Yoda Democratic Republic were looted, some criminals took the opportunity to make trouble and occupied the colonial satellites, including some pirate groups. Some pirate groups took the opportunity to hijack the common people and prepare to sell them to make money. To Long Fei, this kind of thing has nothing to do with him. Many international media reporters went to the Rhineland Emirates because the Tiani mercenary group sent the president, prime minister, and minister of defense of the Democratic Republic of Yoda to the Rhineland Emirates. Handed over to Chief Raymond IV. At the port, in addition to many international media reporters, Chief Raymond IV, and senior officials, countless people gathered at the port. The faces of the people are full of hatred, and countless people are holding photos of their loved ones. Many media reporters interviewed the people at the scene about the government of the Yoda Democratic Republic. The people gritted their teeth against the original government of the Yoda Democratic Republic and the benefactors behind the scenes, as if they wanted to cut their flesh and drink their blood to relieve their hatred. Some people even cried and said with red eyes that these governments and capitalists in the Yoda Democratic Republic are inferior to animals, and their relatives died under their greed. Some reporters also interviewed the public for their views on the Tiani mercenary group. Many people who originally had hatred in their eyes. When it comes to the eyes and faces of each of the Tiani mercenaries, there is more peace, admiration, and gratitude. Many people said that the Tiani mercenary group was the messenger of justice for them, and some children even said that they would join the Tiani mercenary group when they grew up. The Tiani mercenary groups claim that justice descends from heaven and judgment descends. Every country in the world has different opinions. Some praise it, and some condemn it, but when asked about the views of the people of the victimized country, everyone supports it. For the actions of the Tiani mercenary group, every citizen's expression expressed their gratitude to the Tiani mercenary group. Just like many people I interviewed, they all said that there is no country in the world that upholds justice for them. Only the Tiani mercenary group upholds justice for them. In their hearts, the Tiani mercenary group is the army of the king and the army of justice. An international media reporter made a summary at the scene. Captain Shrek's fleet entered the port. Colonel Shrek and several school officials came to shake hands in front of Chief Reinman 4. Behind them were the President, Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of the Democratic Republic of Yoda, all and escorted to the scene by Tianyi mercenaries. When the people saw these people, they wished they could rush forward and smash them into pieces, but they were all stopped by the soldiers at the scene. The eyes of these three people at this moment were filled with fear. Colonel Shrek made a gesture of invitation and said, "Your Majesty the Chief, these people belong to you. Okay, I hope some of you can stay for a few days, so that I can fulfill the friendship of the landlord. His Majesty the Chief is serious. We just want to rest here for a few days." The President and others were escorted to the vehicle and headed to the place where they were judged. Along the way, there were angry people throwing garbage, eggs, etc. onto the vehicle. The reporters who have been following the film all said in the live broadcast that the people at this moment are extremely angry. After the vehicle arrived at the destination, when the President and the others were dragged out of the vehicle by the soldiers, countless eggs, garbage, and vegetables were thrown at the three of them. Some angry people pointed at the photos of their relatives and cursed at them. In the barrage of the live broadcast, most of the audience thought that this was the treatment they deserved. Of course, countless people rushed towards the three of them, but they were all stopped by the soldiers and police who maintained order. However, there were also a few civilians who broke through the interception of the police and soldiers, picked up stones on the ground, or greeted the three of them with their fists. Other soldiers or policemen nearby immediately grabbed these people to calm them down. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there were countless gunshots, which quieted the angry and rioting people. It turned out that the guards fired warning shots into the sky. At the scene, the Minister of Public Security, who was in charge of maintaining order, held a loudspeaker and shouted to all the people on the scene. "Everyone, I understand your anger very well. I also have relatives who died in that poison gas incident. I am with you. The same, I wish I had a knife in my hand to hack them to death and cut them into pieces to vent my hatred. But killing them like this only relieves our personal hatred. We can't do this. We have to send them to the trial site, declare their crimes in front of the international media, and then sentence them to the punishment they deserve. So I sincerely ask all my compatriots to calm down. Let us declare their death sentence, and let us carry out this work bar." After the Minister of Public Security finished speaking, he saluted and asked all the people, and the people at the scene calmed down. Regardless of whether they were at the scene or the civilians at home, at this moment, they were all looking at the screen in front of them. Watching the scene of the sinners who poisoned their country with poisonous gas, they knelt on the ground and waited for their announcement. The judge listed their evidence one by one. "The crimes you have committed are too numerous to write down. The only thing that can offset your crimes is the death penalty. I declare your crimes to be true. The only punishment is the death penalty." After the judge pronounced the sentence, he knocked on the table with a wooden hammer, announcing the end of the trial. Presidents, prime ministers, ministers, capitalists, etc. have issued hysterical protests or cried for mercy. The court guards at the scene ignored them and escorted them all to the vehicle one by one to their final place. The place where the execution was carried out was a meadow on which countless small flags of the Emirate of Rhine-Man were planted. One small flag represented a civilian who died in the poison gas incident. There are more than 1,000,000 tiny flags planted on the grass. There were also countless international media reporters live broadcasting the event. From President Yoda to the ministers and the capital were all sent to the scene. The executor who executed the death penalty said to the criminals in front of him, "Each small national flag represents the innocent people who died in vain, and their deaths were caused by you. Now you must apologize, even if it is death. Thousands of times will not offset your crimes." These criminals were kneeled on the ground one by the law enforcers, and then the law enforcers who were in charge of executing the death penalty shot these criminals in the back of the head with the pistol in their hands. Every time a sinner was killed, the people of the Rhine-Man Emirates who watched the live broadcast clapped their hands and applauded, and some people took the photos of their relatives and cried to their relatives, saying that the sinner has been punished and the relatives can rest in peace. One day after the verdict was pronounced, both Long Fei and Tao Xiang came to worship at the tombstones of the Bai Zhua and Jolin families. On the other side, The Tianyi mercenary regiment is currently the most popular object of the people of the Rhineland Emirates, and the Tianyi mercenaries have received warm hospitality from these people. Many store owners don't charge for any consumption by Tianyi mercenaries, and some people even pay for it. Long Fei knew long ago that his mercenary group would be warmly received by the people of this country, and Long Fei had already issued an order on this, not to allow Tianyi mercenaries to receive free entertainment, and to pay for everything such as eating and shopping. Otherwise, it will be dealt with by military law. In order not to be dealt with by the military law, the Tianyi mercenaries told the shopkeeper that they were ordered by their superiors to pay for any consumption. Some Tianyi mercenaries said that if the store is unwilling to collect money, they will not dare to come to consume in the future because they do not want to be punished by their superiors. For this reason, in order not to make it difficult for Tianyi mercenaries, the store gave Tianyi mercenaries a discounted price. On the other side, Chief Rhineman IV allocated a piece of land to the Tianyi mercenary group, saying that the land would be given to the Tianyi mercenary group as their base, and they would not pay taxes for 100 years. All the resources that the Tianyi mercenaries robbed from the Yoda Democratic Republic were placed in the territory of the Rhineland Emirate. The Tianyi mercenaries claimed that this was compensation for the loss of the Rhineland Emirate. Chief Raymond IV thinks that these resources are too much, and the country can't use too much. In addition, the country has not made any effort, so it is really not easy to take too much. The resources of /4 are all attributed to the Tianyi mercenary group. Colonel Shrek's fleet set off to return to the 6th District colony after the 4th day in the Rhineland Emirates. After the fiasco of the Yoda Democratic Republic, the colony of the 7th District has gradually calmed down. At this moment, all major powers are paying attention to the Tianyi group, especially the Tianyi mercenary group and the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, which are their most important monitoring objects. All countries want to know who the leader of Tianyi group is. On the 9th day after leaving the Rhineland Emirates, the Shrek fleet returned to the mother base with a large wave of transport ships. Sister. Li Xiang ran up to Tao Xiang, who had just disembarked, and hugged her sister. Tao Xiang watched as she hadn't seen her younger sister for a while, and her younger sister had grown taller. Tao Xiang took her younger sister's hand and came to Yu Baixue, thanking Yu Baixue for taking care of her younger sister. You're welcome. Actually, I like your sister quite a lot, and your sister is about the same age as my brother, so they can get along well. Tao Xiang looked at the clothes her younger sister was wearing. She was wearing Goro clothes. She remembered that her younger sister didn't have this set of clothes. Looking at Yu Baixue, she understood that it was Yu Baixue who bought clothes for her younger sister. Well, how much is the clothes my sister is wearing? I'll send you the money later. No, the clothes are not worth much. How can it be done? Then treat me to a meal some other day. Okay. Tao Xiang decided to buy some things for Yu Baixue's younger brother when she treats guests next time. On the other side, Long Fei, Li Jiaming, and the senior staff of the Tianyi mercenary group were discussing how to deal with the obtained resources. The Tianyi mercenary group was in a great headache. They really didn't know what to do with so many resources. Long Fei proposed to sell part of the resources first for money, and use the money to reward the brothers who participated in the attack on the Yoda Democratic Republic. If the brothers who died in the battle had families, they would give more condolences to their families. In the office, Li Jiaming reported some work to Long Fei. The defense system of the mother base has been upgraded, and the I-field generator has matured, and there is no difficulty in manufacturing it. It can be assembled on all active warships. Well, okay, I see. I am very relieved of what you have done. What else do you need to report? Li Jiaming reported the latest United Nations report to Long Fighting. Recently, the United Nations organization in the Colonial Circle asked our Tianyi mercenary group to hand over the tactical nuclear missiles they got to the United Nations organization in the Colonial Circle for processing. Reject directly. Understood. There is one more thing. The United Nations in the Earth Circle and the Colonial Circle, they all hope that we can share the treatment gel and medical nanomachine medical cabin with the whole world for humanitarian reasons. What a humanitarian word. If you want me to share it, it's because those medical companies are afraid of these two technologies of mine, and they are even more jealous of these two technologies of mine. They are jealous that I will earn endless benefits. What are they talking about for humanity now? Rescue, if I want to share it and save all human beings in the world. It's not just those medical companies who are instigating these members of the United Nations. Boss, directly reject their request, right? Right. Li Jiaming went on to report. King Thrace of the Kingdom of Mecha wants to invite you, the boss, to his birthday party. Long Fei looked at Li Jiaming and said, This king invited me to his birthday party. Probably he wants to dedicate his daughter to me again. Li Jiaming half-jokingly said, To be honest, his daughter is also very beautiful. Boss, why don't you accept it? If I really accept his daughter, then he will use his daughter's relationship with me to get close to me and ask to send him a Gundam. Even if he doesn't ask me for a Gundam, a lot of those powerful technologies weapons, he will certainly ask me to give him. As the boss said, the Thrace guy's purpose is too obvious. Long Fei twisted his head. However, I still have to give him face, so I won't go. Commander-in-Chief, you can arrange for a more important person to represent me at his birthday party. No problem, boss. Blue Heresy and ZZ Gundam have already been manufactured. Yes, boss. The next Gundams to be manufactured are the Wing Gundam, Shenlong Gundam, and Golden Heresy Gundam. Then, Li Jiaming had something to discuss with Long Fei. Boss, Tao Xiang's younger sister, Li Xiang, has a very high skill in manipulating mobile suits. Her skills are no less than her sister's. I even think her potential is no less than Yu Yangchen. You want to program Rika as a Gundam pilot, right? Yes. You should discuss this matter with Tao Xiang and sisters. Remember, don't force them. Yes. Is there anything else you want to discuss with me? It's my family. Since I appeared on the big screen, my family wants to call me back at this moment. Long Fei narrowed his eyes and said, Their purpose should be to extract information about Tianyi Group from you. Yes, I can also see their purpose. Originally, I was just an unimportant member of the family. Since I appeared on the big screen representing the Tianyi mercenary group, my family's attitude towards me has changed 180 degrees. As long as I don't have value for use, the attitude towards me will return to the original. So you don't want to go back. Yes, and I am more free here, without any constraints. Where's Xiuqing? It's the same. Xiuqing also refused when he was called back by the family. However, after I refused, my family still hopes to meet with the boss. Hey, Long Fei sneered and said, Their purpose is also very obvious. My suggestion is that the boss should not meet with them. I see. After discussing a few things with Long Fei, Li Jiaming left the office. Long Fei is now continuing to study things. This time he is going to study the AG system and the MD system. However, for the AG system, Long Fei has seen the anime of the original work. This system can design, develop, and restrain the opponent's weapons in the process of fighting and the data of the opponent's battle. This is not an exaggeration. What is exaggerated is that the system's manufacturing furnace can manufacture weapons with a single metal bar. This is too exaggerated. Even Long Fei doesn't have such a design and development technical diagram in his mind. However, to design and develop restrained weapons based on the data obtained from fighting with opponents, this part of the AG system can be used to make design drawings. The MD system Long Fei was improved into an automatic manufacturing project of the assembly line in the early stage, and later designed the internal automatic operation and combat system of the battleship. Now Long Fei designs a new technology from the MD system. Long Fei spent several days in his office busy researching the development of new technologies for the AG system and the MD system. He didn't leave the office at all. Instead, he asked the staff to bring food into the office. After more than 6 hours, Long Fei continued to study these two systems as soon as he woke up. On the 7th day, Long Fei, who was deprived of sleep, finally succeeded in research and design with dark circles under his eyes. After Long Fei tidied up, he went back to his room and had a good sleep. When Long Fei passed by the MS simulated battle room, he saw countless ace pilots were downcast. Long Fei directly asked Aviana, who was the closest, Everyone, why are you downcast? Most of us lost at the hands of a small child. Children, Yu Yangchun seems to be stronger than you. You are all used to losing. Why are you downcast now? It's not Yu Yangchun, it's another one. Another one? Could it be? Long Fei immediately walked into the MS simulation battle room. In the MS simulation battle room, Many MS Ace drivers watched the battle between the two Gundams on the huge projection screen. Long Fei looked at the huge projection screen. It was Z Gundam and Strike Gundam fighting in simulated space. The Strike Gundam backpack is an OOPS backpack that fires a pair of 105mm cannons while flying. ZZ Gundam avoided the shot perfectly and even fired the double-barreled beam gun in his right hand to counterattack at the moment of dodge. The Strike Gundam also dodged the beam perfectly, took out the anti-ship knife from the bottom of the OOPS, and rushed towards the ZZ Gundam. ZZ Gundam draws out the beam saber from the top of the back and fights with the anti-ship knife. The two Gundams fought at close quarters, and the Strike Gundam driver had slightly better fighting skills, suppressing the ZZ Gundam. Strike Gundam was dodging the beam saber, and in an instant, a difficult roundabout kick hit the cockpit of ZZ Gundam. The moment ZZ Gundam was kicked into the air, Strike Gundam seized the opportunity to rush towards the target, and when it was about to cut the target in half, ZZ Gundam activated the cannon on its head at the moment Strike Gundam bullied it, and it shot away immediately. Boom! Strike Gundam. The battle is over and ZZ Gundam wins. There was wailing at the scene. No way. Even Li Xiuqing lost to her. My elder sister is so strong, and my younger sister is also so strong. These two sisters are still letting people live. Long Fei directly asked the people beside him, "Did Yu Yangchun also lose to her?" Seeing that it was the boss who was asking the question, several aces were so scared that they immediately saluted the boss, and one of them responded quickly, "Yu Yangchun is better than her, and basically, he has never lost." Didn't everyone else win a game? Except for her sister, basically no one has ever defeated her. Li Xiuqing fought her in 3 M-match battles, losing 2 and drawing 1. Reconciliation? What kind of reconciliation? It was the last game where Li Xiuqing used Aegis Gundam to transform into Mom mode, sandwiching the opponent. Both of them bombarded each other with positron cannons and died together. Li Xiuqing walked out of the simulated cockpit with his head downcast. Li Xiang walked out of the simulated cockpit with a proud face, raised a victory gesture with a proud face, and said that she was ranked 3rd. Long Fei looked at the 1v1 battle results leaderboard on the huge screen. Yu Yangchun ranked 1st, with 36 wins and 2 losses in 38 matches. Tao Xiang ranked 2nd, with 34 wins, 6 losses and 2 draws in 42 games. Rika ranked 3rd, with 27 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw in 30 games. Li Xiuqing ranked 4th, with 30 wins, 10 losses, and 4 draws in 44 games. Zhou Ye and Zhou Na tied for 5th place. Long Fei walked up to Li Xiang and said, "Let me fight with you." Seeing that it was Long Fei who challenged him, Li Xiang said proudly, "Then boss, don't cry later when you lose." Tao Xiang, who was standing next to her, frowned directly. She wanted to warn her sister not to get carried away. The boss is very good at driving mobile suits, but then she thought that her sister has been carried away by herself in the past few days, and she is a little swayed. It is better to let her suffer setbacks. The other ace drivers looked at Li Xiang with a playful expression. The boss is a hidden boss. Rika entered the MS simulation cockpit again and chose her favorite ZZ Gundam. Long Fei also entered another MS simulation cockpit, and the Gundam he chose was the Lady Justice F-type. The mock battle begins. ZZ Gundam took the lead in the attack, using a double-barreled beam gun to shoot continuously at the Lady Justice F-type. The Goddess of Justice F-type quickly rushed towards the ZZ Gundam. Facing the incoming light beam, the Justice Goddess F-type passed close to her. The ace pilots who watched the battle all exclaimed, "The boss's technique is really superb. Such a technique of dodging the advancing target. Such a technique, they can't do it." Rika immediately fired continuously, even including the dodge route at her shooting point. "Huh." Long Fei smiled, and the Goddess of Justice F-type flew and glided directly past all the beam rays. ZZ Gundam immediately launched all the missiles on its back. The Goddess of Justice F-type held GN pistols in both hands, shooting down all the missiles one after another, and the exploded missiles turned into fireworks. The Goddess of Justice F-type borrowed the cover of fireworks, flew to another place, and changed to a GN beam gun while rushing towards ZZ Gundam and shooting. Li Xiang heard the siren beeping, looked up and saw several red light beams coming towards her. ZZ Gundam immediately raised his arm shield to block the beam. The Goddess of Justice F-Type has already rushed to ZZ Gundam, less than 20 meters away from each other. ZZ Gundam immediately drew out the beam saber and swept across. The Goddess of Justice F-Type jumped and somersaulted, dodged the beam saber, and swept for a moment. Borrowing the strength of the flip, the GN sword slashed towards ZZ Gundam's head. Rika reacted quickly and immediately pedaled past the slash of the GN sword, and immediately counterattacked with the double-barreled beam gun. The Goddess of Justice F-Type quickly dodges, instantly bullying ZZ Gundam. ZZ Gundam immediately fires its head cannon. The Goddess of Justice F-Type jumped quickly to avoid the cannon, and jumped behind ZZ Gundam in an instant. Oops! Rika exclaimed. The cannon couldn't stop halfway. The Goddess of Justice F-Type directly chopped off the head of ZZ Gundam, and then directly blasted through the cockpit of ZZ Gundam with a GN launcher. The victory and defeat have been divided. Li Xiang walked out of the MS simulation cockpit with a face of disbelief and challenged Long Fei. Rika chose Lady Justice F-Type Gundam, and Long Fei chose ZZ Gundam. The two Gundams fought, and the final result was that the Goddess of Justice F-Type was captured by ZZ Gundam, and the head cannon directly blasted the Goddess of Justice F-Type Gundam into pieces. Come again. After the third, fourth, and fifth games in a row, Li Xiang lost miserably. The final result was a 10-game losing streak. Rika, who was originally ranked third, has dropped to 6th place. Rika walked out of the MS simulation cockpit with a frustrated look on her face. At this time, an ace driver told Li Xiang, "Little sister, our boss is the real boss. He is our hidden trump card." Rika looked at her sister. Tao Xiang nodded and said, "The boss's mobile suit driving skills are much better than my sister's. Even if my sister and Xiaochun brother join forces, they can't beat the boss." Li Xiang looked at her ranking. She seemed to have been hit by 10,000 critical points, and her original ranking fell to 6th place. This was due to her reckless challenge to the real big boss, which caused the final result. Long Fei walked out of the MS simulation cockpit at this time, came to Li Xiang, patted the top of Li Xiang's head, and comforted him. "Don't fall down because of a temporary setback. A temporary setback is just a fall. As long as you get up, you'll be fine. You can continue to grow stronger. Your potential is very good. But if you fail this time and fail to stand up, then your potential will be buried. Cheer up and continue to work hard. You will make greater progress." After hearing Long Fei's words, Li Xiang cheered up and said, "Well, I will work harder, and I will defeat the boss in the future." Li Xiang. Tao Xiang glared at her younger sister. Long Fei raised his hand to stop, touched the top of Li Xiang's head, and said with a smile, "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." Then, Long Fei changed a serious expression and said to all the ace pilots behind him, "All of you work hard for me. Losing to a little boy is enough to be embarrassing, and now losing to another little girl. You guys, don't you feel ashamed?" All the ace drivers at the scene were ashamed. "Show me your perseverance and show me good results. Otherwise, don't blame me for putting your ace ranks back into the elite ranks." "Yes, boss." When Long Fei came to the cafeteria, he found that the food was better, richer, and more choices than before. Coincidentally, the Commander-in-Chief also came to eat. Long Fei sat with the Commander-in-Chief. "Commander-in-Chief, the food is even better than last month. Isn't the business doing well recently?" "It is indeed getting better and better. If it is due to the fact that the Shrek fleet is protecting the saints of the Uya Cross country, when the terrorist attack occurred in the Stunk country, our performance was excellent. From that day on, the orders we receive there are more and more, and many clients hire us at very high prices. The profit earned this month is much higher than usual. Not only the food at the main base, but also the food at other sub-bases have also increased. A lot." Long Fei looked at the rice on his plate. It was served with spicy chicken diced, black pepper fried beef, mapo tofu, garlic fried vegetables, seafood egg soup, and a cup of herbal tea. Sister Tao Xiang came to Long Fei's table with the dinner plate, and the two sisters sat opposite to Long Fei. Tao Xiang is a bowl of noodle soup with sweet and sour pork tenderloin, fried radish with bean sprouts, and a cup of green tea. Li Xiang is an egg and ham sandwich, fried chicken steak, big chicken drumsticks, beef, and a cup of milk tea. A driver next to him teased Li Xiang.
Little sister eats so much. Be careful to become a fat girl. You're just a chubby girl, and your whole family is a chubby girl. Li Xiang replied angrily. The sarcastic driver laughed. Long Fei took a look, teased the driver, and immediately stopped laughing. Long Fei said, Li Xiang should be in the development period at this time, and children in this period are usually very good at eating. Li Xiang ate the big chicken drumstick in her hand and said to Long Fei, Boss, I want to drive Z Gundam to fight. Li Xiang. Tao Xiang stared at her younger sister. Long Fei glanced at Li Xiang and said, If you want to fight, you have to think carefully. Playing a battle is not a simulated battle with others. If you lose, you can start over. You want to fight, but the real battlefield is life and death. That is life and death. You have made up your mind. Did you kill someone? Li Xiang didn't hesitate. Her eyes were very serious. I've made up my mind. Tao Xiang stood up and objected sharply. No, I don't agree. Many people at the scene looked in Tao Xiang's direction. I want to fight with my sister. Li Xiang said to her sister with a very stubborn expression. No, you are still a child. Brother Xiaochun is also a child. Why should he be able to do it, but I can't? Anyway, I don't agree. Li Xiang felt a little wronged. With tears in her eyes, she turned and ran away. Li Xiang, stop for me. Li Xiang didn't listen to her sister and ran out of the cafeteria. At this time, Long Fei said to Tao Xiang, I think you are protecting her too much. Her potential is not inferior to you, Yangchun. If you protect her too much, it will affect her growth. Tao Xiang sneered and said, you are looking at my sister's potential. For you, my sister's strength is an indispensable force for your mercenary group in the future. If I say that's not the case, I'll feel like I'm lying to you. Indeed, if your sister's potential can really be tapped, it's a force that cannot be underestimated. But what I have to say is that your sister can't live forever. Protected by you, you should let her mature earlier and don't bury your sister's potential. And as a bystander, I can see that your sister doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes she made back then. Tao Xiang's expression was a little sad. She was also brooding over what happened back then. Just after Long Fei finished his meal, he picked up Li Xiang's plate and said, Your sister is probably still in the puberty stage. If you don't eat well, you won't be able to grow your body. Tao Xiang was about to take the plate from Long Fei, but Long Fei stopped and said, Let me do it. She is angry with you now, and she won't eat it if you give it to her. Why don't you help me deal with it? The plate I finished eating. Sorry, boss, I'm sorry to trouble you. Long Fei also specially took an extra fried chicken leg and put it on the dinner plate, walked out of the cafeteria, and asked the staff where Li Xiang was. According to the employee's report, Long Fei found Li Xiang, who was sitting on a box and sulked. Long Fei walked in front of her. Li Xiang turned her face aside. Long Fei put the dinner plate beside Li Xiang and said, Okay, don't be angry with your sister. Your sister is also worried about your safety. Besides, not eating when you are angry is not good for your health. If you really want to drive a Gundam to fight, you have to take good care of your body. Otherwise, when your sister changes her mind and agrees to you driving a Gundam, but if you don't take good care of your body, I can't let you drive a Gundam. At this time, Li Xiang picked up the food on the dinner plate and ate. Long Fei looked at the big chicken drumsticks that Li Xiang ate. His face was full of oil. Long Fei felt that this little girl was really cute. In his previous life, he was an only child. In this life, he has 3 older sisters. He is the youngest in his family. Brothers and sisters, at home, are doted on by their parents and sisters. If he hadn't reincarnated into this world through time travel and kept the memories of his previous life, maybe he would be a rich and foolish son who was spoiled by his parents and sisters. Looking at the little girl in front of him, if his parents were alive and gave birth to a younger sister like this, maybe he, an older brother, would love his younger sister too. After Li Xiang had a full meal, Long Fei took out a handkerchief to wipe Li Xiang's mouth and hands. Li Xiang asked Long Fei, Boss, after the Tommy's test is completed, can I take it? Yes, but the premise is that you have to apologize to your sister. Li Xiang's whole expression was a little broken, and now she is still angry with her sister. Okay, don't be angry with your sister. Anyway, your sister is also concerned about your safety. If you were someone else, why would your sister care about others? Oh, okay, I'll take you to find my sister. Long Fei stretched out his hand. Li Xiang reached out to hold Long Fei's hand.
and Long Fei took Li Xiang to find Tao Xiang. Rika apologizes to her sister. Tao Xiang agrees to her sister's request, but the premise is that Li Xiang must receive relevant training and pass the training before she can let Li Xiang play. Long Fei watched Tao Xiang lead his younger sister away from the scene. Li Jiaming just walked to Long Fei's side. Commander-in-Chief, Rika has passed the training. Don't go to the front line. Try to arrange to fight with my sister. No problem. To be honest, boss, I have actually planned to let Li Xiang receive relevant training. The potential of this little girl is astonishing. She is not inferior to Yu Yangchun. If she can officially become a member of us, we will be rare in the future. Gained combat power. After hearing this, Long Fei sighed. Boss, why are you sighing? If possible, I really don't want to use the power of children. Even if we don't use it, other organizations will use it. If it falls into the hands of a criminal or terrorist organization, wouldn't it be worse? On our side, at least we have a bottom line, and we won't use their power use it on crooked roads. Long Fei nodded and said, You're right, Commander-in-Chief. After all, we still have a bottom line, and to be honest, I don't want to bury their potential. A space merchant fleet, surrounded by frigates to protect. Whether it is a merchant ship or a frigate, there is a unified flag with the logo of MUBA, Mission Must Be Achieved, on the flag. This is a multinational international enterprise that transports cargo ships. Both the Earth Circle and the Colonial Circle have the business of this multinational enterprise. The name of this enterprise for the mission must reach the transportation industry. The mission must reach the transportation company is an enterprise under the name of the Long family of the Hanxia Empire. At the moment, this space merchant fleet is going to the colonial satellite of the Hanxia Empire, Tiangui Satellite. A brown-haired young man was sitting on a chair, drinking coffee, and watching the projected and recorded video in front of him. The content of the video was the battle scene on the battlefield. At this time, a younger-looking red-haired woman walked up to the side of the young man and sat down and said, Anton, you are studying the mobile suit battle of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps again. Anton turned his head to look at the red-haired woman and nodded. Yes, Sonia. I'm very curious about their MS performance, especially the MS called Gundam, especially the unparalleled performance displayed by Gundam. As far as I know, they don't sell Gundams. Even the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company under the Tianyi Group also refuses to sell Gundams. Even the latest GM2 and those special series of short sword MSs also refuse to sell. At this time, Anton pointed at the Strike Gundam and put on a long sword backpack, rushed to the target, and cut the target in half with a sword. There were also other enemy MS who also attacked the Strike Gundam with their rifles, but they couldn't do anything to the Strike Gundam. Harm. Sonia frowned and said, This Gundam can be changed into different backpacks and has different fighting styles. Live ammunition can't damage the armor of this Gundam. Then Sonia looked at the battle records of other Gundams in the projected video and saw Anton concentrating on every Gundam battle with his eyes shining. Sonia looked at Anton's rapt expression, just like a child seeing a favorite toy. Anton is a well-known MS ace pilot in various military magazines or MS magazines, and was commented as one of the top 10 MS pilots among the best. Anton Hui is famous for his Falcon Mississippi in a battle to defend the merchant fleet 3 years ago, and shot down 50 and 20 pirate MSs by himself. This battle gave Anton a very high evaluation and reputation. In the subsequent battles to defend the merchant ship, Anton alone was able to shoot down MS and fighter planes that surpassed the pirate group or some criminal organizations that came to destroy the merchant ship. Moreover, in every defensive battle, Anton alone shot down more than 50 fighters or MS, and in every battle, Anton drove the fighting Falcon Mississippi. A year ago, various military magazines or MS magazines rated Anton as one of the top 10 MS drivers of this era. The MS equipped by their company, the Fighting Falcon MS, has a modification and upgrade for Anton as Anton's exclusive MS. Speaking of which, Anton, our boss arranged for you, the best MS pilot, to a merchant ship with us. It is estimated that the merchant ship should be carrying very important things. Sonia said next to Anton. Anton replied, Then do you know what we are escorting? I heard that it seems to be a new mobile suit developed by Feichi Military Technology Company, another company of our employer. Anton glanced at Sonia.
and then continued to watch Gundam's combat record video. Anton, why don't you seem to care about the new mobile suit developed by our employer? I heard that you may be allowed to be a test driver when you reach your destination. After hearing this, Anton said disapprovingly, is the new MS developed by Feichi Military Science and Technology Company as strong as Gundam? Sonia was speechless. Anton went on to say, our Fighting Falcon MS is a product of the same period as another Annihilator MS developed by Feichi Military Technology Company. The former's defense and firepower are not as good as the latter, but its versatility is particularly good, suitable for all environmental warfare, has also allowed many mercenary groups with ample funds to purchase this MS. Our Fighting Falcon MS has been upgraded to improve performance. Especially my Fighting Falcon MS has been upgraded and modified a lot. Even if I not to mention the dedicated Fighting Falcon MS is far inferior to the Gundam. Even the GM Custom is not as good. But I heard that Feichi Military Technology Company has developed a new mobile suit, and its performance is even better than your dedicated Fighting Falcon mobile suit. Don't you want to test a mobile computer with better performance? Anton shook his head and said, Sonia, I know the inside story better than you. The new MS developed by Feichi Military Science and Technology Company is actually similar in performance to the assault dagger developed by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company purchased by those small countries. Sonia's eyes widened. She didn't expect that the new mobile suit developed by Feichi Military Science and Technology Company was similar in performance to the weakened version of the short sword series sold by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. Anton continued to concentrate on every battle of the Gundam and said to himself, the performance of the same Gundam is different in every battle. It seems that different people operate the Gundam. It's a pity. Most people have no way to maximize the performance of Gundam. Sonia listened to what Anton said and watched Gundam's battle recording video. She didn't see much difference and said in her heart, it seems that this is the gap between me and Anton. I really understand the details. Cannot tell. Then, Anton looked at the red Gundam exuding cyan particles. I remember that this Gundam is called the Goddess of Justice. His battles, his movements are smooth and flowing without any extra movement, and the performance of this Gundam is brought to the extreme. It's amazing, it's really amazing. I really want to have a good time with him. Sonia frowned directly and said in her heart, Anton never praised the MS driver very much, but he would praise others. Could it be? Sonia asked Anton. Anton, the driver of the Goddess of Justice Gundam, is it one of the top 10 Ms. Ace drivers who are as famous as you? Anton shook his head and replied, no, I have watched the battle videos of the other 9 Ace pilots. The pilots' control movements of the Goddess of Justice Gundam are all different from the 9 of them. He is a master with no less skill than our top 10 MS Ace pilots. At this time, the siren sounded. Anton and Sonia immediately picked up the driver's helmet and put it on their heads and rushed to their MS to prepare for a battle. Anton in the cockpit receives a communication from Sonia. Anton, who do you think is the idea of attacking the merchant ship we escorted? I think it is very likely that it is not the pirate group. I suspect that it may be the competitor of Feichi Military Science Company. As you said, it is estimated that their purpose is to destroy merchant ships and destroy the new mobile suits developed. Well, just kill these guys directly. Attention all fighter jets and MS pilots. There are more than 100 MS attacking, swords invading. The announcer exclaimed loudly in the last sentence. Anton and Sonia chatted, and the two had ejected from their MSs. Sonia looked at the pile of Strike Dagger MS in front of the screen and frowned. How come so many Strike Dagger MS flowed into the hands of these criminal organizations? It is estimated that the corrupt military of many countries secretly sold the Assault Dagger MS on the black market, earning huge profits. It looks like this group is not a pirate group. It is estimated to be a saboteur organization, protect our merchant fleet. These saboteur organizations are just like street gangsters. They use money to sabotage. The guards hate this kind of organization the most. They will run away as soon as they destroy the target. Sonia complained in a tone of voice. A blue-haired young man asked the red-haired young pilot, Lake, which merchant ship is the target on? It doesn't matter which one, just destroy those merchant ships directly. The more we destroy, the more bonuses we will get. as long as we do more than other peers. Fighting Falcon MS and Cheetah fighters began to fight with the group of Assault Dagger MS. The beams of missile shells crossed each other, and the frigate also launched beam turrets and missiles to support MS and fighter planes. After more than 3 minutes of fighting, the shield of the Fighting Falcon MS driven by Sonya has been blown out, and the pulse rifle held in the right hand has only the last magazine left, and there are 26 bullets left. Type Dagger. An Assault Dagger MS stabbed at her with a beam saber. The Fighting Falcon MS avoided the beam saber, and the military dagger in its left hand pierced through the cockpit of the Assault Dagger MS. Damn, the strength of this group of drivers is really not simple. Sonya looked at the radar, and then burst into a swear word. Motherfucker. The red dots on the radar display increased again, and then the announcer of the mothership came to inform that more than 50 strong short-circuit MSs had joined the battlefield. Looking at the rifle of the Assault Dagger MS that was just killed, it is not an energy-type rifle, but a live ammunition rifle. The monitor shows that there are still 60 bullets. The siren sounded, and 3 Assault Dagger MS rushed towards her and fired beam rays. The Fighting Falcon MS dodges and immediately fights back. The driver of one Strike Dagger MS reacts quickly and immediately dodges and can counterattack Sonya. The other 2 Strike Dagger MS drivers have poor skills and are directly shot pierce the cockpit. Motherfucker, this driving skill is as good as mine. Sonya cursed and commented on her opponent angrily. Anton alone killed 30 enemy Assault Dagger MS, but Anton didn't take it lightly. He found that many drivers of this group of saboteurs had received professional MS driving training. The MS drivers of the mob in the regiment are completely different. It is estimated that at least half of the MS drivers in this group of saboteurs may come from retired MS drivers from certain countries. Looking at the radar display again, Anton felt a little pressure. More than half of the cheetahs had been shot down at this moment. Including him, there were 50 Fighting Falcon MSs in the attack, and only 35 were left at this moment. Anton shot down 2 Strike Dagger mobile suits, threw away the 150mm rifle in his hand, took away the live ammunition rifle of one of the just destroyed Assault Dagger mobile suits, and used the captured live ammunition rifle to lock the other ones. Assault Dagger MS. Currently, Anton's side is at a disadvantage. However, the invading criminal organization has not yet been able to break through the defense line. The reason is that Anton is alone in the overall situation and attracts a lot of firepower by himself. Many MS attacking short swords trying to break through the line of defense were shot down by Anton. The MS drivers of all the criminal organizations decided to join forces to shoot down Anton before they could complete the work assigned by the employer. Suddenly, the top left line of defense was breached. The frigate sent out at this moment, requesting rescue. Anton communicated to Sonya and said, Sonya, you take a few teammates to the rescue, and leave it to me alone. I see, Anton, be careful. Sonya took 3 teammates to the rescue and was broken through the line of defense. Anton flew the Fighting Falcon MS quickly and shot down 7 Assault Dagger MS one after another, and beam shells hit his previous position wherever he passed. None of the enemy hit him. Brother Lake, Anton is more powerful than the rumors say, and many people have already died in his hands. I know, you continue to attract his attention. I'm here to snipe him. Anton was concentrating on dealing with every Assault Dagger MS in front of him at this moment, not knowing that someone was preparing to snipe him from a long distance. The cockpit of a Strike Dagger MS was pierced by a dagger. When Anton was about to rush to another target, the siren kept ringing. Anton had been used to it for a long time. The feeling of chills on his back made him feel like death was coming. Anton knew that this was the feeling he got from his long-term fighting experience, and knew that someone was going to give him a fatal blow. Anton immediately manipulated the Fighting Falcon MS to dodge to the side, and a sniper bullet used against the MS broke the left arm joint of the Fighting Falcon MS. Lake, who was hiding in a pile of wreckage of the Assault Dagger MS, secretly yelled, "It's a pity." At this moment, Anton said with lingering fear, "It's dangerous." However, Anton's mobile suit was hit, which also affected the morale of his companions, which also affected Anton's combat effectiveness. Anton's Fighting Falcon MS has 0 bullets on its shoulders at this moment, and the only usable weapon left is the right-hand rifle, which has only 10 bullets left.
Anton separated all the mounted weapons to increase the speed and maneuverability of the Fighting Falcon MS. The enemy is now more actively targeting Anton. Anton's colleagues immediately came to the rescue. On the other side, all the cheetah fighters were shot down, and there were less than 20 Fighting Falcon MS left. More and more assault dagger MS that sabotaged the organization broke through the defense line. Not only frigates were destroyed, but also several merchant ships were destroyed. When the mission-bound fleet was invaded, it immediately sent out a distress signal. In addition to recalling the rescue to the remaining mobile suits, it also received a signal from the border guards of the Xia Empire, asking them to rescue within 10 minutes. We'll be there. At this moment, Anton's face was covered with bean-sized sweat. 5 minutes after the left arm joint of the Fighting Falcon Mississippi was shot, the Fighting Falcon Mississippi was left with his right hand and left foot, and the number of bullets was 0. At the moment, there are less than 10 Fighting Falcon MS left, and the opponent has more than 50 Assault Dagger MS. Don't let him get the gun. Several Assault Dagger MSs fired desperately, preventing Anton from getting other MS rifles. There are also several Assault Dagger MSs rushing towards Anton with beam sabers in hand. Anton could only dodge desperately. At this moment, he is a clever woman who can't cook without rice. When 2 Assault Dagger MS slashed at him with one sword, the Fighting Falcon MS dodged one of the Assault Dagger MS and slashed with it, and then used with his left foot. He kicked away another Assault Dagger MS. At this moment, Lake seized the opportunity and shot through the back of the Fighting Falcon MS. Not good. Anton immediately pulled on the escape lever. The moment the Fighting Falcon MS exploded, the escape pod popped out. Anton, Sonia, who came to the rescue, saw Anton's mobile suit was blown up, just in time to see Anton's escape pod bounced out and hit the wrecked Assault Dagger mobile suit. Anton, did you hear that? Please answer if you heard it. Sonia tried to contact Anton through communication. At this moment, Anton was seriously injured and lost consciousness. After the escape pod hit the wreckage, the equipment was damaged and exploded. Anton's spinal nerve was pierced. The Fighting Falcon Mississippi driven by Sonia grabbed Anton's escape pod with one hand and attacked the Assault Dagger MS that was attacking her with the other. Sonia controlled the Fighting Falcon MS to rush back to the mothership, hoping to get the staff to rescue Anton quickly. Just at this time, the frontier guards of the Xia Empire came to ask for help. Anton lay on the hospital bed with blank eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. 15 days have passed since that battle, and he woke up 5 days ago, lying in a hospital in Tiangue Satellite. Except for his good friend Sonia, who came to visit her, and only a high-level person whose mission must be fulfilled came to condolences to him, no one came to visit him again. In that battle, he was seriously injured. Although a series of rescue efforts were carried out to bring him back to life, his entire body was basically paralyzed except for his head and hands, and he could only spend his life in a wheelchair. This dealt a great blow to him. Although the high-level personnel sent to comfort him on the surface, the real purpose was to terminate the contract with him. In addition to saying that he would compensate for the liquidated damages on the termination of the contract, the company would pay for all his expenses in the hospital, responsible for payment. Of course, in order not to be accused of being ruthless by other people, the mission company gave Anton a sum of 10 million yuan in Earth coins as a condolence fund. Regarding the company's approach, Anton didn't have any disturbances. What hit him the most was that he would be paralyzed for the rest of his life, unable to continue his beloved job of driving MS. For media interviews, Anton directly refused. The door of the ward opened, and Sonia came to visit Anton with a basket of fruit. Seeing Sonia, Anton, whose eyes were empty, finally regained some vitality in his eyes and smiled at Sonia. "Thank you for visiting me. Well, today is my last day to visit you, and I have to continue working tomorrow." "Okay, work is more important." Sonia adjusted the bed posture. Anton's body turned sideways and then peeled an apple for Anton. Anton took the peeled apple and said thank you. Sonia looked hesitant to speak, as if she wanted to tell Anton something, but she didn't dare to say it. Anton saw Sonia's expression and said, "If you have anything to say, just say it." Actually, the merchant ships we escorted did not have the new type of MS developed by Mercedes-Benz Military Science and Technology Company. In fact,
The real developed MS had already been sent elsewhere. We were just a cover to lure their competitors. So that's the case. Anton responded indifferently. Anton, aren't you angry? It's because they deliberately led their competitors to think that we were escorting the target they wanted to destroy, which led to you becoming like this. Aren't you angry? What's the use of being angry? After all, we're just paid workers. Besides, there's no security in our work. If you don't want to die or become like me, don't be in this industry. Sonia sighed after hearing Anton's words and said, Anton, you have become like this. You can let go. If it were me, I would have cursed the company every day. At this time, the door of the ward opened, and a young man in a black windbreaker brought a boy into Anton's ward. Sonia stood up and asked in a bad tone, Who are you? Don't you know that the injured don't want to see outsiders? Long Fei glanced at Sonia, then looked at Anton, who was lying on the hospital bed, and said, Tianyi mercenary group. Sonia immediately said angrily, What are you doing here? The MS developed by your Tianyi group caused Anton to become like this, you. Anton patted the back of Sonia's hand and stopped her from speaking. Long Fei asked Sonia, According to what you said, the mobile suits you shot down before and the families of those pilots, are they going to hate the development company of the mobile suits you drove? Sonia was speechless for a moment and thought, That's right. What he said is not wrong. Then she apologized to Long Fei. I'm sorry. I was excited at the moment. I didn't think clearly. It doesn't matter. Long Fei would come to visit this internationally recognized top 10 ace pilots of MS, mainly because when he heard the conversation among the employees, he heard about this matter, and he also learned that Anton was seriously injured and might be paralyzed. Long Fei thought that perhaps the improved version of the Alea consciousness system surgery could make Anton stand up again. So Long Fei also called Malice to the Tiangue satellite of the Hanxia Empire. And Dong asked Long Fei, I don't know what you can do with me. Long Fei didn't hesitate and explained directly. I'm here to explain to you. We happen to have an operation. Maybe it can make you stand up again and let you drive MS again. Anton's eyes returned to their former brilliance, and he asked excitedly, Is this true? You didn't lie to me. Long Fei didn't answer either, but asked Maris to turn around and pulled down his back collar, revealing the Alea consciousness system device. Anton and Sonia frowned when they saw the device, and Anton tentatively asked, This boy was also a paralyzed person, but it is because of this device that he can act like an ordinary person? Just as Long Fei was about to explain, the door opened again, and a Tianyi mercenary walked up to Long Fei to whisper. Long Fei frowned, hesitantly, and after thinking for a while, he said, Let her in. The one who entered the ward was a woman, Long Fei's Aunt Long Huiwan. Long Huiwan looked at Long Fei and asked, Auntie, did I disturb you? No, I don't know what business Auntie is here for. I'm here to express condolences to Anton on behalf of the Long family, and I will also send condolence money to Anton. Mr. Long, your company has already sent condolence money. Mr. Anton, the mission must be achieved. The condolence money is a matter of mission. I send the condolence money on behalf of the Long family. The Long family still has to thank Mr. Anton for your dedicated work over the past few years. In addition to our Long family sending a considerable amount of condolences, if Mr. Ndong has any difficulties in the future, you can ask the Long family. As long as the Long family can do it, it will be done for Mr. Ndong. Long Huiwan took it personally. He took out a purple gold bank card and delivered it to Anton himself. Anton accepted the bank card honestly and thanked him, and then asked Long Fei, Will the surgery you mentioned really allow me to stand up again? Long Huiwan looked at Long Fei in surprise. It's just that there is a certain chance that you can stand up again. After transformation, you may not be able to stand up again. You may die on the operating table. What is the success rate? Long Fei said uncertainly. Maybe the success rate is only 10%, and there is a 30% chance of dying on the operating table. Sonia immediately said to Anton, Anton, this operation is too dangerous. There is no need to take risks. Anton looked at Maris and asked Long Fei, This boy, is he born paralyzed? Or was he paralyzed by accident like me? Just like you, a battle caused paralysis. Long Fei continued, You don't need to respond to me in a hurry. I can give you 48 hours to think about it. No, help me go through the discharge procedures now. I can't wait to have an operation right now. Sonia hurriedly persuaded. Anton, this operation is too dangerous. You will die. You will die on the operating table after undergoing the operation. Why not live well? Sonia, thank you for your concern. It would be better for me to die on the operating table after being paralyzed for the rest of my life. Long Fei sent someone to arrange for Anton to be discharged from the hospital. After Long Fei and Miley's walked out of the ward, Long Huiwan also came out, but was stopped by Tianyi mercenaries. Long Huiwan called her nephew to stop. Long Fei raised her hand, and the Tianyi mercenary who was blocking him let go, allowing Long Huiwan to pass. After Long Huiwan glanced at the young man next to her nephew, she asked her nephew, Xiao Feifei, how about having a meal with my aunt after returning home? Long Fei thought for a while, then nodded. Long Huiwan arranged a luxurious banquet. When Long Fei and his aunt came to the star-rated restaurant owned by the Long family, it was the first time for Malice to come to a luxurious restaurant with resplendent design. Entering the luxury restaurant, Long Fei did not expect to meet other members of the Long family, let alone Zhao Xinlin's family. Hey, I didn't expect that I would meet my dear cousin Long Fei here. Long Qinxian didn't expect to have dinner here with his father, Zhao Feirui, the young head of the Zhao family, Su Jieyun, the young wife, and Zhao Xinlin, the daughter, to discuss business, and met his aunt leading Long Fei. Zhao Xinlin didn't expect to meet Long Fei, who was thinking about him day and night. She looked at Long Fei excitedly. Su Jieyun frowned, and looked at Long Fei with disgust in her heart. Zhao Feirui smiled, and nodded to Long Fei, and then greeted Long Huiwan. Long Qinxian was extremely jealous when he saw the Tianyi mercenaries following behind Long Fei and the Spartan uniforms on his body. The Feiqi military science company of the Long family did not develop such advanced individual equipment. Long Qinxian really couldn't accept that Long Fei, whom he always looked down upon, had the ability to develop advanced technology. Long Qinxian said angrily, What's the matter with the guards of my Long's restaurant? Normally, no bodyguards can come in, but today the armed men are allowed to walk in. Long Fei rolled his eyes. He didn't take Long Qinxuan's words seriously. Long Huiwan said to Long Qinxian in a bad tone, I agree. What do you want to say to me? The corners of Long Qinxuan's eyes twitched a few times. He was still a little afraid of his aunt, but if he didn't say a few words in front of outsiders at this moment, others would think that he, the grandson of Long's patriarch, was very cowardly. Auntie, I'm thinking about the reputation of the Long family. If you let the militants come and go freely in our restaurant, others will follow suit. When the old man blames him, can you bear it? Long Huiwan walked up to Long Qinxian, raised her hand, and slapped Long Qinxuan's face with a slap. Long Ingxian frowned directly, staring at his sister with an ugly expression. Zhao Feirui's family looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. Long Huiwan pointed at Long Qinxuan's nose and scolded, I don't need you to point out what I do. You are not qualified to be a junior. If the old man blames me, I will explain to him. It's not your turn whether you are big or small, you don't have the right to talk to me. After scolding her nephew, Long Huiwan pointed her finger at her elder brother's nose and said, Take care of your son. You'd better be polite to me. If he commits a crime again, at that time, the slap will not only hit him in the face, but you and your wife had better wash your face and wait. After Long Huiwan finished speaking, she turned around and took Long Fei to the highest level box room she had reserved. As if nothing happened, Long Ingxian smiled at Zhao Feirui. Brother Zhao, I made you laugh. It's okay. I've heard that Miss Long's family is very powerful. I saw her today, and it's really true. Brother Zhao, I'm kidding. My sister has always been the most favored by my father, so she has developed the temper of a young lady, and no one will sell it. Brother Long, it's getting late. Let's talk business while eating. Okay, Brother Zhao, this way please. In addition to inviting her nephew to dinner, Long Huiwan also wanted to discuss some cooperation with her nephew. Xiao Feifei, my aunt wants to discuss some business with you. Long Fei said while eating the vegetables. Auntie, if you want to discuss business with me, which industry cooperation do you want to talk about? You can directly talk to the president of each company in Tianyi Group. I want to talk to you about the therapeutic gel, the nanomachine medical cabin for medical use, and the preparation for Anton's surgery. Auntie, don't even think about it. A look of disappointment flashed across Long Huijuan's eyes.
But she also understood that this was Long Fei's technology, and if Long Fei really took this technology out, it would allow him to earn endless benefits. And if Long Fei did it alone, then he will make everyone in the same industry envy and hate. If this technology belonged to someone else, Long Huiwan might use all means to it over. But this technology is the technology of his precious nephew, which makes her unable to do so. Recently, your Tianyi Arms manufacturing company sells the assault dagger and the special gem. You have received a lot of orders for these two MSs recently. Many countries have bought these two MSs from you. My aunt is representing the Mercedes-Benz military department. The company wants to get more OEM orders from you. Auntie can talk to President Sakechi directly. Long Huiwan smiled wryly. Xiao Feifei, you, the president, keep your price very low. Although Feichi Military Science and Technology Company does make a profit, it's only after receiving a lot of OEM orders and working hard that you see those profits. The net profit is actually very thin, so my aunt wants to ask for the next OEM order, hoping that the OEM price can be higher. Long Fei took out his mobile suit, called President Sakiki, and told President Sakiki that if Aunt came to discuss business in person, the OEM price would be higher. The 7-nanometer quantum chip of the Tianyi Software Chip Company of the Tianyi Group and the Tianhua Mobile Phone Company of the Long family want to purchase in large quantities. Can the price be lower? Okay, I will notify my people, but the premise is that you, Aunt, will talk about it in person, and then the person who will perform the work will be someone from your aunt, and someone you can trust. Long Huiwan continued to talk about the next business, and Long Fei would call the president of the relevant company to give her aunt some preferential prices. Maris has been by the boss's side all the time and couldn't understand the business discussion between the boss and his aunt at all. After he was full, he took out his mobile suit and watched some news. Maris turned to the news of the new generation of MS developed by Feichi Military Science and Technology Company. It is a one-eyed MS, and there is a video showing some performance. After seeing Long Fei and his aunt talking about some business, Maris saw that the conversation between the two had paused, so Maris pushed the phone to Long Fei. Looking at the MS in the video of the mobile suit, Long Fei frowned, held the mobile suit in front of his aunt and asked, "Auntie, please explain this video to me. Why is Xian's MS developed in Feichi Military Technology Company?" Long Huijuan's brows twitched. It seemed that paper could not contain fire, and seeing her nephew's angry expression at any time, Long Huijuan knew that she could not hide anything from Long Fei at this moment. Otherwise, when Long Fei knew everything, Long Fei anger will be greater. Long Huijuan could only tell what happened at that time. Long Fei's eyes became devouring. He punched the dining table and made a noise, causing the Tianyi mercenaries outside the box to rush in. Where are those two father and son now? Little Fei, calm down. I told you, where are they? Long Fei roared angrily. Long Huijuan knew that Long Fei was furious and said, "Okay, Aunt will take you there. Give me the stick." Long Fei reached out and asked for a stick from a Tianyi mercenary. Long Yingxian and his son are entertaining Zhao Prui's family. Suddenly, the door of the box was kicked open. "Who is it?" Long Yingxian stood up. Everyone in the box saw Long Fei walk in with a stick. Long Fei furiously walked up to Long Qinxian and hit Long Qinxian on the head with a stick. Long Qinxian screamed and refused to lie on the ground with his head on. "Stop!" As soon as Long Yingxian finished speaking, the stick was swept towards his face, and Long Yingxian fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Long Fei continued to greet the two father and son with his stick. Zhao Prui's family watched Long Fei beat people violently. Long Huijuan came in and invited them out to avoid them for a while. The screams of Long Yingxian and his son kept coming from outside the box, which also caused many people to come to watch. Long Huijuan asked the guards to disperse the crowd. Su Jian frowned and said, "Why did Long Yingxian give birth to an uneducated son?" Long Huijuan glared directly at Su Jian. "My surname is Long. Don't think that you can be presumptuous because your old man dotes on you. I said your nephew is presumptuous. Am I wrong?" As a result, a muffled sound sounded, and Su Jian was hit on the back of the head with a stick by a Tianyi mercenary. Su Jian screamed and lay on the ground, covering the back of her head with her hands and rolling. "What are you doing?" Zhao Pru'i protected his beloved wife. The Tianyi mercenary who beat him said coldly,
The boss should beat me if he scolds me. Your boss. Zhao Firui looked into the box. Long Huiwan looked down at Su Jieyun and said, My eldest brother and his son will be beaten for a reason. If you don't know it, it's better to keep your mouth shut. Zhao Xinlin tried to ask Long Huifei, Aunt Long, why did Long Fei beat them? Let's take a look at the new mobile suit developed by Feichi Military Technology Company recently. If you still recognize that mobile suit, you will know the reason. Zhao Xinlin looked at the one-eyed MS of Feichi Military Science Company and said in surprise, This is not the MS drawn by Long Fei before. Could it be that they stole Long Fei's things when they were beaten by Long Fei? Zhao Frui and his wife looked at Long Huiwan. Long Fei walked out of the box. The stick in his hand was still stained with blood. Long Huiwan asked worriedly, You didn't beat your uncle, father and son to death, did you? Don't worry, I won't die. At most I will lie in the hospital for a few days. That's good. Long Huiwan patted her chest with lingering fear. Looking at Su Jiayun, covering the back of her head with her hand, Long Fei asked, Aunt Su, what's the matter with you? Your men hit me. The Tianyi mercenary who beat him immediately explained to the boss what happened. Slap. Long Fei directly slapped Su Jiayun resoundingly. Presumptuous. Seeing his wife being beaten one after another, Zhao Fei was very angry. Just as he walked over to give Long Fei a slap, a Tianyi mercenary directly drew a gun and pointed it at Zhao Fei's head. The mercenary directly pulled the trigger. Long Fei said coldly, You can scold me, but you should beat my father if you scold me. When Long Fei finished speaking and turned to leave, he walked a few steps, stopped suddenly, turned to his aunt, and said, Tell Long Dinkuan, when I come to the Long family mansion, he is the one who will kneel down to greet me and confess to me. When Zhao Firui watched Long Fei leave the scene, he didn't expect that there would be people in the world who would dare to speak to Long Dinkuan like this. Long Dinkuan would kneel down to greet them, and only the emperor of his own country could do that. Others, even the prime minister of the current court, had no ability to make Long Dinkuan kneel down to greet him. Zhao Furuai thought, That kid dares to speak like this. He is either self-righteous or really capable. The Tianyi mercenaries who follow him protect his safety, and the Tianyi mercenaries call him boss. Could it be? Zhao Furuai roughly guessed that the dragonfly identity. Zhao Xinlin supported her mother and watched Long Fei go away. Long Huiwan asked the staff to carry out her eldest brother and nephew. When Long Huiwan saw her elder brother and elder nephew being carried out, the father and son were beaten into faces, and their hands and feet were broken and fractured. Long Huiwan did not expect that Long Fei's hands were really heavy. Long Fei returned to Albion No. 1 MS Mothership. Anton had arranged to rest in the room at this moment. Long Fei didn't want to stay, so he ordered the fleet leader to set off and return to the mother base. Long Chenxian lying on the hospital bed. This was the first time since he was born that he was seriously injured and was lying in the intensive care unit. Long Chenxian contacted the head grandfather, hoping that his grandfather could avenge him. Xiaoxian, Grandpa doesn't want to provoke Long Fei, so let's forget about this matter. Besides, it's because we were wrong in the first place, so it's reasonable for Long Fei to do it. Long Chenxian really couldn't believe it. His always strong and domineering grandfather didn't dare to offend Long Fei at this moment. Long Chenxian immediately told his grandfather that Long Fei let go before leaving. Long Dinkuan's expression was gloomy when he heard this. Long Chenxian was secretly happy because Grandpa was very angry at the moment. But then Long Chenxian was disappointed. Long Dinkuan took a deep breath, calmed down the anger in his heart, and said, Let's leave this matter alone. Grandpa doesn't want to tear his face with Long Fei. Grandpa, Long Fei is currently in Tiangui's satellite. We can send someone to arrest him. Do you think we can catch Long Fei with the people in our hands? Even if we hire all the mercenary groups in Tiangui's satellite, can you grasp the fleet that can defeat Long Fei's Tianyi mercenary group? Long Chenxian had nothing to say for a moment. He was really not sure. Xiaoxian, if it's true that you and Long Fei are torn apart, Grandpa, as the head of the Long family, has no face to face the ancestors of the Long family after death. Now Grandpa only wants to bring Long Fei back to the Long family. But Grandpa, Long Fei said that he wants you to kneel down to welcome him, and even more so wants you to kneel in front of him and repent. If it can bring the Long family to a higher peak and make the Long family stronger, what's the point of kneeling? Long Qinshian really couldn't believe it. His always domineering grandpa's attitude changed 180 degrees. In fact, although Long Dingquan is usually strong and domineering, he can still let go of personal joy, anger, honor, and disgrace for the sake of the foundation of the Long family. Knowing that he had misjudged Long Fei and his previous attitude towards Long Fei, he felt regretful. He was completely ashamed of his ancestors. It was even worse for such an outstanding descendant of the Long family to be pushed outside by him. It may become a nightmare for the Long family, making Long Dingquan truly ashamed of his ancestors. Long Dingquan can only think of a way now, how to please Long Fei, so that Long Fei can return to the Long family and make contributions to the Long family. Long Dingquan even sent someone to apologize to the 3 Solanum Nigram sisters. In order to express his sincerity in apologizing, Long Dingquan even gave some profits to the 3 sisters of Solanum Nigram in many aspects of cooperation, hoping that the 3 sisters of Solanum would not care about their previous offenses, and hoped that the 3 sisters could persuade Long Fei to calm down when Long Fei was furious. Therefore, if Long Qinshian wants revenge or something, Long Dingquan will never agree. The eldest son and grandson are now seriously injured by Long Fei. Long Dingquan also understands the cause and effect. I also hope that Long Fei can calm down. Long Dingquan issued a warning order to Long Qinshian. If he dared to take revenge on Long Fei, or dared to hurt Long Fei in the slightest, or even touched Long Fei's 3 older sisters, then Long Qinshuan's identity as the grandson of Long's parents would be removed and will be expelled from the Long family. After Long Fei and his group returned to the mother base, Long Fei began to prepare for Anton's operation. 2 days later, Long Fei began to perform nanotherapy surgery on Anton. The first operation, although a failure, was not a total failure. After Anton was seriously injured and paralyzed, the paralyzed body parts also lost consciousness. Although the first operation failed, Anton regained consciousness. For Anton, it was a small success in the operation. Although Anton felt extremely painful about the operation, it was better than nothing if he could make some progress. The second operation was 10 days later, and the second operation was considered a half success and a half failure. Anton's upper body can already move, but his legs are still unable to move. Long Fei did not expect that the improved Alea consciousness system surgery could have such an effect. Originally, Long Fei thought that the improved Alea consciousness system surgery only increased the success rate and allowed adults to have a certain chance can be successfully remodeled. Then another 10 days later, the third operation, Anton was able to move freely like an ordinary person, and Anton didn't care about the terminal connection device at the back of the neck. For Anton, he can stand up again and continue to operate his favorite mobile suit. He is satisfied with the result. And Dong swears allegiance to Long Fei, who made him reborn. And Dong swears to Long Fei that he is willing to devote himself to Long Fei in his lifetime. For Long Fei to be one of the top 10 MS ace pilots recognized internationally, this is an incomparable wealth for him. Anton's eyes lit up when he looked at every Gundam in the mother base, and he even expressed emotion directly. Men who are MS pilots should drive Gundams. Only men who drive Gundams are real men. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.